on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know. top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Magic, magic,
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
magic, magic,
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Roll, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Magic, magic,
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
ago. Nothing quite as rough as today. I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray?
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 26. It's your casters, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Johnny boy, it's been a hot minute, I want to say, here between you and I, but we're back here for DreamLeague Season 26. You know how excited I get about DreamLeagues, Jonathan, but do you want to tell the viewers how excited you get?
I got really excited, Mike. We've got a banger set of series here today. Really excited about our first one as well. I mean, you know me. It's Shopify Rebellion. It's Southeast Asia. We've got Davao Llama with the Filipino voice. I'm dubbing him now Davao Llama.
Make the joke.
He is now Davao Llama.
Oh, you made the joke. You made the
Yes.
joke. I only read it in lobby a second ago, and I'm like, that's genius. That's a genius joke. Go on, John. What were you saying?
But yeah,
We'll
it's
talk about
exciting.
the joke later.
It's the last leg of the EPTA, right? Like, we've got a few teams taking a break because they're already locked in the top 5, maybe. You can see our point distribution from the year. We started with lower points in DreamLeague 24, more points on the land, of course, with ESL 1 Bangkok, DreamLeague 25, and Rally. And the most points, or second most points here for DreamLeague 26, as we are at the cusp of the Esports World Cup. And again, all of these teams are fighting for that spot in the top 8. Not having to go through the regional qualifiers, not having to go through that bloodbath, having that guaranteed slot in the big one at the end of the year is going to matter a lot. And we do still have theoretically just 3 slots left for guarantees, considering the outcomes with points here. More than likely, in most cases, it's actually closer to 2 because Tundra is so far ahead with Pack that it would take an impossible run through getting the bonus points plus first place here for any of the teams to even eclipse Tundra. So likelihood is that it's probably 6. It's very interesting to see as well. Right, like right outside the top 8, you've got Enigma Galaxy and Shopify Rebellion, who are again the first years that we're going to be watching later, and it's going to be a lot on the line for these teams, right? Like that gap between 6 and 7 is massive, but everything else, it's still within the playing field here, Mikey.
It sure is, Jonathan. I mean, like you said, it seems like Tundra's already basically secured a spot, so it's more like 2 slots here as we are looking at the teams that are fighting currently for 2 slots, at least some of these teams. Of course, I'm not going to name all of them, Jonathan. A lot of great teams here for DreamLeague Season 26, as always. And basically, yes, there's theoretically 3 slots. It's really more like 2. 2 slots for the World Cup, Jonathan, available here for most of these teams if they do want it. I can't wait to get things underway because you're at that stage of things where things are so hot now. You know what I mean? The World Cup's in a little bit. You haven't got much time. And here's what I'm talking about, John. The schedule's coming up. NGX versus Shopify Rebellion. You saw them at the standings. What are they, 9th and 10th place or 8th and 9th? Yep. They're pretty close to that. They're pretty close to that top 8 position, John. This win and wins after this would mean a lot for these 2 teams. Of course, your Colt Brothers and Navi Jr. after that, and Boom Esports versus Aurora Gaming to depress us in our 3rd series, Jonathan. And of course, Navi Jr. and Abulus to finish things off. Hopefully, we can end on a good note with that last series. But going back to our first series, John, Enigma Galaxy and Shopify Rebellion. This is the best way you could start the Ember stream. If I thought this was going to be a mainstream series.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to have this for us here, Mike. You and I. Yeah, they did. And this is exciting because, again, we've seen NGX throughout the past year. We're seeing the roster right now, Omar, Noob, Smail Ghost, and GH. It's been a bit of a rock and tumble, still a tumbly year. They've been going through qualifiers more consistently, but their placement in tournaments hasn't been that high. The one thing that NGX has done in the past year, though, in trying to improve themselves is they've kept their same roster intact, right? Ever since Miracle decided to take a break, they've gotten Ghost in. They've played with Ghost before. Snow Review is the one that stands out to me. Third-party tournament in China. And they did relatively well. I don't think expectations for NGX were that high at that time. But Ghost has been in, and they've kept a stable roster. So they've been working together as a team, trying to figure things out. And it's going to be interesting to see if they've managed to cook something up with the same roster in short form here.
And I kind of appreciate the point you just made as well, John. Like, this is a team where they really just don't change rosters very often. Like, nobody's getting switched around. You can feel very safe and Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the fact that Enigma Galaxy just doesn't really budge when it comes to their players very often. I do appreciate that. Of course, I do believe as well we have a video about Enigma Galaxy as well, so we could probably head over to that and have a look to see what they had to say.
Enigma Galaxy, as a collection of some of the biggest fan favourites and greatest players of all time, this team garners a lot of attention. And how could they not, with names like Sumail, GH, Coach Kuroki, and Not Miracle. The current iteration of GH, Omar, Noob, Sumail, and Ghost have struggled to firmly establish themselves at the top with low placements and group stage struggles, but sometimes they show up big time. During Blast Slam 2, Enigma Galaxy beat Falcons, Paravision, and XG in the group stage, and went on to eliminate Paravision in the quarterfinals. Losing to Tundra for third, they outplaced Team Liquid and Bet Boom, two of the top teams in the world. Sure, you can point at their low placements at PGL Wallachia or ESL One Raleigh, but we're not going to do that. Like, why would we mention that they didn't qualify for the last DreamLeague? That's not very nice, is it? What's important is that Enigma Galaxy are back for DreamLeague Season 26. And real Dota fans want to see them do well. So let's see if Enigma can show up big time again and silence all the haters.
I keep saying as well, and people keep saying I'm kind of coping and hoping and whatever the hell else, Jonathan. I think this is a pretty good team. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I know that people always get upset. They think I'm blowing smoke. You know, John, they are a good team. This is a good team. I feel like they're on the premise of getting to that upper echelon. John, they're currently, what, 9th place on the EPT rankings. You know, that's not an easy position to get to. I think people are underestimating them a little bit too much, if you ask me, John.
That they are, and again, like in their moments of brilliance, they do reach really high highs. That's
They do.
It's a team that you cannot underestimate at any point. And again, they've kept the same roster. So they've again, looking back at what they've done to try to build this roster up, they've only really done one thing.
People.
They let Miracle take a break. They get Ghost in, and you know, Ghost has played with the team before. They haven't done any roster changes since. That stability is something that Kuroki can build up on as a coach, can work on the individual player strengths, can work on their full team cohesion. And that's it's an interesting strategy to take because, you know, in comparison to other teams, it's not as straightforward. You know, a lot of teams, when they're having a rough time, they swap a player, they swap 2 players, they swap 3 players or more. And it can be very frequent swaps. NGX, they've got that core belief that this team is strong and this team can shine.
It's a lovely painting, by the way, as well. The frame's probably worth more than everything in my house right now. Jonathan looks fantastic. A lovely face of GH as well. And then, of course, their opponents are going to be Shopify Rebellion. All jokes aside, Jonathan, Shopify Rebellion. Another team that I think you really shouldn't underestimate. Of course, they did have the recent change with Devi Lama coming in as well and being a permanent kind of addition to the side. You like to call him Devour Lama now because Yopaj is from a place called Devour. I appreciate that joke, Jonathan. That's a very daddish joke of you. But yeah, Shopify Rebellion, John. You know, you and I, we love these boys. We love this organization. You know, we always want to see them do well. I think they're going to put up a great fight here in this first series.
That they will.
There you
again,
go, John.
Looking, yeah, and this is the solution Shopify's been trying to look for. They're relatively fresh as a team, right? Like ever since losing Artur, getting Yopaj Skimming, they've kind of played with the roster, and the biggest changes has been that offlane. Mangekyo was in Bangkok, I believe. He got dropped relatively shortly afterwards. They had Pakaz stand in, get dropped right afterwards as well, and now Devow Lama's in, and this. On paper, this is probably their strongest offlaner yet. No issue with Mangekyo, didn't have much experience. Bakaz getting used to the offlane. Davai, he's already used to it, and he has a lot of experience. So this is theoretically the strongest offlane Shopify has found. Whether or not it will pay out, whether or not they've had enough time to try to integrate them into how they want to play is the different question here. And I think that's going to be what's going to be put on show up against that solid foundation of NGX, right? This is where we're going to have to see if they can play as a team on Shopify, because you and I, we've been casting, again, the EPT for some time now. We've seen some good moments from Shopify. We've seen them outright win laning phases. We've seen them really crush and then suddenly get lost in like a mid-game, late-game scenario, stall out too much. Yeah. And that lack of voice can also be down to just not being able to play as a team. With all these roster swaps, sure, you have a foundation of 4, but the offlane is such an important part in the meta now that Devi's going to have to step up to the plate and really kind of try to control, kick off the game. And again, we'll have to see if that kind of aligns with the rest of the players here on Shopify.
My big question about this addition to Shopify is how the players are going to gel, especially with their differing ideas as well. Because you and I know the SEA boys quite well, Yopaj and Skem in Shopify Rebellion, and there can be some strong opinions, John. I kind of wonder if we ever see someone like Skem and Devi clashing, because they have those personalities. I do wonder that.
Yeah, it would be really interesting. Especially, maybe draft-wise as well. It's
Exactly.
Bulba. You get the classic meme of him falling back to like the same old picks. I don't think it's been as bad in like the past few tournaments,
Right.
but it's certainly a possibility. You never know. We could pull a classic out. We'll see.
And the draft is ready, Jonathan, speaking of, so we can head over to the draft and see exactly what the Mastermind Bulba is going to get up to here in this draft one. And while we're on the topic, John, I've been saying it for years, ever since the EG days, but they're a bit harsh on Bulba. He's just doing his job, John. It's not that easy being the coach. You're sitting there watching, 5 pieces move and you can't control them. That's the way I see it. You just got to, give him the heroes and let them be.
Yeah, pretty much. At the very least, coming into this tournament, the meta hasn't changed too much, and we're focused on a lot on like EPT results. You have to give some props to Shopify. They did play qualifier play-ins for Universe Episode 5, and they did win that in pretty dominant fashion. Mind you, most of the teams they were playing up against were arguably Tier 2 European teams. Still a step up. People love to meme that NA can't match up to Tier 2 Europe. Well, Shopify just won that straight up. So they've got some of that experience. They did have one moment to kind of try to meld together, and the meta hasn't really shifted. You look at these bands, Mikey, NGX, TA, Kotl, Beastmaster, Bristleback, Shopify with the IO specifically because it's NGX, along with this Monkey King ban. Maybe they target ban Ghost again. Although with the IO ban, your chances are you're not thinking about Morsi, that we know Ghost loves to run. But nothing's changed. So, at the very least, you have a horde of a huge amount of data to fall back on, and you can just kind of figure out what you can try to get away with here.
I mean, absolutely. The panel on the mainstream were talking about change. Oh, hold on a minute. Shopify Rebellion straight into the Sand King. Fair enough. Just prioritizing the offlane already here for Shopify, or maybe even the mid. The panel on the mainstream was just saying with us earlier, John, that they're talking about the changes that could arrive during DreamLeague Season 26 because Valve has a tendency of dropping big patches during DreamLeagues for whatever reason. God, I can't wait if there is a new patch coming. I'll tell you what, because nothing's changed. It feels like nothing's changed.
Yeah, look, if you're gonna get me into a patch rant, Mikey, this is something I complained about to my friends. Like I was so happy when Wandering Waters came out. I was like, holy crap, this is cool. I made a great meme. It's like, hey, this is kind of interesting. And then it stopped being interesting after like a week. If I'm being perfectly honest, I expected more, and I think that fatigue has set in, obviously. So I want to see something new. I don't know what exactly I'd want to see at this point. Just literally anything. I would take anything at this point, Mike. I'm starving. Just give me something to eat. Maybe give Lion back his HP talent. That's a start. That could be one way. He didn't need that. He didn't need that taken away. Why? And give it back.
Don't get ahead of ourselves, John. Right? Let's not do the Lion. You know how broken Lion is, John. It feels like we watch Lion every pro game. Don't say that. We'd never see the end of it.
I want to point out as well, it feels like when you are freshly supplanted in Shopify Rebellion, outside of
freshly
support,
what? Sorry?
Freshly supplanted. Okay, supplanted is not the right word. Okay, but when you're freshly put in, that means taken away. So that's wrong.
Oh, thank you, John.
When you're freshly placed into Shopify Rebellion, it feels like you're kind of thrown instantly into the wolves, aren't you? Like Devi Lama comes in instantly offlane first pick, some flex to mid, but Yopaj mid Sand King could work. Chances are this is just a offlane winning hero right now. It's been one of the newer high contest heroes in the past few tournaments. So Devi Lama is already just thrown into the wolves. Again, they've got room to kind of shift into more of a Yopaj mid Sand King, as they have banned out the Ember, which is a classic Yopaj hero, so it doesn't look like they're kind of prioritizing these tempo mids, which the Sand King maybe doesn't deal the best with in terms of laning. So Ember out, Tiny out could still be that Sand King mid because of that. And NGX doubling down on the support opening straight into the AA plus the Shadow Shaman, which we have seen a little bit more. God, I hate this hero still, Mike. Why does it still... It's like Dude, it's like we have it's like we have the Chicken Master in game. It's like we have a fried food franchise right here with Shadow Shaman. He's got Cluster Cluck, he's got chicken fingers, he's got his Hex. How much fried chicken do we need in the game? Why? Might as well call him
Everyone loves fried
KFC
chicken.
Shadow Shaman. We've got Clips for Town, KFC Shadow Shaman. No, bring it into F1 levels of advertising. Let's do that.
Are we sponsored by KFC? I don't think so.
No, but I could just make fun of this concept, right? It doesn't mean we're getting like money from it. I can make fun of it. Like again, I want the game to reach the point. Although TI kind of made it that you can't do it as much, but it would be fun to have a team called like Steak F1 Team Kick Sauber. That rolls right off your tongue. We need a team with just like several sponsors before the team name. I think that's what we have to achieve in this game.
Shopify Rebellion into the Jakiro and the Ricky pickup has made its appearance here for Shopify. That Ricky probably going to have a pretty good time here against these two supports, Jonathan. I dare say. I don't think NGX support duo is going to have the most fun against this Ricky pickup, but Shopify, I do like it.
Yeah, it fits in pretty nicely. I'm curious to see where Shopify decides to run it. Again, there's room to run it mid, there's room to run it support. You can certainly just try like a Hellscream Ricky offlane support, but roaming Ricky maybe hasn't been as popular in comparison to mid. So I'm curious to see which way they'll go about that. But this hero does scale up quite fast. It can get some good damage. Its shard is really the big killer, because once you get the shard, you can't save any of your teammates. You can't force staff them out, you can't glimmer, you can't do anything. So they are going to be stuck there. The Ricky's going to be able to try to pick off these two supports no problem, or even just isolate a core with no mobility, pre-BKB. And that's going to be a little bit of concern out for NGX. They will go straight into the Doom. So a nice stable off lane to just kick things off. Not seeing the matchup just yet on Shopify safe lane for Tomato, but Doom is just very stable. Running a Doom plus Shaman or Doom plus AA is pretty good lane as well, especially as you approach level 3. There's a lot of pressure that can come out, and now you get the Punka on top, so you've got a lot of durability to throw in. Even if you can't catch your teammate in the smoke screen, at the least you can try to get the boat out. You can try to toss out the Torrent as well to break up the Ricky if he's already used his tricks of the trade. So there is some counterplay coming in for NGX with this Kunka pick.
Okay. Shopify Rebellion looking for that fourth pickup. Gonna go down the TB route. I don't mind the TB here. Not too many counters towards it thus far. It does feel like a pretty nice game for it. Obviously, just very stock standard as well. You have carry players that just love this hero so much.
Yeah,
it feels nice.
Tomato is one of those big, terrible players as well. Also, you're just picking it into AA. So you've always got the Sunder save. It doesn't care about the Ice Blast. You're going to be able to just stand up front, do some damage still, and kind of try to find an angle back in. It's pretty strong in lane as well. With just the Jakiro on hand, I'd say that's a pretty devastating lane for the Doom to play into. Again, Doom is a hero that really wants to try to pressure lane, if not just sit back and farm. Jakiro kind of pressures you no matter what. Like if you're trying to sit back, eat creeps, every single time you step forward, you get Dual Breath, you get Liquid Frost, so much damage that can come in. Not too much either that the Shaman or the AA can really do on either position. Not much they can really do to relieve that. So you're going to have to maybe play for pulls here on the side of NGX. We'll see what else is on their mind here. As Shopify are still banning out mids. They take care of the puck just in case. And they don't have the best lockdown for something slippery. And it does look like NGX is starting to consider this as a mid Sand King with a Ricky support, banning out some more off lanes and a mid. So they're kind of covering both bases, I suppose, for that flex. But we'll have to see. I will say if it is a Ricky support, again, it's not something you and I have seen too often. I feel like it can work, but the roaming for Ricky in particular, I don't know how strong it would be. Considering, again, you want like a fast shard, you kind of still want Diffusal to hold heroes down. As a pause 4, you don't really find those timings too quick.
No, I mean, generally with the support Rickies, usually you're just stuck to pulling lanes, unless you have the opportunity to roam, but even, usually you just don't have it, so chances are if it is going to be a support Ricky, it's just going to be about pulling creep waves over and over again to try and win out the lane. I imagine that's where they'll go. We'll see those Shopify Rebellion final ban to come before we can see these closing picks for game number 1 of this best of 2 series. Again, a lot on the line for either side. I mean, I know it's only day 1. These two teams really fighting for that top 8 position for EWC. They want those EPT points very badly here at Dream League Season 26. There's your Queen of Pain ban coming out from Shopify. And they'll go into the Storm Spirit. Well, look at that shot. Nigma ban Pango, they said no worries. I've got another one.
Yeah. I mean, this is a Yopaj classic, of course, and this is also
I was defending
a Bulba
Mom.
classic.
I was
Look.
defending him to this game, John.
Yeah, but yeah, can you blame the guy when it's a pretty decent Storm game, right? Like being
It's a
caught
good
out by Doom, probably not going to happen. Blink Dagger for Shamans, big thing that will probably catch you off guard. The Morphling was left in the pool though, and I was wondering about with all these mid bans from Shopify, leaving the Morphling into a Terrorblade when they have the AA on NGX side. This is an awesome last pick for NGX. We've seen the power of that Morphling. Him keeping his stats when he does shift into the enemy hero, he does so much damage. It's really, really dumb. It's one of the dumbest things in the game. We've seen like Slardars melt from a crush and a couple of right clicks because he keeps all that agi or perma stunned. The right click damage now if Ghost turns into Yamato is going to be ridiculous. Overall, I would actually say I like NGX's draft. The big thing for Shopify is this early tempo that the Riki can provide you in terms of looking for the backline. Right, like the smoke screen has to be in play. You have to have a good lane here for Health Scream. Because if this Riki becomes a burden in lane, it doesn't really have a path to recovery, does it, Mike? It doesn't flash farm.
No.
You don't really set up kills too well. You need to be able to set up with your team. So you're really looking at connecting with Yopaj as much as possible. And you're not going to be able to really lock in the cores because Storm Riki, probably not enough to kill off a Doomkunk or even a Morphling unless you manage to catch that Morpher right on time. Your chances are you're just looking for GH, you're looking for Omar, and you have to be on point with that. So really interested in seeing this. It's much easier to play NGX's draft, and I feel like I would lean towards NGX if I had to choose either draft that's favorable here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like, I mean, you and I were talking about that last pick Storm as well, John. I mean, the more I look at NGX's draft, it's really not the freest Storm game. You know,
No.
Doom, Hex, Shackles, X-Torrent. It's actually kind of a scary game for Yopaj. He's really going to keep his eyes out, especially on this Shaman of Omar. See if they can get that quick blink up on him to ensure that they get these big initiations on this Storm. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, John. Game 1 between Shopify and Enigma Galaxy now underway. But I do agree with you, I might say. I do like the NGX draft substantially better, in fact, as we're going into this game.
Yeah, I think it scaled so nicely into the late game as well. And even the lanes are pretty stable, right? Like you've got a Morphling in lane that he's not really going to get bullied out too hard up against a Sand King. It's not the highest pressure, especially since you've got the Riki on hand as well for Health Scream. So if you are running like Sand King, Riki dual melee off lane, it's not doing much. You might be better off trying to run Skem down bot, but that will expose the Yamato's Terrorblade up top as well. So you just have to accept the Riki lane's not going to be strong. Like you mentioned, Mike, you're going to have to go for Pulse. And giving a Morphling free lane through Pulse like that is not a good sensation. We'll see if anything comes out spicy here, though, as a late smoke comes out here from NGX, looking for a long wraparound onto Shopify, but they're also hidden by their own smoke here as well.
I mean, Yopaj at least does get a nice ward down that was not spotted. Smoke's broken now between Samal and Yopaj, but not really going to mean too much. It seems like they're even considering popping another smoke here, but on NGX, they'll have a look around. We'll see if they can find somebody. Omar will get his own ward down now. SR are waiting. Shopify want to try for this top room bounty spot, and Omar is going to show himself. Smoke was broken onto Yamato. Samel's going to join in as well. Here comes Skem and Hellscream. They'll make the blink strike in onto Omar with a big reflection, but it's not going to be enough. They need to back off. In fact, Hellscream taking a bit too much damage. They will eventually leave the building, but it actually feels like NGX came on top of that harassment trade. And well, with that, Jonathan, a pretty even start, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I like this aggression coming out from Divide down bot. Did manage to snag themselves the extra rune here on Shopify's end. It's getting a decent amount of damage out at the release to make Ghost uncomfy at that level 1. Do have a quick pause. This is tradition for you and I, Mike. Always our Southeast Asian players as well. Good old Skem sorting out his microphone. Skem, you don't have Alphon, so he can't help you. You got to figure that one out yourself. I'm not there to help you either. So, Yopaj maybe could help. He's a confident young man. Could ask him.
He is.
Help you with your mic.
How are we in 2025 people still have microphone issues, John? It confuses me, you know? We'll have the go in ready. Thankfully, it's resolved. Do we start with the mid lane, Jonathan? Is that where we're going? Yopaj and Sunal, Storm vs. Kunkka. What do you think?
Pretty stable for Sumail. Also not too bad for Yopaj. He does have the static slide to kind of try to play further back, but you always have the Torrent or the Tidebringer here from Sumail, of course, to apply some pressure back in. Yopaj does have this really nice timing at level 2, level 3. Once you've got Overload up, maybe even a value point in early Vortex. If Sumail steps up, double Overload plus Static Remnant spam should be quite a fair bit of damage for Sumail to deal with. Rune Control is going to be a big part of that mid as well, especially for Yopaj. And again, he does have some decent supports he can rotate in once levels are up.
Hellscream's doing such a great job, John. He blocked off the small camp. He gets a D-ward from GH as well, and he gets the pull away. GH did try to go for the D-ward earlier with the sentry, but Hellscream, while pulling, was able to deny that ward before he actually finished his own sentry. Now GH going to get a bit of revenge onto Hellscream. And this is a question you had during the draft, like how much impact can you actually have with the support Riki? So far, Hellscream's doing a good job. In fact, they're going to try and jump GH now. They'll jump in with a Blood Grenade and the Blink strikes out, and GH is forced to TP, but he can't make it. Hellscream will secure first blood. Meanwhile, top lane, Yamato actually securing another onto Noob. But I'll tell you what, John, I mean, if you are having any doubts about this support Riki, that's the perfect start.
And it is. You do have to play quite cautiously there for GH. Like, obviously, Ghost is just going to be pulling back creeps as well, getting that farm for himself. They're trying to give solo EXP. Punishment onto Omar again.
Omar really getting demolished. Does get the Hex off at least on himself, and Yamato's still burning alive here to Noob. Can he finish the job? The Scorched Earth? Oof. It's barely enough. It was the last tick of Scorched Earth that killed him. That's really unfortunate for Yamato, but I think Noob will be pretty happy with that as he walk away with his own life intact.
You have to appreciate just how much damage Jakiro does. Liquid Frost out with Dual Breath, that bonus damage adds up so damn quick, especially the Twin Terror facet for Skem. It's such a devastating lane to play up against, even while Metamorphosis is down. Like, just Reflection plus a Dual Breath onto 2 heroes with the Liquid Frost on top, you are not going to last too long there. They're going to try for a flank around onto Yamato again, though.
It's a decent attempt. Problem is Skem's there, and I mean, these Jakiros, like this early on, they just deal too much damage. You can't jump into them. Even when Metamorphosis isn't available, it's just Skem can just do so much by himself. They will pick up the healing lotus. Nubia is going to intervene eventually and trade some harassment. But as I said, I don't think there's really any jumping Yamato unless they're the ones to make the mistake first.
Yeah, it's been nice and stable for Yamato outside of that one death, having himself a decent time in CS. Not as good as Ghost to lane, but Ghost to lane is, again, pretty much a full pull lane anyhow. So you do expect Morphling to come out on top. I think the bigger issue right now for Shopify is going back to that mid lane. Yopaj and Sumail. And Sumail hits level 4. He's got the level 2 Tidebringer up. He's managed to twack Yopaj down. Yopaj can't go for the Vortex, so just has to go for the usual stat rim overload to try to farm up. He can't really try to poke back as effectively on that Kunkka. The key thing for him to recover in this lane has to be those runes. If they can get maybe a Water Rune denial or just double secure here for Yopaj down the line.
Top lane. Skem's in trouble now. They want to try for the Jakiro. He'll eat a Healing Lotus, and he's actually getting blocked here by Yamato as well, so Noob can't finish off the job. Skem does barely survive, but that's the way to play it. If you're going to jump anyone at this top lane, it's got to be the Jakiro first. And NGX certainly figuring that out very, very quickly. They miss out this time, but I'm sure they'll try again very soon. Speaking of missing out, it seems like Hellscream got very low on HP, but he's also just fine.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of just soaking off that intention, giving a lot of solo EXP out to Devi as much as possible, while still getting these pulls off every single time. Mind you, outside of that kill onto GH, Ghost has not been under pressure. I think that's really a cause of concern. We've seen, again, what happens when you give a Morphling a free game. We're seeing the standard build up from Ghost, power treads into full Vlads just to sustain in the jungle. And there's not much stopping him. You're going to have activation out from Sumail relatively soon as well. Ghost ship almost up here for the Kunkka. there's going to be a moment where you can't just lock in Yopaj. He's about at the same point of EXP, but just X-Mark Torrent can kind of ruin his day if he's not too careful.
They're chasing right now. Yopaj, not safe. X will land. Yopaj still level 5. Doesn't really have a great way out of this. We'll just have to run the old-fashioned way, but Omar is trying to cut him off. Omar very slowly, with no brown boots, is trying to cut him off. But it's like watching a Crystal Maiden try to move around the map. John, just he's going nowhere. His top lane noob, he'll at least get back to his fount.
Just a little bit hasty there from Sumail. He makes that walk as he sees the TP coming in from Omar. Maybe doesn't expect Omar to not have the move speed, and took him a long chase as well to try to catch out Yopaj. Good read though, right? He wants to make these moves before level 6 is up in Yopaj, but now he's going to have the room to try to soak that up, and they're in position to try to contest this power rune coming out at 6 minutes now as well. Very important for Shopify to try to give Yopaj a big game, give him a little bit more to play with as that level 6 starts to approach in.
Oh, he's like 2 XP off. He's 2 experience off level 6, Yopaj. So he can't really fight over the power runes, and of course haste rune will be given the way of Sumail, as now they've found Hellscream. Hellscream going to get hit by a torrent and the X-Pack. The Skem is going to try and intervene. Hellscream still dropping, trying for a blink strike, can't find it. They'll try to trade with Omar. Omar's still not dead yet, does finally go down to Skem, but Skem also going to trade his own life away. So very nice kills happening here for NGX. And sadly for Yopaj, he really couldn't get there quick enough to help out.
Not quite quick enough. Again, missing out as well on the luck of the draw. Trying to pick it up bot, spawns top. And without that 6, like you mentioned, 2 EXP points away. Couldn't just zip across and try to instantly contest either. Big opening coming out for NGX. They're going to be nice and happy about that one, at the least for Shopify. Yopaj, again, hasn't taken the death yet. There is some forward vision to watch him farming up. They are setting their sights just a little bit up top. They do have that level 6 ready on Noob. They want to try to get the Doom off. And they do have enough output here, but they're stacking up top in Shopify here as well. Getting Hellscream in on the action. Level 3 on the Ricky at least has the tricks plus the smoke screen up now.
It's bait here, John. Look at Yamato just moving forward, baiting them into trying to shackle. He will eventually move back. It's a good read here from Hellscream, knowing where the action is about to pop off. But it seems like NGX, they may have also read the map movement of this Ricky and realized that there is more than meets the eye here up this top lane. So NGX not going for that Doom we wanted earlier. Maybe now they can though. They've got GH here to help out. It's a 3v2 scenario in favor of NGX. They'll jump in. Yamato already being targeted and no Doom even necessary. He's just been caught with his pants down. They'll try to move in and take down GH at the very least, but Sumail is there with a big boat out. Hellscream gonna try and secure the kill. He gets it, but it's certainly not worthwhile for Shopify. NGX once again coming out on top.
Man, they're going to feel good about that one. Getting a good rotation out with Sumail, back up that movement, slow down the Terrorblade, who has not had the best of times here, Yamato. Still a little bit behind in terms of CS, very far behind in terms of net worth. You're reaching that point now where, in comparison, Ghost can just safely jungle. He's got the Morbid Mask, not quite the full Vlad's yet, but certainly enough to just sustain him in the lane when it's close by and into these camps. No pressure coming out just yet from the Llama, as he is also just focusing on the farm game. This investment onto the offlane has to pay off for Shopify. They've given a lot of room out to Devi, giving a little bit of room out as well to Yopaj to try to build up on this Storm. But it's giving a lot of space out for NGX to just keep running and gunning. Again, they still have that Doom ready.
Certainly do. They committed it as well. Yamato, he's going to get away though. Skim was there to ensure that Yamato does remain safe. So no kills to come out of that first Doom committal here from Noob. Doesn't really seem like he minds too much though. He's playing plenty of farm in this off lane. He'll wait another day for that Doom to be committed again. Sumail, meanwhile, looking to move into that dire triangle and scout out if there's any stacks being made, but does decide better of it. Runs back towards his own lane, but Yopaj is going to jump in. Hellscream is there, but Sumail's just so tanky. I don't think they can actually kill him. Maybe now with Skem moving in, they could. Sumail's actually going to try and fight back, and the boat will fly in, and Yopaj, he's out of mana. Oh no, they do at least kill Sumail before Yopaj goes down. But what's it going to cost? It'll be another kill coming out here as Hellscream does die. I mean, maybe Yopaj calls that worth because he does at least get the experience before he dies himself. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, look, he also loses out in Galvanized, trading away his life like that, so a little bit less mana to play with. Maybe not the most impactful at this point in the game, for sure, because you don't have that many stacks to lose anyhow. It's still not the best case scenario. Really smooth from NGX. Omar having that angle in to the rear from the bottom side of the river, coming in from their own jungle. Timing lines up perfectly, and NGX could look to go again if they wanted to.
They go top lane. Yopaj finding a nice easy one up at top. Noob was just there by himself. Meanwhile, mid, NGX have smoked up with both his supports, looking to see if they can maybe catch Yopaj. And they are going to run into him. Omar gets some vision down. GH hasn't hit level 6 yet, so you don't have the Ice Blast, but you do have the wards here from Omar. And that could possibly just be enough. Yopaj does not have the time to get away. They just perma-lock him down. And a beautiful rotation, really, from NGX, knowing that Yopaj was going to come back into the mid lane through the jungle. They do find a very nice kill.
That's definitely worthwhile, again, for NGX. Your Doom is going to be catching up in farm anyway. He's got Devour, he can sit in the jungle, he can sell off his items. You do have Devil's Bargain up here for Noob. Whereas for Yopaj, I mean, he's already on 2 deaths here on our Storm, 11 minutes in. Not the best of starts. Again, they're giving most of the free, safe space out to Divine Llama. And even Yopaj is being put in the firing line to enable that off lane, and to an extent their safe lane as well. Yamato getting some breathing room up top. Whether or not this is enough still remains to be seen, because again, Ghost is getting equally as free of a game. He's got that value point in Morph up. He can Sandstorm into the jungle as well. And feel perfectly fine about this farm. Vlad's offering fully up. 2k advantage for NGX early on. And for Shopify, it's not doom and gloom just yet. You know, you've got level 6 up on Hellscream. Now the economy game just starts to kick in for the supports. You're going to need to keep that sentry usage up. We'll have to see how much value they can extract here, especially again. They've given this room out to Devi. When he's ready to come in with that blink, it has to pay off, because this draft from Shopify relies on that tempo. They need to be able to just look for these fights, look for these pickoffs or the connection with the Riki, with their high mobility heroes, and kind of shut down NGX before they start to run away with his farm game.
NGX certainly doing a brilliant job thus far. Like the one guy that we really just haven't spoke on at all is just Ghost, who's been complete free farm on this map, literally like a ghost on this Morphling. And we've seen this man perform very, very well when it comes to this hero. He's playing against the Terrorblade this game as well, so he's got that easy metamorphosis for himself the whole time. As we're now NGX trying to move up top. They do get scouted by Hellscream. So Riki does get this information for Yamato. It'll allow Yamato to just run directly north and just try to farm that northern jungle. But Omar's having a look. Seems like the creep wave will cut him off though, so they're not going to bother trying to go all the way north. Instead now, Shopify Rebellion starting to group up mid lane, trying to apply maybe a bit of pressure onto this tier 1 tower. Just with Schem, slowly forcing them back here from NGX. Hellscream, maybe to get caught. Sumel's going to know he's there because he's being blocked, and the dust will come out, of course. And Hellscream, see how much time he can buy here on the Riki. Probably not too much, as they do catch him out with their Hex. That'll be a bit of a freebie here for Sumel.
Yeah, but it's the kind of hero that you want to kind of throw away at this point, right? Like, you're buying space for your bigger cores. Yopaj isn't under pressure. He's allowed to farm up into the Kai because of that breeding room that he gets out. And they can just kind of bank on these timings. They've got that blink up on the Vi Llama now. They can try to get that connection going. Already a bit of smoke up here from Shopify. If they can catch Sumail mid, if they've got enough damage, this could be a nice clean kill, but Sumail does have the boat ready along with a blade mill on top.
He's tanky. He's got almost 2k HP on this Kunkka right now, but they're going to jump in with the epicenter, macro, everything but the kitchen sink, and Sumail will finally go down. Oh my god, there's just 5 heroes on this guy, and he's just not dying. Meanwhile, Noob, he'll still get the arcane rune anyway. No power rune for Yopaj.
Not having access to that. Again, they get their big kill. It does cost them quite a fair bit in terms of committal here from the side of Shopify. But this is what they need to get done every single time that epicenter is ready on Divine Llama. They've got to look for these other pressure points on NGX.
Big one.
Ideally, you try to hunt down Ghost here.
I mean, you say it, John. They will answer Hellscream. He's chasing. But can they kill him? Like, you have Smokescreen up. Is it going to be enough with the drag back from Yopaj? Maybe, but they don't have the damage. I thought maybe this really does feel like wishful thinking, though. Here comes Divine Llama to try and help out. He'll buy a bit of time for the Ricky, but not enough time as Hellscream does die. And NGX, they will once again respond. And I mean, let's be frank, John, Ghost, he was really nowhere near dying. I'm pretty sure he would have been just fine alone.
Yeah, you would have been. They mistimed that in Shopify. Smokescreen's just a little bit late from Hellscream. They didn't manage to get the silence off or the vortex off first to get that initial stun. And that's just enough. Ghost attribute shifts away, no damage, a little bit late in the rotation for Divine Llama as well. And they get their tier 1 taken away from them on the side of Shopify. 10-8, 3k lead coming out for NGX. Ghost has the Yasha, not too far off from the full Manta. And that's where things, again, start to get a little bit scary. Yamato is also kind of building into that same pace, prioritizing his Ag Shard first. But you do have the Tormentor axes for free now on the side of NGX. And they've got the firepower to just burst right through it. No contest.
Absolutely do. Omar almost dies for the cause, but it's okay. He'll get a shards for himself, and he'll be very, very happy with that, I'm sure. And NGX again, I mean, they're 5k ahead right now, John. They're playing a very clean game. There's really no pressure being applied to their end of things. I don't think they're too concerned about Yamato either. Like, Yamato is still free farming himself from the TB, but it's not keeping up with Ghost, who's going to have the inherent advantage anyway, as that Morphling. Sure, once the Skadi's up on the TB, things can turn, but that's probably still another 15-20 minutes away. We'll see what NGX can do in the meantime.
Yeah. At least for Shopify, they've got room to try to push in onto that top, just with the illusions coming out from Yamato. They did manage to deny off their mid-tier one as well with Yopaj, so taking some of that gold away. But again, the aggression's all in on NGX. Heck, look at Omar.
No, they found Skem first. They're going to find Skem first, but they did get the Doom off onto Yamato as well. Skem's in trouble. Meanwhile, Yamato actually okay as GH is getting chased down. Skem's still walking away. Meanwhile, Omar, he caught Yamato on his own. Omar's gone fishing in the river, John. Oh, man, like thunder. Yamato, he's not done yet. But yes, he is, John. Omar's not going to die for this. Ghost does intervene. It's a 3-for-1 special here for the side of NGX. You love to see.
They're crushing it. They're starting to get some of that early activity out from Ghost. He's feeling safe with that earlier Manta timing. Again, boiling down to just how Shopify decided to play this game. They opted to sack the bot lane, or not really sack, but just leave that as a free farming lane for both Ghost and Devi. They get that blink timing on Devi, they get that movement on Sumail, but they never find that solution onto Ghost while he's vulnerable. Now with a full Manta up, it's going to be a lot harder to try to pressure and catch out this Morphling already. Especially if he manages to work himself into a Hurricane Pike for this game, just for the Ricky. Could work wonders here for Ghost. You're also having enough room for Sumail to actually hit that Radiance, and that Radiance is going to ruin Yamato's game.
Oh, Regen picked up by Noob. Yopaj really wanted that, but he won't find it. They won't find a kill onto Noob either. I mean, he is a bit too tanky to boot on the Doom, Jonathan. He's got the drums, he's got the pipe, he's got a casual bracer, and it turns out he is more than tanky enough to just stand his ground and take the regen away. And Shopify, I mean, if it wasn't already obvious, John, they are having some, at the very least, damage issues. Like, you see them jump over and over again, but the damage is just not there. As now Roshan is being taken by Enigma Galaxy. And as for Shopify, I don't even know if they know what's happening.
No, I mean, they don't have an inkling. Even if they did have an inkling, I don't know if you can really fight in that area. It just goes too quick. You did commit Macro Pyre earlier on. You don't have that AoE damage to really try to tie it in with the Epicenter Burrow Strike. Speaking of, Devi.
Llama caught out as well. Not good news for Shopify Rebellion as Sumail and Omar just tag teaming on him, and it's really tough here for this game one for Shopify Rebellion. It just seems like NGX finding all the answers here during this game one, at least for now. Is now moving up north. Shopify, they'll move down south. So both sides is trying to secure tier 2 towers, but NGX can do it confidently. Where Shopify, they've got to just let Skem do it from a mile away. And it's going to be much slower that way, sadly, for Shopify Rebellion. And there you go. Tier 2 tower gone. Plenty of time if NGX want to move back down bottom and defend that. And of course, Ghost will indeed do exactly that. Like, he's moving in. He doesn't care. He moves right into Skem by himself, regardless of whether there's heroes or not. knowing they can't actually
look this
kill
dead.
him right now, and I think Skem's just dead. He John. Run, sir, run. It doesn't matter. He's dead.
Yeah, I would actually have preferred if Ghost used the hero form to kill him off, because
Oh.
you're still trying to catch.
I mean, he's got a Yules at least here, John. Hellscream got a Yules up. Doesn't really
Yeah.
make a difference in this scenario, but he's got it.
Yeah, and this goes back to our points in draft about Ricky's support, right? Like, you have to get these early rotations out. Your lane has to go pretty all right. You did end up with a free farm lane for your off lane, but doesn't feel like the connections have been that smooth here. Don't manage to clip Yopaj, but they have a good idea as to where he's at.
Oh, Yopaj still trying, and they won't be able to get him. Noob unable to break the range to get the stun off. Still, I mean, you can just feel how afraid Shopify Rebellion are in this game one. NGX, absolutely zero to be worried about here in this game. All they've got to do is not throw. That's where they're at the moment. Shopify, I mean, where do you go with this? Like, are we already on the Yamato train? Like, does it just have to be Yamato that carries the game now on the TV?
It kind of has to be. To a certain extent, Yopaj can also try to leverage that. Yopaj and Devi can try to playmake here. Their biggest weak point really is just that their two supports can't really connect together. Right? Like the Ricky and Jakiro can't just play as a unit, whereas we've seen NGX just walk with Shadow Shaman AA, with Omar and GH, catch a hero out, and then you get your core in if you find the opportunity. For the side of Shopify, you don't really have that grace period. You do have to fully commit with a 3-man rotation out. Much harder to find the squishy backlines of NGX, and really hard to find an opening onto Ghost. He still has 2 minutes on the Aegis, Butterfly slowly being built up, Eagle Song already up, so much damage on this Morphling, and with just that, with the time left in the Aegis, they're looking to hunt again.
They want Yopaj by the looks of it. The Yopaj farming that dire triangle, but is slowly trying to move away, knowing that they could be coming. Do not get rooted, sir. It'll be okay. Sumail looking to move in. There's Omar. He's got the Hex off with the Blink setup. And sadly for our Storm Spirit, I do not believe he can survive, and he cannot. Another great kill for NGX. And Ghost, I mean, he's looking at tier 3 towers here, John. Ghost has had the most boring game ever. Nothing's happened for him.
Yeah. 3 kills, 1 assist, feeling good. I mean, as a carry player, this is the kind of game you want, isn't it? Your team wins,
Best.
you get all the space, you get some kills, you get, hey guys, I killed the big hero, I'm pushing towers, I'm so good, we're winning the game, guys. All me.
I mean, Ghost is literally, if this was an SEA pub, he's literally just 1v5ing right now, John. This is the guy that starts question marking the whole the opposing team, even though they did nothing the whole time. This is the guy. Look at him go.
Yeah. You know what it's reminiscent of? I don't know, again, like I love my F1 memes. This is there's a good meme going about a certain driver called George Russell. And the meme is, does nothing, gets P3. This is Ghost right now. 3 kills, he's been doing nothing but just farming, joining in every now and again, 3 kills into just, yeah, does nothing, just takes racks, that's it. Easy. Another day in the office for Ghost.
It's easy, all right, John. I mean, there's no two ways about that. He's got a full butterfly up now on the Morphling to make matters worse, so... suddenly you're really not killing him. Not at the moment anyway, not with the items you've got on Shopify Rebellion. And Shopify... I'm sure the Aegis will expire here on Ghost, but he wasn't going to die anyway, I don't think, because they're going to jump again. Yamato being caught straight off the bat, and now the Ice wants to fly through. Yamato, he's alive, but the chase is on. They want the kill. He'll turn back around for a quick thunder onto Noob, but Hellscream is going to be the one to die as first. They do also find Devi Lama. So 2 for nothing is the trade for NGX. Devi even having the misfortune of having to lose his courier. And Shopify, John, they really just didn't have any answers.
No. I mean, they did manage to dodge out that teamfight combination for Shopify from the side of NGX at the very least, not getting the full complement of that combination. The Ice Blast does save their hides, but you lose everything else. Like you're not finding your openings, and the way you have to play this game on Shopify is very, very specific. Either you open up with Devi, or you get a pick off with your Ricky and Storm. No other teamfight can really go your way. Counterfight doesn't feel great. They call it. Shopify calls it. 24 minutes in, it's done.
Oh, it's not surprising. I think you just saw you saw Hellscream walk up to our Morphling, Ghost, and just use him, and that's all he can do. Like they can't do anything. Nobody can die on NGX because there's no damage. There's not enough control. I don't know what to say about this kind of game. I mean, obviously props to NGX, John, because they played a very clean, smooth kind of game, number one here against Shopify Rebellion, but what happened? Is this purely a draft issue, John? Like, well, what do you think went wrong here for Shopify?
I feel like some of it comes down to draft, some of the other parts maybe just comes down to their understanding of what they had to do, right? Like Hellscream, he did have a really good understanding of what the early activity had to be like for that Riki. He was making those rotations up top. They started to play around on mid, but the impact of Hellscream just wasn't really felt. Again, the Riki as a 4, it's very specific. It has very tight timing windows. And they also opted to just leave Ghost alone. I think that was the biggest part of the execution here from Shopify that really just handed the game over to NGX. That was the morphling and laning phases, one of the easier targets to try to pin down, right? Like especially let's say pre-5, pre-6. When attribute shift is a little bit lower level, when you don't have to worry about the morph, you can try to caption him out. There's no items to bail out this morphling. Instead, Ghost had the freest game of his life, doing nothing on the bot lane for literally like 7 to 10 minutes. Coming up top once he had like his Yasha into the Manta style, and just running all over the game afterwards. It's good to see that Shopify was vibing. Like Tomato is feeling that vibe, you know, good spirits coming out there. But it's just, it's not quite enough. And I think again, for Shopify, with how NGX plays, they've got to get some of that aggression out themselves, especially on, I wouldn't say Divide. Like in comparison, Noob was making rotations with Doom. He was looking to make things happen. Not the same thing happening from Divide until the Blink came.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to really pinpoint. Like, we've seen another game as well where Yopaz just hasn't had a good mid lane. And I feel like you need to give this guy a good mid lane if you want to really be able to play off the back of it. So you make the point that Divide wasn't trying to join into fights. I don't think he had any fights he could join into, John. Because I just think he knew that they weren't killing anyone. I'm not sure. I don't think I liked the last big storm here. I just feel like Yopaj was just laning wise was, you know, like against the Kunkka, against the Doom, against the Shaman. I don't know, John.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who am I to say it, I guess?
Yeah, well, I'm curious to see what they change up. Again, I think I want to see something a little bit more stable for Hellscream. I think Yopaj and the Storm, it's a fine gambit to make, but it feels like that connection was missing with a pause for it, right? By the time Hellscream was heading mid, Sumail was a bit too tanky. You want to get those earlier timings. Again, around second Water Rune, around first Power Rune, you want bigger rotation out from your support there. And at that point, Riki just didn't have the EXP, so maybe something else that has more contribution for the next game might be able to fix some of Shopify's woes here.
Well, let's hope so, John, because we will have Game 2 coming right up, and there you are. The game winners, of course, Enigma Galaxy here for this game number 1. I hope Shopify get it back together here for Game 2, Jonathan. Of course, we do want to see a bit more of a closer game between these two sides before we do get into Game 2, and we'll find out very soon, because we are going to head to a break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between NGX and Shopify Rebellion.
Radiant's top tower is under
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. Now I got worries pounding in my chest. So hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause maybe without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed here for game number 2 between Shopify Rebellion and Enigma Galaxy. And in case you weren't tuning in to game number 1, NGX made it look pretty damn easy. Don't know what else to call it, John. It was a pretty straightforward affair for NGX. Just, it felt like they were going grocery shopping for the week, John. That's what it felt like to me. Yeah, they got the trolley. They calmly walk through every aisle. There's, I'll take a bit of sugar, a bit of coffee, a bit of milk. It's just another day, Jonathan. They just want some shopping, some grocery shopping.
Yeah, we really didn't feel the challenge there from Shopify whatsoever. I mean, they let Ghost have a free lane. Their rotations were a little bit late. The top lane for Yamato was all right? Like they were getting some good very early aggression with Scam along that, and then the counter aggression came out from the side of NGX. They started to get the rotations up top. They got Hellscream trying to set up a 3-man gank, not really able to get in bait. Instead, they get baited out. I feel like the understanding of what they had to do with Ricky wasn't fully utilized in that last game, so I'd like to see maybe something different for Hellscream. Maybe something that can, again, connect with Yopaj's hero a little bit more straightforward. Maybe even just improve the laning of Divide Llama as well, instead of boiling it down to a 1v1 farm lane, which Morphling will just win. So I want to see something different here from Shopify. We were memeing a bit about that last pick Storm, and it didn't look great, but I don't think it was really down to Yopaj. Sure, the matchup was rougher than you'd want it to be into the Kunkka, but it feels like I could see the logic behind the Storm. If you had better rotations, better timings from your Ricky, it could have panned out a bit more. It's just a little bit too much of too little too late there.
That's my issue, and we can head into the draft. Of course, Game 2 draft is now officially underway. John, my issue isn't with the Storm. Every game I watch from Shopify, what I've noticed is it does feel like they tend to give unfavorable matchups for the mid lane, is what I've seen. It feels like the mid is still that sacrificial role for this team. Or, alternatively, Yopaj is not playing that well. I don't know. You choose, John. Which one is?
I mean, it could be either or. It's so hard to, call out Yo. He didn't look too hot there. Yeah, to be fair. It wasn't one of his finest moments.
He's against the king, Fairy. He's against Samela. It's not easy. I wouldn't do much better, John. I'll promise you that.
Yeah, but I do remember a time when
something I've noticed.
I do remember a time when Yopaj was bringing it to Sumail. Maybe this is a little bit older, even before Boom Days, right? Like I believe it was Neon Esports when they were in Singapore, all the way back. Right. I remember him having a good time there. So he can do it. It's a little bit up and down. I think for Yopaj, especially post Boom, it's just been rocky roads since then. I do like the shift for Shopify though. They do snag away that Shadow Shaman themselves. NGX still gets access to the Ancient Apparition. I'm wondering if Shopify will still leave the Morphling. Right? Maybe now you feel a little bit more confident catching the Morph out before he can shift, because you've got, say, at least this Fog, Hex, Shackle combination from your Shadow Shaman that can kind of try to isolate something like a Morphling pickup, or you could try to gun for it yourself here on the side of Shopify. Instead, so option wide open for NGX. I'm curious to see what NGX will want to combine now with their Ancient Apparition. That devastating combination isn't there. The Shadow Shaman, you would want something with Hard Hold just to play with those early ganks that we were seeing. Again, GH and Omar were doing such a fantastic job of just playing with even just the wards to kill off as 2 support rotation. Like just going in as a 2-piece unit without any core and finding that kill in Yopaj. You kind of want to try to get that same tempo out if at all possible here.
Let's find out what they're going to do here. Enigma Galaxy. We've got the AA back. They don't have the Shaman this time to go for. Don't think they'll be too concerned about that though. See if they want to open up with both their supports like they did in Game 1's draft. That certainly worked last time around. They'll still have a bit of a heavier think about it though. I don't know if do you think the Shaman's that high of a priority that Shopify take it, or do you feel like it's more of a let's just deny it away from Nigma?
I think it's a mix of both. Shadow Shaman has been one of the more annoying supports. I think it's been up there in the most recent tournaments for most contested hero. It's right there among them, so it makes a lot of sense to kind of see it being prioritized, and the combination with AA is just a little bit too straightforward. I do like that NGX is still keeping it all together in the team though. 2 Ice Heroes on top here for NGX, Ancient Apparition and the Tusk. Not as straightforward of a combination for the gank squad, but certainly still capable of getting like a 2-man kill off on a softer core, and definitely the supports here if they get their levels fast on NGX. You can still look forward to that connection for Omar and GH. For Shopify's side, I mean, it's still wide open, right? Like, they didn't open up with the Divine Llama hero first. They take away that Sand King. No Beastmaster, no Bristle. Offlane picks are maybe a little bit slimmer. You would want something that can kind of play. Okay, this is really early for the Ember, but seeing the supports from NGX, it is a little bit of a safe Ember game. You don't have hard lockdown from your supports to kind of pin down the Ember Spirit. Yopaj can try to get that redemption arc for himself here. So we'll see if he has a better time.
You never bet against Yopaj Ember, Jonathan. If there's one thing I'll stick to in my rule book, you never bet against this man's Ember. Nothing's changed. Shopify Rebellion. What's the follow-up here? Bulba's having a deep think about this third pickup for his side. Again, I mean, that game one, like, you would be thinking quite hard about this draft because that game one just, it was too smooth for NGX. And they are going to go for a Wind Ranger pickup, which we do see quite a bit of these days. So, not too surprising.
And not too shabby. Can kind of play off of the Shadow Shaman nicely anyhow. Using the Hex or the Shackle to get her own Shackle off. You can kind of just get some decent chain control going. You've got a good sniping tool to help clean up as well. With a kill shot facet, it can be really hard to poke out of lane. Like looking at the two supports on NGX. Yeah, no hard lockdown. So no matter which lane or which support you're walking into here as the Wind Ranger, chances are you are going to be able to get some good trades off with Wind Run. Shouldn't be too rough unless you get the early points out on the shards here in your Tusk. NGX though, seeing this support duo as well, do have room to get the puck for Sumail. And that Puck mid lane matchup is going to be a little bit rougher for Yopaj, right? Like Puck, I mean, it still has Puckish. It's still going to be able to dodge out some hits. It's still going to be able to hold the lane, farm up, at the very least draw a 50-50 lane, which is not the ideal for the Ember. You're not going to get a massive EXP advantage unless Yopaj plays out of his mind and just out mechanically plays Sumail by a huge degree. I can see this Puck kind of just having a stable time. At the very least for Shopify, again, this timing into 4 minutes and 6 minutes for second Water Rune and first Power Rune is looking a lot better with Shadow Shaman and Wind Ranger to kind of come in. Now, you do have some play that can help secure Yopaj these key resources to maintain that lane to get his snowball start, and that can kind of also slow down the Puck if you're not too careful. But NGX also has that same respectable rotation in. So it's just a matter of who gets into that position faster. And from what we've seen from NGX last game, they've been much more on point with these timings than Shopify have been for comparison.
It certainly feels a lot more disciplined the way that NGX are playing. Much better, well thought out, at least for game one. At the very least, this time in game two, Jonathan, I can confidently say so far that I like Shopify's draft a lot more. So far. Don't worry, John, there's still time. Enigma Galaxy. Fourth pickup, 2 more calls to go. Last game around, we did see Ghost being left for the last pick, which is fair enough because obviously it worked out very well. And they do go for the Doom once again, which I don't blame them for. Still seems like a very nice Doom game.
I mean, look, you don't have any quick ways of bursting down the Doom. He doesn't have anything to be worried about to stand up in front of. So he's going to be able to sustain through some good damage. And you've got the Doom to deal with the Ember now as your hard piece of control outside of Dream Coil here for NGX. Shopify, they did have the Medusa left in. You'll be able to pick that up themselves. And NGX did ban out the Darkseer. So you don't have to be worried about getting those Medusa illusions up against you. You're going to be relatively free here. There is some flex. The Vailama can run this off lane instead of the Tomato safe lane Medusa as well. And the interesting thing about just having Medusa into Doom is that Doom stops healing, but Medusa doesn't care for that. Not like the Medusa is going to be your primary target for the Doom anyhow, but you can kind of sustain a little bit better on Medusa up against that specific matchup. Even Infernal Blade doesn't really do much to you. Percent-based HP damage on such a low HP hero. It makes a lot of sense here for Shopify. A decent set of hold. If you can get the Gorgon's Grasp right as the Puck is just standing around, phase shifting away, you can get that follow-through control that you'd want if it's not dodged out properly. So there is some play potential for Shopify off the back of this, and just a great frontliner that doesn't care too much about what you have on NGX. The question is, where do you run this? It feels like for the team of Shopify, this is a much more natural fit for Timato, considering his playstyle, considering how he thinks about the game and how he farms. The Dusa fits him much better than with Devi Llama in the off lane. Devi is a much more of that playmaking offlaner that you and I have seen from his career, Mike. So I would actually expect a last pick offlane. Same thing for NGX. They did ban out the Enigma and the Centaur, so they are expecting just to be a pause one Dusa at this point.
I wonder what do they want for Devi Llama here in this game too. Maybe it's a bit, a bit how's it going, but I wouldn't mind seeing something like the Pos 3 Devi Llama Night Stalker popping out, against this puck. Feels kind of nice. I doubt we'll see it though. We'll see what Devi Llama's got cooking up here. Shopify is still looking to make their final banner. He's got a big hero pool, this bloke. It feels like this man can play anything.
And he can. They don't quite like Lado, so they're going to have to pick their offlane a little bit blind to want to pick up. They still have room to ban out something like the AM at this point if they want to, or even something like Terrorblade as well, as those are some two big options for NGX still open for Ghost. But again, they can respond nicely here on NGX, setting themselves up with a decent lane matchup for Ghost to play into if you're not too careful. So it has to be something pretty stable for Shopify. It plays into some early times that you can pick up. Yeah, they ban out the Morphling, and they will go with the Devi Llama, the Devi Llama Medusa. They'll go with the Terrorblade last pick for Timato. I mean, you could theoretically flex it, but chances are you just want that Medusa to soak up all the farm at this point. The Terrorblade to soak up all the farm, and you go for the utility Medusa with a Meteor Hammer build up. I'm wondering what you want now for NGX. You kind of want to try to ignore Netdusa as much as possible now. You just want to try to burst down this TB. You do still have some burst damage to kind of deal with the Terrorblade. Again, you've got Sunder for the Ice Blast, but Doom still kind of ruins you if you're not careful. You've got some solutions here and there, and it's just going to be the Gyrocopter pickup. This is here that we've seen go Diffusal before. Not very common, but it's done. It's been done before. It can kind of work. Devi Llama is taking the Terrorblade. All right. And you stick with the Yamato Dusa. Okay, offlane TB. Which is a little bit less, we've seen it much more less often nowadays, but it still works. You can go for the pipe buildup. You still have some damage with Metamorphosis. My concern for Shopify is the offlane Terrorblade doesn't actually provide you with too much teamfight. It does provide a lot of damage, but not control. If you're not expecting this Dusa to come in with, say, a Meteor Hammer or just the early Gorgon's Grasp levels to try to catch heroes out, then Terrorblade, he kind of just throws out what? His Reflection, pops Metamorphosis, and hopes you can get the Shackle combinations from Skem and Hellscream and Yopaj to kind of pin down and twack away in these early fights. I would say for NGX, their early game's looking a little bit smoother. There is a lot of durability down the line here for side of Shopify Rebellion, but we have to see those mistakes made in the first game, that weaker early state of the game, rectified here if they want to have that mid-game timing they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be frank with you, Jonathan. That last pick TB's put a bit of a spanner in the works for me, John. It's the same problem I was talking to you about just earlier, right? And you already said this, but your side lanes are too greedy now. Who's Yopaj playing with? Is my problem once again. This is why it feels like it's the mid-roll for Shopify can be a little bit sacrificial in my eyes, John, because I'm struggling to see who he's going to play with another time. He's going to support Duo to play with, but in terms of if you run into those damage issues again, it doesn't really feel like we're going to see Devi or Yamato joining in that early.
I would expect Devi to at least show up whenever Metamorphosis is up. Again, we've seen some Terrorblade players be willing to come in with Metamorphosis, joining in for an early mid push, or if not that, opposite side tier 1 for themselves, and just kind of having the team clump up around that level 5 timing, which we will want to see. I think, again, playstyle-wise, it does kind of make sense to give Yamato this hard carry Dusa. It does really hard carry game, but you lack that utility now for Devi. Because I think if you went for the Yamato TB, you went with the Dusa offlane, again, you still have this Meteor Hammer timing to play with. You've got pseudo teamfight control with Stone Gaze, with Gorgon's Grasp there for an offlane Dusa to play with. For a pause 1, you're not expecting any of that for the first 15 to 20 minutes. This is not going to be something you calculate in for NGX when you take these fights. And that's going to be a big thing. Shopify has to make that farm game work for Yamato, and Devi has to find presence out with this offlane TB. Be it a typical offlane sort of build up into the pipe or something else for him, like going for a pseudo core, just on full on semi carry in the off lane instead of utility. He's got to find a way to have some earlier presence in comparison to that blink time we saw from the Sand King last game.
Here we go. They're going to go for a bit of an engagement top side, but they are immediately going to leave as it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway on those bounties. I appreciate as well that the support duo of NG actually walked away and allowed Sumail to gain that XP from that Sentry Ward deny as well. So you're already going to have a bit of an advantage here for the puck going into this matchup against Yopaj. Basically a creep ahead right now in terms of XP. We'll see how this goes, because again, it's very important for Yopaj to be able to set a tempo in this game, because the lineup, it's going to feel rather greedy if Yopaj doesn't have a good laning stage. But does he have a good one against this puck, John?
He has a decent one. I do like that he goes for the early Flame Guard, so he's not going to get poked too hard by the orb. He's going to be able to just focus on farming up. Should be able to start to poke back once he has that level 2 Slide Fist, which I'd expect in this lane. Just have a way of poking back at Sumail. You've got the double impact. You can manage that lane. The puck isn't going to fall too far behind, however. As we've seen puck do before, you just sit back, you right click, you've got range advantage. You've got the orb to also shove the wave back in your favor, equalizing just a little bit. And that should keep things at the very least a 50-50 for Sumail. See if Yopaj can kind of eke out a little bit more. Maybe again with some early support rotations at key timing is 4 minutes, 6 minutes. That's when things can start to spice up a little bit more. Otherwise, I don't expect too much of a hassle there. I think the big thing for the side lanes, as we're looking at them now and looking up top, there is a lot of aggression that comes out from NGX on both side lanes. Right, you've got the Afterburner Gyrocopter, Rocket Barrage chased down with, say, the Ice Vortex on top, with that increased magic damage that provides through the Rocket Barrage can be devastating. The Vi not going to be enjoying that, especially as the Metamorphosis starts to fade away and you get the openings lining up for Ghost. Hellstream doing what he can. Again, the Wind Ranger in these lines at least feels pretty decent with Windrun. Can kind of out-trade GH and force out the usage of that Chilling Touch to win out these early right-click trades. But it's a little bit reminiscent of what happened in Game 1. There's a little bit more pressure there at least.
Can he get the vision? He can for one Chilling Touch at least. Hellscream, though, will be able to avoid it with the Wind Run and does just get his way out of there. We won't see any kind of quick rotation from Sumail either. It's a bit too early for that. So Hellscream going to be just fine. As now bottom lane, they're actually forcing a pretty big fight. And it seems like NGX again finding first blood. This time Noob will be able to pick it up. And Yamato's actually out of mana completely. Though he does have a Mango. So they aren't going to dive in onto him. They'll be happy with the first blood bonus being handed over to Noob.
Yeah, more than happy. And this is one concern for that bot lane for Yamato. You're playing into Doom. You don't quite have Devour yet. You don't have that mana burn creep just yet. But if you get lucky with that on the camps, you're going to be feeling pretty happy there. For Noob to just slowly poke away at the early durability of Yamato. We're seeing the same thing kind of going up top. The Vi, again, just losing a lot of HP, losing a lot of presence when Metamorphosis is down. You don't even have the commitment from Ice Vortex or Cold Feet yet from GH. But the damage output is steady. You have to, again, just consider what you're getting out for the lanes here for the side of Shopify. They set them up this way. Right? They're the ones that picked the Terrorblade last and gave it to Devi. He's not having a good time.
No, he's certainly not. Ghost chasing him down now, looking for that secondary Rocket Barrage, and we'll have it in just a moment. Divide trying to fight back with these illusions, and even the power shot not doing enough, as Ghost still surviving, going for more, looking for another, though he doesn't get it. GH is the one to secure the double kill on the AA of all things. But you'd still call that a pretty worthwhile trade here for NGX. They won't mind losing Ghost that much, and yeah, I mean, for Shopify, this off lane, it's already looking a bit, how's it going?
What it is. I'd say it's actually pretty big that GH gets his level 3 a little bit quicker. Right? He commits for the level 2 Ice Vortex. They're going all in and playing with Rocket Barrage damage. Again, Ice Vortex is pretty painful. 19% extra magic damage early on, pretty much negating your natural magic res as they get that movement down bot.
Well, Omar, you know, he had a Healing Lotus. He's going to be okay. Yamato's going to be pretty cautious because, again, he's completely out of mana. But thankfully for him, Noob and Omar, no spells left to throw out, and they don't have the HP pool to try and dive into that tier 1. Scary times. I mean, it just feels like Yamato is always on pretty much 0 mana, but for now, he's making it out. Skem's the one suffering on that Shadow Shaman, but you'd much rather Skem suffering than your Medusa. Meanwhile, Omar just going to deny himself off. No big.
Yeah. Get a little bit of a reset going. I think the one good thing coming out for Shopify at this moment, then the side lane's maybe not the smoothest. They are trying to play aggressive with a Vi as he does have that Metamorphosis. Still has a lot of time left. So there's a bit of a window to just force the issue out.
Oh, can he deny himself? No, he cannot. Hellscream. Too quick with the power shot. Does get the execute. Very nice. There's a nice kill for Hellscream. 2-4 now will be the scoreline here between these two sides. The one real saving grace I want to say here, John, is this mid-Ember Spirit having a great old time. 31-5 in terms of CS, top of the board.
Yeah, Yopaj has bounced back nicely in this matchup. Managing to work it out well, and it's like you said in the draft, Mike, it is Yopaj Ember, not something you can ever bet against when Yopaj's back is pushed against the wall. Yeah, he knows this hero. It's in and out all the way back to his Neon days. Probably his comfiest hero on the mid lane. So you at least have that security for yourself. And for Sumail, he's not too far back, to be fair. He's still going to get a decent timing into 6th. In fact, they're lining up early for the power runes here as well.
I mean, Skem's already been caught. Sumail's going to try and intervene, but there's a lot of damage coming in from this Ember. A nice Dream Core committed. Skem eventually will fall. Yopaj looking for some form of a trade. Can't really get one, though. And doesn't get a power rune either. It's going to be spawning. No, in fact, he did. Never mind, John. He got the double damage. Very, very nice.
Somewhat worthwhile, considering how important that power rune is for his early game. Double damage will allow him, or amp damage will allow him to try to get a rotation off as well. Maybe relieve some of that pressure on Yamato if they decide to set their eyes down bot. But you do have that launching point at least for Shopify, which is the key part for this draft. Again, it's going to be mostly activity out from the Ember and 2 supports. You're not expecting these cores to really join in for the Vi Llama, at least early on, until maybe some of the pipe is formed up. And it's all about that Ember in this game for Shopify. The side of NGX, they are still getting some decent farm going their way. Maybe not as free farm as it was in Game 1. We are seeing a little bit more aggression coming out from Shopify Rebellion. In fact, trying to contest these Shrines of Wisdom as well.
They are. Noob, he's going to be around to help. Omar's being chased here by Yopaj, but he's going to make it out as they will change their mind and go after Noob. He is still fighting for the Shrine of Wisdom, and here comes Sumail to try and help out as well. Do they have enough gas in the tank here, Shopify? They'll take down Noob, and it seems like they'll get the Shrine of Wisdom eventually. As Sumail is forced to get away before he completely runs out of mana. A very nice swipe here from NGX, as Yopaj can get right back to farming, and Sumail might have to make a bit of a detour back to the fountain potentially. Certainly doesn't feel like as dominant of a game for NGX, at least for now.
No, certainly not. That was a costly movement out from Shopify, though. It did drag 5 heroes in for that Shrine of Wisdom. Not something you'd expect whatsoever there for any team to play into. They managed to snag back the opposite side Shrine of Wisdom for NGX, so in the end, you lose your offlane. You still trade the Shrines. You are giving a little bit of some freebies out to Shopify with that death on Noob, but you are still kind of mitigating it. You're getting a free lane again out here for Ghost. He is going for the Ags Rush instead of something like Chrysalis after that Falcon Blade Power Treads. So a little bit more bog standard on that Gyrocopter. You do have some room to try to get some pressure out now on the side of Shopify as well, although you don't quite have level 6 on Skem yet. So you don't really have that tower threat just early on here. It can take quite some time to get that. Noob looking for Yamato.
Sure is. Can they find it? Yamato, no mana left.
Ooh.
He does get the stick charges off and a very nice Shackles. Hellscream putting it into it, that they'll still chase him down, but Yamato now has mana. So Omar, the one to go down. Hellscream really saving the day in that instance. They could just not get within range to finish the job off here in Yamato. Going to be very thankful for the rotations.
Yeah, I appreciate that aggression out from NGX, but they're not really connecting the ways that we were seeing them connect last time. They're getting a little bit confident for how much their duo ganks can go. It's just not enough damage coming in. Maybe up top this could pay off. They know everyone TP down bot for that save.
Nice coil. Call down to follow up, and well, that's a big one. Divine Llama to go down so quickly. Ghost will take the kill, and in the meantime, they do also find Skem down at that bottom lane. It's a happy days now for NGX. We're just finding kills across the map, though now Sumail's being chased by Yopaj, but it's only a level 1 chains available here on this Ember. So the lockdown not really going to be there for this puck. Meanwhile, bottom, they are still chasing Yamato. He's kind of alone right now. They'll bring in Divine Llama, who has just respawned, but Yamato running out of mana, needs to try and find a way out of this scenario. Noob will just chase him down. Meanwhile, a Doom committed right onto Divine, and Yamato is finally gone as Noob once more. He'll chase down the T-beat. If he comes Skem to try and take the attention away, there's a nice snowball now going to cancel the shackles off Skem. Divine's going to move back in. It may not matter though, because Skem is still falling, but here comes Hellscream. He does get Noob at the least. Maybe even Omar. Maybe. Omar, he's running. Get out of there, sir. But he's not enough. Yopaj will pick him out. Still, it's a 2-for-2 trade, and Yamato going down like that, it's still going to feel very good for NGX.
It is, considering how free of a time Yamato has been getting, relatively, and how much commitment he's been getting from his team. It's costing him a lot of time. Like, again, the reads from NGX is just nice and clean here. They see all those TPs coming in, they make a movement across the map, they see some movement across from Yopaj, they make that movement across again on the opposite side, and you just rinse and repeat. There are lots of patience out from Noob as well to hold on to the Doom.
Divine.
3 fights in a row.
Yeah, Divine's in big trouble again, top lane. Jonathan gets caught out. Ghost will take him down. And this is the guy I really don't think you want to be giving farm to, John. He's already just about 1k ahead of the Medusa in terms of net worth. You know, once that axe comes up on the gyros, they tend to really skyrocket out of control. As now mid lane, Yopaj being chased, but they don't have the follow-up damage nor control to hope for the kill and for the embers quite yet. But like I was saying, John, this gyrocopter could get a little bit concerning. And speaking of the devil, Skem is being caught by this gyrocopter. Is now Divine Llama going to rotate back over? Ghost maybe could go down here as Hellscream hoping for an execute.
Ooh.
Does find it. Very nice power shot here from Hellscream. Omar trying to get away from Divine. He's got the reflection, but he's out of range. And so with that, Omar at least going to make it out. But they do find the bigger killing Ghost, of course.
Yamato?
That's a big one. You just got Ghost. You don't want to see Yamato dying like that.
You know, Noob was doing that mostly by himself for a good part of that engagement. He was just mana burning Yamato. He was walking under tower, literally just looking for every chance to mana burn, and then just get the kill. Nice and simple. 3k advantage for NGX. Trading your cores like that, you're not going to mind too much in the end, because you're giving this Dusa much more hell than Ghost is getting. And Ghost's farm is going to be faster. Dusa does take some itemization to really get comfy in the jungle. No Yasha just yet. So no flash farming capabilities really fully online.
Got the power shot on my land. Meanwhile, mid, Yopaj does duke out a nice ice blast. Gonna be just fine to get away from that engagement. They are trying very hard to stop this Ember Spirit from doing what he wants this game. As top lane, Omar does eventually get caught out. Hellscream was fishing with those power shots for quite a while at that top lane, and it turns out Omar was still there.
Not the biggest kill to find, but at least you get some room out. You get a freebie for yourself. You get that tier 1 top to trade for the bot being taken by the side of NGX. Your farm game, you're not too far apart at this point. 2k lead for NGX is quite nice to have, but it's not dire straits for Shopify Rebellion by any means yet. Yopaj has had himself a cleaner game than he did have in game 1. Slightly had trading spots with Sumail in terms of net worth, not too far off. Run full build up into that Mage Slayer that we tend to see here as well. He's going to have a lot of output once that's up. Going to have a lot of ways of softening blows from the side of NGX as well. And I think the big difference maker for the side of Shopify outside of Yopaj actually having a lane is Hellscream actually having some impact, right? Like, he's using the power shot, he's getting the vision out, the shackles have been on point. It's been giving some big opportunities out for the side of Shopify. NGX though, hunting again with a smoke. They've got that Dream Coil ready. They do have the Ice Blast right here as well if they can land it.
Well, they're committing straight away. Ice Blast will fly through. The silence was very nice from Sumail. And they do finally catch out that pesky Ember. Very nice setup from NGX right before the 14-minute power rune does spawn. And it is going to be an illusion down bottom. Not the greatest rune, but it doesn't matter. They wanted to kill much more. And of course now the tier 1 mid tower going to be pretty open for NGX to just take down themselves. And it just doesn't seem like Shopify... I mean, at least they do kind of defend, because NGX, they run out of damage. Sumail's left the area, but it's looking kind of rough, John. You're losing Yamato a couple times. You've lost Yopaj now. You know, it's not dire straits yet, but you're on the path.
Yeah, you can't afford to give freebies like that on the side of Shopify. And they've got a good position right now on bot to try to force a fight out if they want to, but it's too far for TP point.
Nice quick shards onto Hellscream, but no follow-up to it. Skem's also there. He's currently watching. In fact, they'll get a head start onto Samel. Hellscream's going to move in. So will Yopaj with a nice shackles out, but they haven't got enough to pick off the puck. In fact, Samel actually orbed right into them. Blinked into them. Moves in again. Samel trying to escape now. Does pop the Dream Coil. Omar, in the meantime, does go down to Hellscream. How did Samel get there? Wasn't a blink.
I think he just landed himself in the wrong spot right there. They did manage to force out some nice spells from the side of Shopify at the least, right? Like forcing out the Serpent Horde just for the kill on the Tusk is pretty big committal out from Shopify. That means sieging onto the tier 1s will require them to actually commit their heroes if they want that. They will go for the Tormentor at the 15-minute mark at least. NGX not in position to contest, so they'll find themselves a nice free shard to take. Wonder which one they get out. Skems is decent. Hellscreams is also really nice as well.
Skem. He's made it. He has made it. And he's got the shards. There you go, Jonathan. Perfect shards. They'll be happy with that, I'm sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Probably be happier
Still
with
2K
Hellscream, honestly. Yeah, I feel like the utility from that foul play isn't as big. I mean, look, it becomes the old annoying foul play, which is infuriating, but at the same time, you're likely better off with just having Gale Force in this game, so maybe not the worst thing in the world to trade out for NGX. The added gold bonus is a bit of a boon. I think your issue now for Shopify is kind of the same issue you had in game 1. You're finding a little bit more tempo now, you're finding some more kills, but you're leaving Ghost behind. Right, he's got Ags up. He's not too far from SNY and Yamato.
Yamato. I mean, he's moving in. Samel will make it out. Omar will have to run, but he's also made it out. Yamato just kind of pushing his weight around a little bit here, trying to ensure they can't just casually sit there in the triangle and just farm his area of the map. You know, John, I know I said this earlier, but we haven't talked about Ghost. He's just about 10k net worth now, that gyrocopter, and yeah, he's not slowing down this man. He's going well and truly on this gyro. He's having a great old time.
And it just goes back to where NGX is forcing these fights. They're playing across the river, they're playing near that bot area of the map. And it's so far away from where the gyrocopter is at, he's always going to be secure. Ghost is just not anywhere near the firing line. NGX are buying him so much space. They are walking under a lot of wards. The forward vision from NGX has been good. At the very least, Omar clears the one ward that allowed him to try to attempt onto Sumail. But still, Shopify have not found a way to pierce through that defensive style they've done so well on NGX to enable Ghost. And Ghost is looking to join it now with the Ags Yasha. He's got some good damage to pump out here if they find a good angle in.
Trying. NGX waiting, hoping that they take the new bait, but in fact they found Omar instead with that observer ward. But here comes the cooldown from Ghost going onto Skem, who's already been caught out and does go down. It's already one down for Shopify. And that's going to be the end of that fight. NGX not looking for anything else, just more than happy with how the engagement goes. It allows Samel now to go back and have that Blink Dagger up on the puck. And Shopify, I mean, if you're in their position, John, you could make the argument, like, we have a TB, Ember, and Medusa. We just want to drag this out as long as possible. The question is, can you do it against this draft of NGX, who are starting to really heat up?
Yeah, they've got to play really smartly around their towers. They have to play really smartly around where these fights break out for Shopify. If they do lose out a fight, you want to make sure it's as far away from your tier 2s as possible to stall this game. Right, and so far, I mean, they've not been the aggressors, so all the fights have been on their side of the map. Again, it's mainly been focused on this bot lane. At the least, the vision game from Shopify has been sharp. Again, Skem getting that good ward, even though he dies. They did break off that movement from NGX. They mitigated further losses, and they ensure that they can just go back and farm up. It's just that the investment coming out isn't matching up just yet. Yamato is going for the butterfly, so there's going to be a moment here where you're going to have to go back for an MKB on Ghost to pierce through that evasion. He is working onto, surprisingly, just going for the Diffusal Bolt instead, so wanting some quick ways of melting the mana. Try to handle that Dusa and everyone else. They are hunting Yamato quite nicely up top here.
They are. Yamato already very low on mana. Skem trying to help him out, but Skem's just about to die, and now Yamato, he's on his own. It doesn't look like the help's coming. Hellscream, he's making his way there, but there's only so much a Wind Ranger can do. But here comes Yopaj now. Yamato's still alive, but still very low on mana as they do take down Omar. The call down out from Ghost trying to chase down Yamato. He's still alive though. Surely, can he make it out? It doesn't seem like the healing lotuses. They're coming in. Yamato, he's made a way out, at least for now, as they're trying to protect the president. Yamato's still running. Ghost will chase him down. Noob will intervene as well. Yamato somehow still going. Another healing lotus now provided by Divine. And Yamato, no, he will die. He gets trapped up on the bridge. Meanwhile, Ghost, he'll make his way out, no problem. In fact, he jumps right back in. Hellscream will be chased. Divine can do nothing. It's tough, Jonathan. It's looking tough as Hellscream. At least he does make it out for now with the Glimmer Cape, and it seems like Ghost will eventually just let him go.
Radiant's top tower is under
But that's
attack.
a team fight where it's like, well, you bought all the time in your world with this Medusa, but even then, it just doesn't really matter because it just feels like you're lacking too much. Yeah, too much damage, too much control, too much everything.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
I mean, it was so long. Skem respawned after dying on that initial jump in. Like, it was that prolonged of a fight, and you're still not able to find an angle. It just boils down to this draft. In a full 5v5, this is not the lineup that does it well. Yamato didn't have the spare mana to try to Stone Gaze. I think that might have been able to maybe give them some better control, or at least try to hope that someone gets greedy, gets frozen up, gets that full stun going on themselves, and then you have possibly some play opportunities for Yopaj and Divide. But as it stands, you do not want to play the 5v5s like this at all. In fact, I don't think you want to take any 5v5 for Shopify, as they do commit to Doom out earlier on, and it just made it so much tougher, right? Like, you isolate away Skem. I thought yeah, they get the Doom out there, they isolate in the back, and again, I forget, I have one monitor. You know, I can't keep track.
I'm only laughing because I've done that so many times where I hear the sound cue and I'm ready to do the play-by-play and it's the highlights.
You know, it's like, yeah, you've seen my room, Mikey. I don't have room for another monitor, you know. It's
You really
life.
don't, John. It's okay.
But yeah,
You
it's
know,
like,
when you used to say that to me, I didn't believe it. But then I came to your house and I'm like, oh, he really doesn't. This is bottom lane. They're onto the Ember. Yopaj in trouble. Yopaj still leashed up. The Ice Blast. Will it make it? Oh, it connects. Oh, it connects. He does at least deny himself.
neutral?
He got killed by the neutrals, Jonathan. In we go for more. Skem in trouble. Omar just trying to take him down, but the damn chickens come out. Omar just doesn't know who to chase now.
my
Skem's out of it. Here comes Ghost.
Disgusting.
Divine Llama's in trouble. Divine Llama, he'll be left behind. Still chasing his NGX, but everyone else is, I think, out of it.
It's a 6 knight from Hellscream onto Sumail. Big kill to find. Again, this is one issue I have with Shopify in this game state as well, Mike. They are 11-19, right? 8 of those 11 kills are on Hellscream.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
He's
good.
doing a great
He's
job.
performing well. He's doing great. You would want that gold on your Terrorblade, on your Deuce, though. Like, Hellscream, he's doing fantastic. He's getting some utility. He's got the Glimmer. He's going for the Force Staff. And it is helping their cause out, but, you know, it's like you really wanted that spare gold to really flow in for Yamato or the Vile Llama at this point, and it's not really there. At least this could be a turning point. Yamato does have the full butterfly up. And again, that was probably one of the more ideal fights for Shopify. It's not really a full-blown 5v5. You're kind of streaming in on NGX, providing some opening to play poke on side of Shopify. NGX now looking for the clump up though with her smoke, but Shopify smoked up as well on the high ground here.
Omar runs right up. Call down is out, but they've been trapped up here. Omar should be going down pretty quick. In fact, Ghost is also in huge trouble. Ghost, he's going to have to fight back. He's trying, but he's been shackled. There's nowhere to go. They just gifted Shopify the best present they could have asked for here in this game too. They just run right uphill, completely blind, into the smoke of Shopify. And now, of course, Roshan is going to be available for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Though NGX look like they do not want to give this away for free, but they do spot out the Doom, so it looks like we might be seeing another one go down. But here comes Sumail with a big Dream Coil out. Noob is still alive, but the Gale Force is going to drag him back into the Roshan pit where he gets stunned by Roshan. Noob's just trying to find a way, but Roshan won't leave him alone. He gets rooted up and Hellscream will take him down. Now they're onto Sumail, now looking for the puck in the shackle. It does catch him. Shopify still going, looking for the whole team in fact. As GH slowly will be chased down and hopefully taken out if you're Shopify Rebellion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they've still got plenty of time here for Roshan, I think. Jonathan?
Yeah. Down to less than half HP. More than enough. Kind of clear out the Roche. They don't quite have the wards ready. A couple of small mistakes there from the side of NGX. I think that hiding spot for Noob, he didn't toggle off the Radiance. So they walked into that area. They didn't see him behind the tree line, but they saw the burn. And yeah, he was just standing there. If the burn goes off, Yopaj gets a slight. They find the angle in. And again, it's a 1-by-1 fight for NGX. They stream in 1-by-1. This is not what you want. Your 5v5 is a lot stronger. You need to be able to execute as a team, but they're playing individually right now, and Shopify are able to break that apart. They've got really strong single target control. You cannot underestimate the Shadow Shaman or the Wind Ranger when it comes down to holding one target down or two at most. And you've got to show some respect. Lead disappears for NGX for the most part here, still maintaining 3k, but the margin isn't as big as it once was at its peak.
Omar, king of hide and seek, does not get spotted by Scam. Gets out of there. Gets spotted eventually by the Observer Ward placement, but it doesn't matter. He's fine. Props to Shopify Rebellion, John. Now it's only a 3k advantage the way of NGX. So from 8k to 3k, pretty big kind of drop here from the dire end of things. And well, we kind of mentioned this as well, but with this style of draft from Shopify, like the later you get, the scarier it's going to feel here for NGX.
That it is. You're reaching that point where you are getting a lot of damage now from Yamato. He is getting some durability out as well, going into the Scotty for the alt stats, getting a little bit more HP, kind of pad himself out when he does get jumped. You're also getting that full utility going on the Violama. Hurricane Pipe done way earlier on, going into BKB. I think for NGX, one thing as well that's biting them is this choice from Ghost to not go for his own BKB. Right? Like, even if he runs forward, even if he has that stat res from the Sanjin Yashi, he's still getting follow-through stunned anyway. Scam?
Scam, he jumped in for a quick one onto GH. Yopaj will move in to try and help out, but he's going to be careful himself as the Ice Blast does actually land onto Yopaj, but he does get away with the kills. Now Devi looking for Omar, who's on the wrong side of the map right now. Has no real helping coming. Nice couple of kills once again for Shopify Rebellion. Gifted by yours truly. NGX just ran back into them.
Yeah, and again, this is how a lot of these fights have been going since maybe the past 3 fights now for NGX. They've been running in, straight line, not initiating the way that it wouldn't make the most sense for this lineup. Again, providing these opportunities for the single target control, the limited control you have on Shopify to just punch you 1-by-1. They've got the control for the Tormentor down as well. They've got the damage for it. To be able to get that freebie out, you're going to end up on Yamato. So it has the Cold-Blooded, a little bit more durability with Mystic Snakes flying out if he is pinned down. And with Netwardly disappearing for NGX, this game gets really damn hard. Like Ghost, and he's going for the Satanic, he's going back for the MKB afterwards. It still feels like you really want the BKB on this Gyrocopter. It's just so much farm he has to find to equalize and to be able to stand up and fight in these engagements. You're kind of pinning your hopes now on Sumail or Noob to find the angles in. Right? Like if Sumail can work into this Octarine and eventually perhaps even into the Yags, that mitigates some of that pressure for damage coming out on your Gyro, and it allows him to really be an in and out nuisance, allows him to initiate a little bit safer as well, considering how slippery the puck can be. As long as there's someone else to kind of balance out the spell usage, to drag that tension away from Shopify, certainly can work out. Still, you're stepping into the point where full Eye of Scotty's up for Yamato, like we were talking about. 1.4k HP with 1.9k on mana. A lot of EHP to play with for Yamato. Not an easy target to pin down any longer. And this is where perhaps that Diffusal pickup on Ghost starts to feel a little bit futile. You know, it didn't feel like he needed that extra mana burn early on, and into the later part of the game, the usefulness of that Diffusal comes into question. You might have been happier if you managed to build into BKB or the MKB instead of the Diffusal detour here for Ghost. We'll have to see if you can start to find the rest of the items he needs. But Shopify playing with confidence, shoving in up top, invading that top area of the jungle now as well, having that damage output, full BKB up now for Yopaj, so he's not going to be too worried about the control. Only thing he has to be concerned about is the Doom on Noob. But beyond that, even the Dream Coil not going to cause some issues anymore. So the game is just getting harder and harder for NGX, and It just boils down to execution. They didn't need to give these freebies out to Shopify, but the way they took those fights, just maybe a little bit hasty here.
I mean, very hasty by the seams of it. And I mean, at least you do have a Satanic now on go, so he can stand his ground and just try to 1v5 in the middle of a big team fight. But you're at the stage where you start to feel like Yamato is become a bit too much of a nuisance here on this this Medusa. And of course, you still have to worry about Divine Yopaj just kind of ruining everything while the fight's going on. Yopaj certainly having a very good game this time around, as they are going to try and jump Skem first, but Skem has barely made it. In fact, he does get the cluster cluck off as they do take him down. Ghost moving in for more. Trying to go after Divine Llama. They found the TB. Meanwhile, Noob also being close keep by Yamato. Still onto Divine Llama, they'll go, but Divine is alive. The Glimmer Cape will save his life. Yamato now being focused a little bit, but he's also going to be fighting as the Mal actually goes down. Skem, he held him down long enough. Meanwhile, Ghost still trying, but the chickens. It never stops, Jonathan. That damn KFC. It always comes in clutch here for Skem. There's Yopaj moving back in now. Has found Ghost. And it seems like Ghost may have a lot of trouble getting out of this one. They'll try and buy him the space. Ghost still running. Still makes it out for now. Yopaj going to chase him down though. Can he get the remnant? He cannot. He must have been like 0.1 second late. Oh. What a great fight though for Shopify.
Oh, they make it work. Again, a couple of mistakes being made. Getting a little bit hasty on trying to jump onto the Vi. The Ice Blast not connecting, not securing him that kill. Very costly for the side of NGX. Great buyback out from Skem. Can someone justify to me why foul play refreshes on any respawn? How is that fair? It's supposed to be a 2-minute cooldown. It comes back when you respawn anytime. It's like, why? Why?
Me.
You just come back in, you stall for more time, you buy back, you just come back in, you get foul play again. It's like, okay, sure.
Is under attack.
Mr. Kenny Rogers himself with roast chicken here. God bless. This hero, it's terrible. I hate it. I hate seeing the chickens on my screen. It's so rage-inducing, and that's exactly what NGX is feeling right now. They wasted a lot of time killing off Skem. They wasted a lot of time in trying to kill off the Vi. They're gonna hate chicken for a week.
There they are. Hellscream though. He's down. Not Jollibee, Jonathan. Nobody hates Jollibee.
No, certainly not. That's a big one. 9-kill streak. Hellscream has not been killed off since he got 10 kills. I'm like, okay, now the pinata's been cracked open. That's 1,000 gold. You equalized nicely on NGX, all right. You didn't need to kill a core, you just kill Hellscream. And you're still somewhat in the game. Mind you, they've lost momentum here on NGX, but they are getting that build up. Again, Ghost did opt for the Disperser, having that self-suppress on himself with a Dispel. Could be quite nice, taking away maybe some of the utility as well. On the side of Shopify is going to be nice for Ghost to pin someone down. Still needs that full MKB. Some solutions being found at the least in a very costly manner though. 21 to 22, 2k lead for Enigma. Doesn't really mean too much at 33 minutes into the game. Still anyone's game to win, but it certainly is feeling easier and easier for Shopify as we slowly approach 40, 45 minutes. Then you have a Terrorblade who's going to be scaling up. You've got the Deuce who's going to be fully slotted up at that point. It gets scary. You've got the potential Ags for Yopaj down the line as well. Like, this game just gets tough for NGX. They've got to steer the ship in the right direction. You know, get the crew on board, work as a unit, execute cleaner. But Shopify, they've done a great job of trying to clean up their own mistakes from game one, where it was a very fragmented game. And they weren't connecting as a team. Some kind of what NGX is doing now, right? It was a very scattered game from them. We'll see if the smoke pans out from NGX though. Bot tier 1 faults. They've got the angle out for this one. Again, they've got a lot of damage and sustain from Ghost if you can just find the angle in.
Gonna break the smoke straight off the bat. The Hellscream should be going down and does. Yopaj was also around. In fact, Noob's gonna jump in. Doesn't quite get the Doom off. Yopaj will be okay to retreat. Because both sides looking at that Roshan, which does just respawn. So NGX should have first dibs, though I'm not sure if they actually scattered it out. So it felt like they left the pit before the Roshan did make it. And in fact, they do scatter it out, but so does the Vilam. So now both teams very well aware that Roshan available. Question is who feels more willing to go in first for that Roshan attempt. Obviously, both sides are going to be looking for a big team fight prior to that.
Middle tower is under attack.
You do have that little opening while Hellscream was down, but he's going to be up in 10 seconds. They're going to try for something. Noob's got the Doom up. He just needs to find a nice target. Running right towards Divide, but they can't see him. They'll break the smoke. Now to jump in. They've actually found Yamato. That's a big boy. Can they deal with the Medusa? The answers look like it might just be yes, John. He's out of mana. The Stone Gaze will only help so much. He's still man fighting here, Yamato, but it's all by himself against Ghost. And there you go. Yamato going down. Skem going down. That's a massive team fight for NGX.
It is. Does cost them the Doom usage out from Noob, but they've got the opening to take Roshan if they want to here. Still looking for some poke back.
They're trying for maybe a Thunder here for Divine Llama, but Divine maybe getting a little bit too close. No, he does get it. The Force Star making it happen. That was off the back of Hellscream, who just got there in the nick of time to give him the range. Is now Hellscream trying to find an escape route himself. Yopaj going to move in onto Sumail. Meanwhile, Divine still in pretty big danger, does go down. So they'll still catch the TB anyway. And that tier 2 mid tower, it really just melts so damn quick.
Takes no time whatsoever with the damage coming in from Ghost. And now they can safely gun for Roshan. Half a minute until respawns are up. What's up, Mikey?
This drives me out. This drives me nuts, dude. This serrated shit. I just don't get why this item needed to happen, dude. I just don't.
It's great. It's superb. What do you mean? Look at that. 200. Oh, yeah. Come again? 200? Come on. Yeah. It's so good. It just doesn't give you joy when you have the serrated shreds and you see the 200 come out, Mike? Don't you feel happy? Wouldn't you be happy?
I mean, if I ever got to play carry, John. Sure. You know?
You can pick it in support. No one's going to judge. You say, guys, I didn't have anything
yes,
better. I didn't have anything better.
Yes, they do.
No, you could just say that.
You know they'll judge, John. You know they'll judge.
Just told them I had nothing, guys. It bugged out. It only gave me Shiv. Say, don't worry. I've got the added cast range. It's fine, right? It's a cool part. You can always justify your pick, Mike. That's a cool part about these
true.
neutrals.
That's very true. Bottom lane, they are grouped up. Ghost's gonna see Skem. Won't bother trying for the Shaman though. They've got 4 whole minutes with this Aegis up. Ghost is just gonna farm underneath his own vision here, knowing he's gonna be pretty safe around that area.
Dire are scanned.
NGX not looking to rush anything, but they are posturing aggressively down to this bottom tier 2 now. Skem gonna move in. Hex is out. He's caught Ghost with that, but Ghost looking to just move in with the Satanic. Does do so now with the snowball set up, and they've already found Divine Llama. Yamato trying to survive, but look at the mana pool, John. He's just getting shredded here by Ghost. Skem at least finding Sumail, but does it even matter? I don't think it does, Jonathan. There's only Yopaj left. It's Ember versus the world, and Yopaj, he's just gonna get the hell out of there. And this disperser, like, it's doing so much work. Like the mana pool of Sumail, rather our Medusa, it just disappears. Like Yamato, he has no time to fight.
No. At the very least, he can't afford to try to fight in a vacuum on 1v1. That is not the target you want to be solely focused in on. Really good angles being found here by NGX. That snowball save from GH, really giving them everything you could ask for. From Omar, really giving them everything they could ask for, because that looked a little bit awkward to start. Right, Ghost is playing forward, he gets caught out. If they did manage to play around his area of control that Skem provided with that ward and with the initial Hex, that could have been a fight they could turn into. It's just the response was a little bit slower from the rest of Shopify in comparison to the counter fight response from NGX. So really off the back of Omar to get Ghost out of that tough position, to get everyone into the middle. They still hold on to the Aegis here as well.
Trying. Nice Gale Force dragging Ghost back, but he's still got that Aegis available, so he might just lose 1 life. In fact, he doesn't. He doesn't even get close. Skem's the one to go down. Yopaj still trying to buy some time here for his squad to respawn. Yamato is incoming. Yopaj now out of remnants, just needs to run the old-fashioned way, but will make it out. In fact, now the turnaround again. They've got Yamato, they want to try and chase. Ghost, though, happy to fight. Thunder is out onto Ghost, but he still has a secondary life available. Yamato will go ahead and focus that one down. So the Aegis is now gone. Yamato going to move on to the task. Will also find Omar. Can he get away from Ghost, though, is the big question. Yamato, look at that mana pool, John. It's just disappearing.
Oh.
It's gone now. And he's in the hands of Ghost. Nowhere to go for Yamato as he does end up going down another time. And they call it. Yopaj has seen enough. And that'll be a 2-0 victory here for the side of NGX for our first series of Dream League Season 26 here on the industry.
And that sets them up nicely to kick off here. Right? This is the last part of our EPT tour. This is the last opportunity to get those points that you need to get into the EWC. And that just provides so much weight to the group stage, so much weight into getting in those playoffs, into getting a good spot. And these are our two teams on the cusp of that, at 9th and 10th so far in the in the EPT point standings. A big win for NGX to kind of support that journey for themselves here. For Shopify, it was a bigger improvement in comparison to Game 1. Game 1's a little bit of a rougher game for them for sure. They managed to find their momentum here, with draft corrections helping out in a massive way. But NGX just come out on top as the better team. Like, Ghost, again, just having a relatively free ride, maybe a little bit less so in this game. A couple of rough smokes and pretty spotty execution in some parts where they're coming in one by one. Did cost them, provide some opportunities to Shopify, but in the end, they still managed to work those team fights. I think that last fight by the tier 2 bot, where they managed to get that counter initiation right here, like that snowball save to drag them away, get everyone on top of Ghost to help them out, and just get that solo duel with Yamato, and just kind of handed that game back, all the way back to NGX after, again, a little bit more back and forth. Very clear win at the end for them. And for Shopify, they're still in the running, right? It's day 1 of groups, and you're not off on the right foot. You still have a chance to bounce back and look for opportunities elsewhere, but you can't afford to make mistakes like that. You have to put in your fight, because this is your competitor for those points in EPT.
Absolutely. Props to, again, NGX. Fantastic work here against Shopify Rebellion, and Shopify is certainly looking to go back to the drawing board. I mean, just look at that. Look at the scoreboard, John. Like, Hellscream's 10-4-12. He had the best game of the team. And that was, I feel like that was 2 games in a row. Hellscream was just the best player on the team. It's, I don't know what they do, John. It looked a bit rough. The Vi, obviously he just became a permanent addition to the squad, John, but both games, it looked like a bit of a struggle. I'm not sure if it's a matter of just getting used to each other, but it's certainly not the start they would have liked for Dream League Season 26 here, Shopify. But like you said, I mean, there's plenty of time, John. Plenty of games to go. It's just so important for them to try and secure that spot into the EWC. And, well, like you said, one of their competitors for one of those final slots is NGX, who have now started their Dream League with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah. Again, setting the right notes here for NGX, and we'll see if they maintain that later on. But what an exciting start for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to head to a short break, Jonathan. Right after that break, of course, we're going to be back with some player from NGX to speak to. We'll see you all again very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here, of course, back from a very short break. Looking forward to an interview from somebody from the side of NGX. But before that, Jonathan, allow me to take the time to say what a great performance from Enigma Galaxy. I was saying before the game, Jonathan, people keep, they love trash talking this team. They love it. They're pretty damn good, though. I see the potential, Jonathan. I see it.
Yeah, and again, look, they're a team that a lot of people love to poke because they're a team that has a lot of history, a lot of prestige, a lot of great players. And I think people have a lot of expectations of them coming in. And every time, in some cases, we see them fulfill those expectations. Things are great, you're back. In times where it's a little bit rough, the memes start coming in. It is what it is. It's like being a Ferrari fan if you're into masochism. That can happen.
Absolutely. Well, we do hear the phone ringing, and I believe we do have the lovely GH on the way. GH, congratulations, sir, on your 2-0 victory. How the hell are you feeling?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? Well, I'm feeling good. I'm happy with the 2-0 victory. It was good for the momentum so far. I think the entire team needed that kind of.
Oh, absolutely. GH, let me say as well, you're the first player that ever asked us how we're doing. So thank you for that. We're doing very well. Thank you. GH, tell me about the motivation going into DreamLeague Season 26. Like, you guys are so close to qualifying for EWC with those EPT points. Do you feel like the team's extra motivated in DreamLeague Season 26?
I can surely say that the entire team is motivated, but I can only speak for myself at the moment. This kind of thing doesn't really affect me at all. I don't even think about it. So you'd have to ask the guys themselves if they feel more pressure or more motivated to do something. But for me, I just don't care. I just try to play good, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, fair enough. How do you keep that pressure off you, GH? You seem like nothing bothers you. How do you keep all this pressure off your shoulder?
Well, to be completely honest, some things kind of bother me sometimes, But I try to look at life from a lens of humility, a bit of patience. A bit of humility can go a long way, especially with people, because you never know what kind of things are happening in people's lives. So it's good to be patient, to be loving, compassionate, and that's the thing that gets me through every time.
That's quite beautiful of you, GH. Let me ask you about the Dota. Game 1, you guys made it look incredibly easy. Game 2, it looked a bit more back and forth. What do you think made Game 2 a bit more challenging than Game 1?
So Game 1 was pretty straightforward. I believe we had a good game, a good laning stage, good moves, etc. The second game, I believe we had a good early to mid game, but then we made like one wrong smoke and one wrong Roche contest. They got back the game. I think maybe it got back to even, and then we took back the game. So I would say that the move was not optimal, and we kind of messed it up a bit. So this is what ended up happening. Then we got back the game.
Okay, go on, John.
All right, GH, I'm curious, NGX has stuck with the same roster for some time now in this year. How do you see the team compared to the start of the year? Like, what changed for you? What's the big improvement you see from yourselves as a team and how you guys work together?
Well, the most improvement I see is people starting to understand each other a bit more, because everyone has a different personality. It comes together nicely when people spend a lot of time together. But when people don't spend a lot of time together, it kind of clashes, and there's a lot of clashing when people don't understand each other and how to approach each other. So basically, it's kind of like a relationship. The more time you spend talking and communicating about expectations and everything like that, the easier it gets. But then if it gets too long like that, people have to rekindle the light in the team or in the relationship. So I think it's a bit of it takes a bit of maturity to understand all these things, and I think we understand them pretty well right now.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear, considering other teams have been changing around. In comparison, I think it's been working for you guys. Now, the last thing for me is your next series is up against Liquid. How do you feel about your chances going into the Liquid? It's been a little bit of a rough matchup for this year. You think things change up for this year, for this matchup?
To be honest, I have no idea. It could go well, it could go not well. I'm optimistic. I'm hoping for the best. We're just preparing all the time. We're practicing hard, and we're hoping for the best result possible.
All right, thank
you.
Well,
GH, so are we, sir, for your sake. You guys look fantastic again. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory, and we can't wait to see you up against Liquid. Best of luck, sir.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, GH.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Tell me that's not the nicest guy you've ever spoken to, John. I mean, he just everything he says is perfect. Like, how do you stay? How do you feel no pressure? It's just humility, you know. It's important to feel humility, important to feel. I mean, it just makes me feel sad about myself, you know, speaking to a guy like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna, you know, I have my own problems, Jonathan. I'm gonna get stressed out. The kids are gonna wake me up. This guy doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's just living, John. He's in the moment, John. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
Is he a stoic? I don't know. Is it stoicism, John?
No, it's not stoicism. He's just at peace with himself. He's at peace with himself. He doesn't have to shut it out. He accepts it. He grows with it. He deals with it. You know, he processes it in a nice, mature way. And I love what he said. I don't know. I've been pretty chill for the most part. You know, I've been brain rotting too much F1. And I will say before we close out here, I did appreciate what he said as well about the teams. We were comparing what teams do with the rosters. And GX, again, Rocky Rear, they've stayed with the same roster. We heard GH talk about it. It's a relationship. You're building it up. You're a team. And certainly we did see that teamwork shine here for NGX in this game, in this series.
I'll tell you what, John, the day that this roster starts to pull off victory after victory at tournament after tournament, there's going to be a lot of people eating their words, I think. And I think that's what they're waiting for. The one day we're going to log on to Reddit and every single one of those guys are going to be eating their words. But at the very least for now, they've started off with a 2-0 victory. Props to them. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to head to an extended break because we do have to go into our next series between the Yakult brothers and Na'Vi Jr. We'll see you all again after a break for our next series.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do that. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do that. We can Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, take me as I am. Oh, take me.
Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. You can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right, as long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Right about noontime, baby. 24 camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 I got the sun in my pocket and the moon above my head. Got the whole world at my feet and the haze, a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Five, 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 five. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Five, 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 five. Five, 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 five. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Five, 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 I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope hoping yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby?
cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing the song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second series of the day for the Ember stream here at DreamLeague Season 26. And of course, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. You're looking fabulous, but how are you feeling?
Feeling great. We had a really spectacular first series, of course. NGX having a clean 2-0, maybe a bit rockier in that game too. Certainly was an exciting time. This one should be fairly exciting as well, Mike, for a second series. It's always fun when we get to cast Na'Vi Jr. because they live up to that name of Junior. Right? They are the youngest squad we've got lined up, and they're full of promise. We've seen some really great highs from them. Feels like this is a team with so much untapped potential. So up against the veterans and Yakult Brothers, it's going to be another nice test for this young roster, and I'm keen on seeing how this one unfolds.
This will be an interesting one. These Yakult boys, you can't underestimate them. Again, you kind of set up, they're all a bunch of veterans here, and it feels like this is a squad that could pop off at any moment. So Yakult Brothers, looking forward to seeing how they do perform here in their first series of DreamLeague Season 26. Of course, in their opponents of Na'Vi Jr., John, it could be a bit of a rough time for them, not 100% sure, but I like these guys. Can't wait to see them get underway.
Yeah, again, for Yakult Brothers, all of that experience is there. I'm really keen on seeing how much we see from Emo. I think this mid matchup later on is going to be it's going to be the focal point for me because, you know, Emo is a veteran. He's also relatively young. He's like just 24 this year. It feels like he's been here forever. And he is a very solid mid. He's got some cheeky heroes that he pulls out every now and again. We haven't seen the Yakult Brothers on as many international tournaments as before for these players. I think last time we saw them was DreamLeague 25. So it's been a little bit of time with Rally in between. It's been a few months for them. So I'm keen on seeing how Emo does, especially in comparison to Yakult Brothers, right? Like later on, we're going to be talking about Niku, who in comparison is like very young. And Emo, again, he's got that experience behind him. He's got, you know, he's been in major finals before. He's given the question marks. He's got a little bit of sass, and you know, he's got a little bit of flair. So keen on seeing if we get that from Emo here up against a younger squad. Will he want to, you know, teach them their place as the older gentleman? Will the experience of Yakult Brothers ride out, or will that freshness of Na'Vi Jr. catch him by surprise? Because it has caught a lot of teams by surprise before.
Absolutely, and here's the side of Na'Vi Jr., of course, not to be underestimated. You kind of pointed it out already, John. This is a very young squad, and they do have, of course, Zayats there to kind of lead them and help them out here, but this is a squad that I don't think you can underestimate. I think this is a team that could be very, very potent as time goes on, as they do get a bit of experience under their belts, but even just now, Jonathan, quite a scary side to have to go up against. You just never know what to expect with these boys.
Yeah, you certainly don't. And again, all eyes every time Na'Vi Jr. plays is definitely on Niku. PMA and Got the Juice is also kind of in the spotlight, but for this specific matchup, I'm keen on seeing what Niku brings up against Emo. Because again, he's shocked a lot of experienced mids before. He's had a lot of great presence. He is 16 years old, which is kind of insane to say. But, you know, we used to have those kinds of players in Southeast Asia, like 8 years ago or something. Not quite so much, but Eastern Europe still pumping them out, and Niku has a lot of promise in him. Up against Emo on the mid lane, it's going to be an exciting matchup to watch out for, and just an exciting matchup in general for this group stage. Like Na'Vi Jr., again, we've seen them shine before. They've had some pretty decent results considering how this roster is, like 7-8 in Wallahias, nothing to scoff at. They've had a really great time elsewhere in other third-party tournaments, and yeah, this is a squad that you can't underestimate for the Yakult Brothers coming in.
I was saying it last time we were casting them, John. These guys are just too confident, Jonathan. Too cocky, in my opinion. Love to see it. These young lads, Jonathan. Just too much energy behind them. And can't wait to see them get underway, Jonathan. I can't wait to see them get underway because Syat's already just slamming the table and checking the camera everywhere. You love to see it. That's some very nice background art as well, Jonathan. A bit of graffiti. Where are they playing? Where is?
I know, but it's
like a train
industrial look. Yeah, it's a nice. It's modern. It's chic. I think that's what they're going for now in modern architecture. I think this is what's in vogue for building design now, interior design, just industrial looks, almost brutalist like. Does look like they're not all at the boot camp though. And wow, that's a really nice fluff toy at the back. That's a big one. Nice.
Oh, of all things you could have picked to talk about, you talked about the damn plushie.
Yeah, look at
God,
it.
I mean,
so
John.
big.
Johnny, he's got like a king-size bed. He's got like a backdrop. Look at those cushions, Jonathan. I thought very high quality cushions.
Is it a bed or a couch? I can't tell. It's too shallow for a bed, no?
It could be a day bed, Jonathan. Think about it.
True.
It could roll out to a bed. Very clever.
How do you feel about that in general? The concept that more and more people are having to use like convertible beds. What do you think about that?
Well, hold on. I feel like you know what that picture is.
No, I actually don't.
What is that?
It's anime. Okay. I don't know what it is.
I apologize.
I can't tell.
What were you asking me, John? We've got a draft to go into. What were you asking me?
We got the draft, but how do you feel about that? The fact that people have to get like convertible beds now for their studio setup, right? Like, there's not enough space. It's cool, but surely, more space would be nice. As Fernando Alonso once said, all the time you must leave a space. No, we're not getting space.
Yeah, I mean, John, you'd think in Australia you'd have a lot of space, but it turns out people being able to buy 10,000 properties at a time certainly doesn't make it very viable for the young ones coming up, sadly, Jonathan. So, you have to get a bit creative.
Fair.
Can you tell it's a sore spot for me, John? Because I can go on for a long time if you want me to. We probably shouldn't, though, because there's a draft on hand. Your Colt brothers are Navi Jr. Don't get me started, John. I promise you I'll go on forever. There's Navi Jr. Final ban before we can see some opening picks.
It's been a little bit surprising, these bans, Mike. Here that feels like we've ignored now is Ringmaster, hasn't it? We didn't see it at all in the first series. No ban, no pick. Shadow Shaman's risen to the occasion. Wouldn't be surprised if we ignore that right now. It's interesting, though, as well. Like, Beastmaster, Bristleback has slid through here. From your Cult Brothers and Navi Jr. So, those big openers are still there. Chances are you're banning one of those two out here on Navi Jr. Unless you really don't care and you feel super confident you can play into either strong core. We'll have to see, but it does feel like it's a no-brainer to just ban out either the Beastmaster or the Bristle at this point, as they have been pretty much a top contest heroes. Maybe the TA if you're worried about an early TA pick, but that can be a double-edged sword anyhow. It is very counterable on like the first phase and into the second phase, so there should be enough room to make a TA game hard. So you might be more worried about these big tanky, sustainable, high presence off lane / safe lane. Actually, in the case of Beastmaster, every lane core. So we'll see what they are taking their time here in Navi Jr. Beastmaster it is. There you go.
Naturally. What's the priority pickup?
Okay.
It's going to be the TA. Was banned in both games against NGX and Shopify. Does get picked up here. Naturally, your Colt Brothers not to be outdone. Right into the TB.
I'd say this matchup is a really interesting one. You've got that early tempo for Navi Jr. on this core-to-core matchup. TA does hit some faster spikes earlier on. Maybe a little bit more item-dependent. Terrorblade can kind of join a siege at 5. We've seen some carry players do that. When Metamorphosis is up, you swing towards mid, shove a tier 1, go back to farming afterwards. TA doesn't quite have that same presence. You are working yourself into the Dragonlance Desolator Blink first. You want 2 out of 3 of those items before you consider joining a fight. But you have a lot of pressure at that point forwards. Your tempo is kind of evenly matched with the Terrorblade. You do have a stronger mid-game spike, I would say, on the TA. But as the game goes late, it's an interesting one because a lot of carry players I've spoken to, a lot of carry players do go to the consensus that Terrorblade is actually not a great late-game scaling core. TA isn't either. So that leaves you in a very interesting spot in this matchup, if it does go long, where your win conditions aren't like game-breaking, right? It's not like you're dealing with Morphling in an ultra late. It's not like you're dealing with Gyrocopter with, say, Daedalus or a Medusa with Divine Rapiers, either one of those with Divine Rapiers. This is much more manageable, and it does leave a lot of room I would say the TA maybe drops off a little bit more in the late game, but you can't really count it out. Some TA players can be really sneaky, and they utilize the traps. The vision advantage is going to be a big part. So I want to see what Navi Junior's ideas are. If they want to play ultra fast, just out of respect that it might be easier to execute a Terrorblade in the late game, or if they're confident enough with how well they hold their tempo that it's not even a concern. You see the Phoenix coming out here for your Cult Brothers, here that we have seen every now and again. You did manage to it's a good way of burning through refraction, first off, so you do have a good answer for that. Fire Spirit slow on TA, not going to feel amazing either. You kind of won't think now on Navi Junior whether or not you want something to machine gun the egg. Like, Snapfire is there, but it hasn't been highly meta. Wind Ranger is somewhat there, which can kind of deal with egg if you wanted to go that route. There's a cheeky Marana support pick, which can also theoretically kind of get that done for you as well now. They just go for the straightforward snap. So you do have pretty much a relatively steady back and forth in terms of the draft. Like, they are just answering each other here quite nicely.
They absolutely are. Nothing wrong with that. Navi Junior. Third pickup for themselves. Nothing too out of the ordinary for either team so far. I've been meaning to ask as well, John. Like, did you have a favorite going into this matchup before the drafts even finished? Like, did you feel like one team was, you know, arguably better than the other before we see these drafts? As we do see that Ringmaster you brought up.
I would say personally, I would actually say Navi Junior. Like, these two teams actually historically haven't faced off against each other. Because again, Navi Junior has just been slowly on the rise, and your Cult Brothers have been away from Milan. You know, they didn't make it to Rally. Some other third-party tournaments have not lined up for them in qualifiers as well. But I would say Navi Junior, simply because I do believe in fresher ideas. I feel like they've shown us before in Navi Junior that this lack of experience isn't something that completely holds them back. I think the foundation of Zayat to steer this team, and he's had more time to steer the team now, is strong. So I don't think they're going to be wanting for a lack of experience. It's going to be just fine. And it's just going to be down to how well they can execute. And I think player for player, just the new ideas to bring, and maybe faster reflexes with, you know, just having that age advantage to an extent might just play a part. Even though reflexes aren't the most important aspect of Dota, it certainly can play a big part in trying to outplay your opponent here for sure.
Emo looks like he lost some weight, by the way, Jonathan. I wanted to point that out. Looking fantastic right now, Emo.
And he is. Looking sharp. Looking like, I don't know, is this the kind of guy you think Emo would still be the kind of guy to all chat question mark in an official game?
Oh, absolutely. You don't lose that, John. you never lose that. Because I'm getting old and I got 2 kids now, John. But I'll tell you what, I will still get just as competitive as I need to. As the Wind Ranger will come out. I believe Emo's even worse now, John. He just doesn't let it out. He's even worse. Trust me. It's brooding inside of him. One day he's gonna bring it out again. You mark my words.
I don't know if Emo is that kind of a charged up guy to have that all bottled up. You don't need to project.
I'm finding a therapist, okay, John? Just give me time. Navi Junior gonna go for the bristleback pickup.
I'm surprised the bristleback slide's true. Again, we saw the Beastmaster first phase banned. We've been seeing bristleback banned out. What's a good
picture, John?
It is a nice
picture. Silhouette. Is that the guy from Kingdom Hearts or something? It's a nice picture.
Is that? I can't tell if that's Sora because it's a silhouette. I can't tell. It could be anything. It could be literally any anime. Kingdom Hearts. He doesn't. I don't know. There's nothing that signals it's. Hearts.
He's boxing with the mic, cracking his knuckles. Now he's yawning. Jonathan, can you? What was the? Look at this guy. Just the confidence.
Yeah, youngsters are impatient, Mike. You know, they can't wait a draft. Who needs this?
Take it easy.
Why are my teammates thinking?
The mics aren't working. If they pause for mic issues, John, I know who I'm blaming. Take it easy, mate. Final banter come here from Navi Junior.
While we have the chance,
you know what it is, John? That painting. It's
yeah.
What is it, John? You've got the go on, John. I'll give you the chance. What is it? What do you want to say?
No, I think the draft from your Cult Brothers is actually looking fairly well stitched together. You've got really good team fight now with Supernova, Epicenter, Burst Strike. You've got this Wind Ranger that can kind of help isolate away heroes, try to snipe them down as well, which can be nice and very useful. I think the Gale Force is going to be amazing in conjunction with all of this teamfight control. So I am liking what I'm seeing from Cult Brothers. It is much more constrained towards teamfight than it is for Navi Jr., which with the TA on hand, you're likely going for Snot Rocket on your Bristleback. So you're applying a lot of minus armor. You're going to be able to eat through the Terrorblade with enough minus armor on top, and with Snot Rocket, it's very easy to get that done. So you do kind of fix some of the damage issues that TA would have in a later point in game. And now they get to pick up the puck. There's no hard lockdown on your Cult Brothers. You have your best bet is Burrow Strike, maybe the Shackle. And that's it. This puck is having a relatively free game to weave in and out. And that's going to be Nico in the puck. Again, it's the youngest player, Navi Jr. He's got a lot of promise on a very showy hero up against now Emo's Void Spirit on the mid lane. A mid here that we really don't get to see too often. It's going to be an interesting one to watch, but yeah.
I mean, you brought up the question mark, John. This was the hero he was playing back then. You know, so maybe Fate's brought it back full circle for us. Obviously, no question marks this game, John. Not that much on the line for our first series for these two teams, but you know, back on the Void Spirit, it should be exciting. Although I might say, John, I don't necessarily feel very confident about it against what Navi Jr.'s got lined up for their draft.
Yeah, I think the key thing for Emo is that it's also a relatively free game in terms of a lack of control from Navi Jr., at least until something like the Shard comes out for Got the Juice. I think that silence on the Psionic Traps could be the one thing that catches Emo off guard. His mid lane matchup should be even at worst, maybe slightly in favor of the puck as it tends to be, but should still be somewhat playable here for Emo. So I'm keen on seeing how much he can get out before that Shard timing for Got the Juice, right? Because TA getting Shard, it delays you from Dragonlance Blink, again, the trifecta of items where you're looking for 2 out of 3 to be active. You kind of need to replace one with the Shard if Emo is popping off. If he's not achieving as much as you'd expect, you can kind of bypass that and still go for the 2 out of 3, get the Shard afterwards, after you get the Blink Dragonlance or Blink Deso, or the Dragonlance Deso, whichever it may be. But I'm not completely sold on the Void Spirit. I think this hero, it's really been touched down quite a fair bit, especially just being universal now. Universal damage just feels really heavily scaled down. Like, they've really done a number on the universal course. It doesn't feel as fantastic in terms of output. And that's where the concern lies for Emo, because as a Void Spirit, you kind of want to hunt for those kills as you hit 6, 7. And you want to be able to make moves across the map. You want to play with that mobility. You don't have the best heroes to connect. Like, your chances are you're going to wait for Beyond to get a Blink. Fly is just going to be farming up the Storm. But the 2 supports you have to follow through from the Void Spirit aren't amazing. Like, your best shot is Boboka with like level 3 power shot. That could lead to some good snipes, but we'll see down the line. Have to go through that laning phase first. A little bit of a late smoke out as well on both sides. Aggressive movement out from the Cult Brothers, though. They're the ones going for the long swing here.
I think they've come out of this yet. Both sides on opposite sides of the river. No smoke broken yet either from either side. Eventually, of course, they are about to run out. We'll see Niku now. Ollie going to break his smoke. See if they can swipe away this banner rune from the side of Navi Jr. EMA is going to join in as well. Emo should have it and does. And they'll find the top one. So it's going to be a 2-for-2 start anyway. Nice even start. Not too much to write home about between these two sides. Mid lane matchup, Jonathan. You kind of already went over this a little bit, but the Puck vs Void Spirit matchup. Not something we see so much of these days, but how do you feel about it?
It should be fairly straightforward for Niku, right? Like, he's got the range advantage. He should be able to poke out on Emo. Emo can try to at least get some space to walk up, pop Resonant Pulse, get a couple of right clicks to trade onto the puck, but by the time phase shifts up, chances are you're not going to find as many openings to get that done. And the key thing is going to be controlling power runes more than likely. I don't think the 4-minute rune's going to be as impactful considering the supports you have. On the side of your Cult Brothers at very least, for the side of Navi Jr., it could be a little bit better to get the rotation in with a Snapfire and Ringmaster. But you will want to control up early on. You are doing a great job on Emo though to poke out Niku. Niku is playing relatively aggressive, going forward, using the orb to back off. And does get caught by the Remnant. A lot of great trades there.
Very hard for Niku though, like the CS wise, obviously Emo has a pretty big advantage here on the Void Spirit, and you can kind of see he has to just get so far forward to try and get any CS going on this park. As of course, top lane, you almost saw got the juice. Get taken down by Baboka, but not quite. So they are applying a lot of pressure already here, the Yokol brothers, and well, you like to see it so far. Mid and top lane, maybe just a slight struggle for Na'Vi Jr. And no, it's still very early, Jonathan, but happy signs so far for Yokol brothers.
And it is. And level 1 for TA doesn't necessarily feel the best anyhow, especially when you go for Meld level 1, trying to snipe out in that lane, not really finding the opportunity to do so. Bot lane has been... Oh.
Nah, he's alright. In fact, maybe he's not alright. Niku's still playing around, but he's alright. Bottom lane. Well, you do have Ollie along with Firefly against PMA and Zayat. In fact, mid lane, they're not done yet, John. Emo's still going with Niku. We can't get to this bottom lane. Maybe now we can. The water runes have spawned up. Go on, John. What's happening bottom?
And bot lane's been a little bit rougher for PMA. I think this is the one lane that you can really rely on for your Cult Brothers. You've got the Terrorblade, high base armor, doesn't care too much about the quills. You're going to be feeding off with your stick there as well. So there's not a lot of early presence here for PMA to play with. Maybe if Zayat can try to get that level 3 with a cookie, you can try to cookie in, a little shredder to minus armor. Then you get a kill threat on top, but the burn damage, slow poking coming out from your Cult Brothers does make this a more passive lane than you necessarily would want it to be with a Bristleback plus a stun. So you are getting what you'd want, stable form for Fly, no pressure onto that Terrorblade early on. And if he does get that free ride into just getting more levels into the Conjurer image, getting into the jungle, clearing out, no blocks, then you're just going to be scaling up a lot quicker here than you'd want it to. Again, we're talking about tempo and Na'Vi Jr. If you can match that tempo on the side of your Cult Brothers, things start to feel a little bit harder to play once those early power spikes kick in. So we'll want to get a little bit more for PMA, but it's just not the best lane for the Bristol, especially whenever Metamorphosis is up. Like, you can basically solo here for Fly. Ollie doesn't need to do anything. If he lands a Fire Spirit, great. It's a lot of pressure damage just for free. If not, then the farm just flows in, and it's a very stable start so far for the Cult Brothers.
He is. I'm just looking back at mid. Emo's having just the greatest time with this Void Spirit. And the matchup, in fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, Fly does actually go down. I thought he was just going to be able to get away from that, but not quite. PMA just able to delete him here with Zayats, and that's a big one. A very nice skill for Na'Vi Jr.
It goes back to what we were saying about what you had to do in Na'Vi Jr. You do have to respect the little shredder. You do have to respect if you do get Nasal Good up, because your Phoenix just can't do much. You can apply Fire Spirits to stall them out, but not much to actually stop them from that physical chase. You had enough in the tank there for PMA. The minus armor stack is really starting to ramp up. Like, it's just great synergy for Snapfire and Bristleback. So much minus armor. Eventually you tie that in with your TA. It's just full-on melting heroes' faces if you're not careful. And even just in the lane, again, you did have to commit all your mana on PMA to get that done. He at least has the backup mana of 1 Mango, but not much else in the way of relief to at least sustain some aggression. So you do ride out that one rough point. And as long as there's no top-up for PMA, you get control of the Lotuses, you should still be down for a stable lane, despite that death here from Fly.
That's quite across the map now. 0-1. PMA has been left alone because you do have the rotations now into the mid lane from these supports as we are approaching the 6-minute mark slowly. Because Zayat's maybe feeling the need to ensure that Niku can actually farm this laning stage because it has been a bit rough against Emo. The Void Spirit matchup just not really allowing Niku the laning stage he would have quite liked. They'll try to jump in now with Zayat, but Boka is around the corner though. In fact, Emo's jumping in after Zayat, but misses the Aether Remnant. Ollie will TP in as well, just in case. It's going to be all about this power rune, especially for the side of your Cult Brothers, as they have brought so many bodies here, and it seems like they should be able to get away with it, but Na'Vi Jr., they're also bringing more heroes into this mid lane. Just ensuring that perhaps Nick can get lucky with his own power rune, but we'll have to wait and see. Emo will hit level 6 right beforehand, but they're going for the luck factor here, and it is going to spawn top, so Niku does get lucky. Hasn't hit that level 6 yet, but will in just a second, and I'm sure that regen will come in handy very soon.
And it will. Not the most aggressive rune for Niku, but it will allow him to at least pop out his spells, sustain a little bit more, maybe counteract a gank as well, as we've seen the reworked regen just do wonders in stalling out a kill. So you've got at least some mitigating factors to play with here on Na'Vi Jr. Early movement out already from Emo, but a good ward from Na'Vi Jr. does spot that deep rotation out. You're not going to be able to find that angle you'd want with that level 6. Great sneaky ward from Na'Vi Jr. early on here.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under
Emo,
attack.
we're going to make that jump in at that 6 mark.
Scanning.
I see Zayat's going to be a nice easy target for them. Emo, though, seeming like he wants a bit more than Zayat. We'll jump in onto PMA instead. They want to try for the Bristol. PMA not looking too healthy, but a nice dream call now from Niku to try and help out as PMA will go down. They'll take Fly down with them, though. So not really the worst fight in the world if you are Na'Vi. You find the pos 1 for your position 3. I dare say Na'Vi are probably pretty happy with that.
But they are. The one good thing is that at least Ollie does manage to get a good block out on the ancient camp, so you're going to have to waste time to clear that out. But you are, again, seeing the strength of all of this minus armor kicking into play. With that little shredder, with a couple of stacks of the goo out, right clicks onto a Terrorblade just look like magic damage. Right? Like, you don't have that durability on Fly if you overextend like that. Killing off PMA, not really the biggest deal. They'll try again, though.
Jump in again. They're going to try another time. Niku cannot rotate this time as he already committed that TP earlier. But the escape act from Riddy is going to allow more than enough to just let the Bristleback run. So a lot of commitment here from your Colt brothers down in this bottom lane. And sadly for them, the first time it really did not work out in their favor. And the second time, they just completely whiffed the kill. And Nemo's still having a look around. Maybe they could at least get the bottom T1 tower while they're here, I guess. And they're going to try for it.
You can't really defend this one on Na'Vi Jr. That is one upside. Don't have the smoothest way of clearing out. And Zayat's alone, just with the level 1 Scatter Blast, doesn't really do much to stop it. So you'll take it. They don't have a Shrine of Wisdom to kind of steal back. They have ceded control of mid to Niku. He got the second power rune, he got the illusion, fully topped up again, can just sustain, was poking onto that mid tier 1. Maybe looking for a flashpoint as they are trying to steal the stacks here.
Sure are, they're doing a good job of it. Very easy when you've got that Sanking on your side of things. Zayat's still going to stick around and Niku will rotate over. Trying to at least soak some XP and chip away at these creeps, but your Colt brother's certainly getting away with the large majority of that gold. Niku does snipe a few at the end, but you're pretty happy as your Colt brothers to just take that and leave. And that is exactly what they'll do. No punishment to come here for your Colt. Mind you, you could make the argument that Na'Vi Jr. might not care so much because Got the Juice is just completely free farming on the TA right now. And is top of the net worth board, so maybe it just doesn't even matter. But certainly a little win here for your Colt.
And it is. I think the key part of that is the recovery process for PMA. You would have loved to have those stacks to get that timing up for this Bristle. It doesn't quite have that. They have that mid pressure going on though, with a little shredder. Again, the minus armor can eat in. Niku even just zoning out Emo entirely, just to ensure they've got the room to get this extra poke. On the side of your Cult Predator's not quite ready for the fight back in. Mind you, Beyond is slowly working its way into that blink, 700 gold away. Just not in time for something like the mid tier 1 defense, as they are coming quite hard here on Na'Vi Jr. And again, they're buying so much space. Forgot the juice. This is an insane amount of free space for the TA. 5.2k already at 10 minutes in. Dragonlance power treads up. Working into the Deso, into the Blink. So going for a 3 out of 3 before activity kicks in. But that's going to pay off massively. They are starting to position heroes up top here from the side of the Cult Brothers to pressure Got the Juice. But if Emo doesn't show up, just doesn't feel like you get the angle. At least not until Beyond gets a Blink here.
Top lane, but Boca and Beyond are setting up. You'd want maybe a +1 if you're trying to go on to Got the Juice, and it feels like they're just going to let it go. Like Na'Vi Jr. are now slowly moving their way up top. Looks like Niku and Zayats might want to make some action happen around this area. Ollie will kind of run into them, but the creeps have already been taken out. Gets the D ward off while he's there. And Na'Vi Jr., it seems like they want to fight. Niku's going to cop a nice power shot, but we'll get it salved up here by Zayats, and does have the bottle, of course. It looks like he's just going to retreat. I think the thing with Na'Vi Jr. is as long as they know Got the Juice is farming on this TA, they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. And he's having a great old time. Maybe the only issue being right now for Na'Vi is the fact that PMA's not had the greatest time in this offlane Bristle. But even he's being allowed the space now to kind of come back and farm.
Yeah, I mean, he's higher net worth in comparison to Emo and the mid Void Spirit. That's certainly a good spot to be in as the Bristle. It's been a little bit slow. They are trying to rotate.
No, they rotated all right. Fly.
Oof.
Just getting annihilated. As apparently Zayat secured that kill, but Got the Juice did plenty of damage, I'm sure. Well, there goes your bottom tier 1 tower. And this is where things start to get a little bit interesting, right? Because you had a fantastic laning stage for your Colt brothers. But it's felt like the last couple of minutes have looked a little bit... They've seemed a little bit lost. They're looking around the map for something to do, but it hasn't really come to them. Maybe mid lane is where they'll find some success. They will. I mean, no one's there to defend.
They could look to play more. I mean, they've got some really good deep wards off of all of that time they had from the death of Fly. So they've got the ramp ward in triangle. They've got the cliff ward on the left side by the tier 2. They are still playing forward up top. Not the biggest kills, but we'll catch one.
Readies?
No? Maybe
he actually just uses the cushion and gets out of there. Souvenirs jump.
What a hero, huh?
Too damn powerful, apparently.
What a hero. You gotta love it. You gotta love all of these annoying heroes in Dota right now. Shadow Shaman, Mr. Kenny Rogers. You've got the Ringmaster with his insane
Kez comes.
Oh god, if Kez comes, I'll just literally ignore it. And someone just died for no reason. No, it's like, yeah, don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
I still don't understand. It's gonna be interesting when he comes in for sure. We'll see how many times he screw up his spell snake.
Could be DreamLeague Season 26, John. You never know.
I could be. I don't know if they release it in the middle of group stage, tends to be into the playoffs, but it would be fascinating if they did. Oh,
it could be coming. Top lane, they have found themselves Zayat. Really too much to write home about here. Zayat's just kind of tanking the rotations from your Colt brothers. I mean, you are still finding, exceptional farm here on Fly and, of course, beyond. They're still having a decent old time here, Colt brothers. It is, again, the TA that really concerns me for their sake, because now Got the Juice has got the full Desolator available. Going for the Blink next, and you did see just how much damage he can do with those Mold Strikes already. That was pre-Deso. I'm sure things are going to be a lot more concerning the next time he does join his team for a fight. Mid lane, Readies, having a look at Ollie. They're going to see him in that ward, and they'll drop the coil immediately, looking for a nice easy kill, and they'll find it. They'll take what they can get right now.
And both sides are just looking for whatever they can find. You are getting space for your cores. I would say this timing on Got the Juice is getting a little bit out of hand. Just having Deso, Dragonlance with soon to be a Blink and Shard, it's going to be a nightmare to play into. All of this vision that you've set up nicely in your Cult Brothers hasn't really landed much. As the side of Na'Vi Jr. is just playing the lanes anyway. So you're not finding that movement across the map. You might be able to try to sneak out for the Tormentor here on Na'Vi Jr. as well. They are smoking up into the gate. They do have the damage with Got the Juice if he wanted to join in. Doesn't even look like he will join his team. Maybe look for a kill first if Emo overstays his welcome down the bot as well. He gets out. I think he does. The one thing that you will look forward to later on is because you have the Void Blades for Got the Juice. All of this AoE minus armor is just devastating. It's not Rocket, Void Blades, Deso on the right clicks. These heroes will melt. Smoke out now from your Cult Brothers. They know they've got the position somewhere around this area, but they have to play into these traps if the smoke breaks.
Emo's going to rush right in. Very confidently, in fact, but he does have a haste rune, so he is able to run back out. Everything's fine so far. Still holding onto that high ground is Na'Vi Jr. They don't want to start this Tormentor yet. Not while the side of your Colt are right around the corner. The Colt brothers are not really retreating either. They are still just standing their ground, as it seems like Na'Vi Jr. will head back to the other side of the map. Or at least their TA will. Fly? He's okay. Got the Juice. Knows he can't stop him. Meanwhile, bottom though, they've made the jump in on this Bristleback. Cookie is there. PMA is actually a very tanky boy. So he's not dying, not even anywhere close. But here comes Emo now with an amp damage route to try and help out. But there's your Funhouse Mirror being dropped. PMA is still just walking away. Emo cannot get the job done. They'll move in with Beyond, at least catching Riddies. It's a lot of commitment though, for just to kill onto that Ringmaster. But maybe they can get the Tormentor on top.
Yeah, it's a good readout from your Cult Brothers, and finally the reward pays off. They saw that movement across from Niku, they saw him TP into the tier 2 farming camp, and they knew they could make that play without worrying about the slippery puck. Get themselves a shard, although Zayats is making this annoying.
He's making it really annoying right now as it's raining fire. They'll move back in. Flyfly's going to be careful to get killed off here as they do actually get the shards up for Boca, and well, the Gale Force is available. Very nice shards here for the side of your Cult Brothers.
I'd say a very important shard to find. Playing nicely with a Supernova, playing nicely with that Burst Strike Epicenter, and simplify these team fights, give you follow-through control, kind of hammer in. Woof! Oh! One hit! Jeez!
How much HP did he have? Fly? Surely... Oh, no. Cop the whip from Riddies. How much damage was Ollie at? Excuse me, how much HP did Ollie have?
Sure. Yeah,
that's
like 3/4?
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is. And that's without any other minus armor. You know, that's without who on top. It's not nice.
He actually just gets one shot by Meld Strike right now. I believe there's just enough damage to just one shot him.
Yep.
Can he do it again?
Isn't it beautiful? You could.
Nice.
Again, you've got Void Blades.
Surely. Oh, he's gone.
If he just randomly walks near a
do it, Ollie. Ollie, don't do it. You see him there farming. Don't do it. Get out of it.
But we've reached that point now for Navi Jr. with that tempo, right? 3 out of 3 done. Forgot the Juice, Blink, Deso, Dragonlance.
Oh, he was half HP.
Nice.
He was half HP. That's all right.
I mean,
it was a
half to 0 is still insane. For a right click, you know, that's like finger damage at half HP. That's just a right click out from Gotham Juice. And again, you know, it gets worse once that Bristleback's up there, tanky enough to get that Snot Rocket off with a Void Blade side blades coming out. All of that minus armor is just going to ruin your day here on the side of your Cult Brothers. And it's not like they're itemizing against it. You know, there's no AoE armor coming in. There's nothing like a cheeky little Solar Crest to help boost someone up. Nothing to save just yet. Navi Jr. moving in with smoke. They've got their blink up on Niku now. So double blink timing is on hand. And PMA is tankier now with a Pipe of Insight. Can't afford to actually cop some damage up front from all of these teamfight spells. Emo?
Catching Niku. Dreamcore aloft. Emo, how fast can you react? The answer is not quite fast enough as they do lock him down. No coil necessary. Another great kill here for Navi Jr. And guess what, John? Roshan's right next door. If they do want... It seems like they do not. PMA, he'd rather just farm the mid lane instead.
Same thing for Got the Juice. TP's down bot. Equalizes the lane first. So not looking for the fast Roshan just yet. Do have the full Hurricane fight for Got the Juice to bail himself out of trouble now. Some options to weave in and out of these fights. Shard coming next, and only 40 gold away from that silence on the traps. That's the big kicker here for your Cult Brothers. That's going to make it so tough for Beyond, so tough for Emo to try to play this mobility, jump into the back line. If the traps spot you and you get silenced up, it just ruins your day. They've got to be very good with their Sentry Ward usage on the side of the Cult Brothers, and that's easier said than done when you're hunting down traps, not a hero. Have to see.
Oh.
You do run across vision here at least.
Oh, he's okay. He's okay. Lifeline will make it out. The vision certainly paying dividends here for your Cult Brothers and ensuring the Flyfly can just get away. But again, it really does feel like you're in dire straits right now as your Cult Brothers. Like, you've got to weather out this storm of TA in the mid game. But considering how far ahead Got the Juice is, like, I don't think this ends in the mid game. It's going to keep snowballing completely out of control. He's going for the MKB next now on the TA into the Daedalus afterwards, and God knows that's going to be a painful experience for your Cult if they don't have an answer for that. And Navi Jr., surprisingly enough, even with that early Deso timing this TA, they're not caring for the Roshan attempt yet. Even though it feels like they could just freely take it, they want kills instead. They'll look for Baboka perhaps. Baboka will back his way out just fine. Instead, they do spot out Ollie there for a second. Ollie. Oh! He's alright. He's alright. He had the Essence Ring. Dream Core committed. But he's going to make it. Gale Force committed now. They're still moving in Na'Vi Jr. They want the team fight. Big jump in though. Beyond the epicenter and Burrow. It takes down Zayats. But can he survive now? The onslaught have got that juice. Oh, look at Fly. Just trying to get the hell out of there. Maybe he can turn back onto PMA, but no, apparently they cannot as PMA just turns his back on him. And in they go again here. Na'Vi Jr. looking for more. But they don't necessarily want to move high ground quite yet. They'll still try onto PMA from the high ground of that Radiant base, but you're not killing that Bristle.
No. And I think that fight alone explains why Na'Vi Jr. are hesitant to go into the Roche. They're showing a lot of respect for that team fight potential here from the Cult Brothers. Right, that Blink Epicenter, Burrow Strike is massive, the Supernova as well could be huge in such a tight area. So they're showing a lot of restraint for that. They did manage to bait out the spells. This would be the moment you go for Roshan if you wanted it. And it looks like, again, they're just not quite there. PMA is making his way forwards, though, now with Got the Juice. So that should be the Roche with the cooldowns committed. You are seeing the damage from Got the Juice. Like, they are really trying to utilize this Bristleback TA combination in a big way. And if they do manage to get that prolonged fight, when these big teamfight spots are down, they're going to melt. Roshan melting so damn quick with the damage they've got on hand. Easy Aegis now for Got the Juice. 4 to 8, a little bit low on the kill score, but it's been very smart Dota coming out from Na'Vi Jr. Very calculated overall, maintaining that 5k lead. And for the side of the Occult Brothers, there's just so much they need. You know, I appreciate that Emo rushed out the Ags. He's going back for the Manta now. Might have been happier if he had his own Manta first, just to have the ability to jump in without worrying about the repercussions fully. But the AoE silence can be huge. There's nothing defensive yet from Na'Vi Jr. The pipe has been doing wonders from PMA. Like, the physical output of the TV isn't quite there yet. So you do have that protection to rely on.
Jump away, he just blinks right out of there. The shield rune ensuring he just takes no damage, so he can just blink away. They miss out on the puck kill. Meanwhile, Baboka just trying to TP out of there with the Gale Force. Does make it out. Mid T2 tower, though, not protected whatsoever here by your Cult. They are just weathering a huge storm that is Got the Juice right now. But just look at the difference. I mean, he's still just about 6.5, 7k ahead of this TB.
It's just ridiculous what you can get as a TA at this point. And again, terribly, it needs a little bit more time. Its mid-game spike relies on heavier items to carry him through. The Scotty coming out next for Fly is certainly going to help the cause, but not going to be fully enough just yet for them to kind of, I mean, at the moment at the release, it's not enough. You know, you need to sit out, you need to wait for these items. You need a defensive item for Emo. And even beyond, it's trying to go into a U-ults just to ensure that the silences won't catch him off guard with these traps. I think for the side of your Cult Brothers, though, the high ground defense is really damn strong. It's the same issue with taking Roshan without taking a team fight outside. You have a lot of AoE spells, you've got good damage, you've got Metamorphosis you can rely on, at least on high ground advantage. That can make it a little bit hellish for Na'Vi Jr. So that could be where the stall out is.
Almost trying to defend this top T2 tower. Dream Core's going to land though from Niku, and Emo has overstayed his welcome. He thought it was only Got the Juice around the corner, but turns out Niku was right there behind him. And, well, here we go. Maybe T3 towers now to be worked on by Na'Vi Jr. But it really does feel like they have zero to be worried about here in this game one so far. As Ollie does manage to Icarus dive away thanks to a shackle shot from Baboka. But that T3 tower already halfway through going down. They'll force the glyph out. Without Emo though, like without that big jump in from a Void Spirit to follow up, it feels like you can't really afford to try and defend. Because now we're seeing Nuku just poke away at Fly from a mile away, and well, eventually they will retreat. They'll see Emo respawning. They don't want any more. They're playing very clean here, Na'Vi Jr., not looking to make any kind of forced errors, and Yeah, they make it out scot-free. No need to rush.
Yeah. Play it perfectly safe. You know what this reminds me of, Mike? Scoreline 4-9, huh? No 10 kills.
Ah,
It's pretty great,
yeah.
isn't it? Takes me
Shout
back.
out to all
We
the
could-
F10 kill betters out there. Shout out to you guys.
we could drag this out for 20 more minutes, Navi Jr. Just play passively. Then we've got a Southeast Asian match right there. Could be a
That's
classic.
right. Shout out to Talon. Here's the TV. Fly. Just look at this, Johnny. He's just, no matter what direction he goes in, he's just trapped. He's just trapped. They'll jump in at least to try and take down Niku, but the escape back will save the day. Niku, does he go down? He does eventually. Maybe they can fight back, but how do you deal with this guy? Got the juices in. He's the big problem. They'll just run back to the base, but he's still going. He's using the traps, John. Oh, boy. That's a whole team fight with the TA's not even there.
Yeah.
At least they get Niku in that, but like, imagine Got the Juice was there with them. There would have been no chance.
No. Absolutely no chance. And your Cult Brothers, I mean, they're holding on. They don't have team fight spots on the respawn. They do have Metamorphosis at the very least, so there's some damage, but without the Egg and Epicenter Burst Strike combo, I don't know if you're really going to be able to stop Got the Juice. Still has Aegis for 20 seconds, going to get a reset. Even if you wanted to jump him now in that window, chances are you're not going to kill him. Oh, you could kill him long enough, actually, at that point, and they will play it safe, but 1 racks for free. 5-12 as we do break through into double digits now for Navi Jr. Tank for you. You know, the youth, like we were saying in the draft, Mike, they don't want to wait. They don't have the patience for those kinds of games, you know? They want to kill stuff.
They're not old enough.
Want to get objective.
They're not old enough to know about F10Ks, Jonathan, right? They can't be old enough. Stay away from that crap, trust me. Not a good thing to get into. Emo.
No.
Oh, Emo. That's an aggressive jump in. He's okay though. Or is he? PMA is going to spot him out. Emo's actually lost half his HP. That was not even a milled strike. But he's got the full MKB and Daedalus up here on this TA, John. So if you get unlucky with that crit in the milled strike, someone's going bye-bye.
Yeah, just snap your fingers and they're gone. A little bit of a magic trick for Navi Jr. Forgot the juice if he wants it. 16k lead at 28 and a half minutes in. Substantial lead for Navi Jr. Just no sign of relief yet for the Cult Brothers. Still smoke. Their ultimates are coming up. I'm a little bit surprised they want to take this fight outside the high ground instead of trying to funnel Navi Jr. in. But let's see if they find an angle to work with here.
I mean, I think they've just saw PMA and they just thought better not do anything. Yeah, like, because you can't deal with this Bristleback just frontlining. Like, they've tried so many times to take PMA out. They got him once during the laning stage. But now, it's just not happening because they do jump in. They have found a Ringmaster. Riddies is down. But can they survive the onslaught that is coming? Emo's already dropped his life. So is Beyond. It's cost them a lot for support killers. Now Fly also being chased down, just trying to fight back. But look at the damage. Oh, goodness. I mean, you might want to call him.
Yeah.
You might just need to drop those GGs right here. Navi, there you go. Navi Jr. Jonathan, I mean, those first, say, 5-10 minutes, they were looking great for your Cult Brothers. They really were, but they ignore this TA for long enough. And my goodness, these kids, Jonathan, they keep getting better. These youngins, they make me sick, John. I couldn't be that good when I was young.
Yeah, no, I mean, lots of untapped talent on Av Jr. Not untapped, I think, just so much more potential to reach for sure. And they do manage to carry the truth to the end. It feels like a running story for our games in Ember's stream, like, where you ignore safe lane and the higher tempo safe lane wins. I think that's what we're seeing. In our NGX series, that's kind of what happened, maybe slower tempo in that game too. For Gyrocopter, this game won for the Cult Brothers and Navi Jr. So much tempo in that TA. Again, we were talking about the timings, hitting 2 out of 3 of the items. No, we got 3 out of 3 of the items coming in. Dragonlance, Desolator, Blink coming out when Got the Juice finally joined up. And it's down to just a very forced moving out from your Cult Brothers. Like that deep commitment we were seeing to take down PMA. So you're sipping away in tea. Classic gameplay right there. It's what you do with Bristleback. I mean, you know, that's what PMA was doing, right? Turn around, doesn't even press much, just stand still, cop damage, get that snot rocket going, and you don't really care about anything else. Just provide a minus arm for Got the Juice to melt faces along with Niku. And I think for your Cult Brothers, they've got to paint the target on the back of Got the Juice next day for sure.
I mean, absolutely. That man farmed a bit too fast for my liking. I mean, my goodness, you're seeing just the team fight started okay, and then this TA shows up and everything goes down south. As we are looking at, of course, at the scoreboard, it was a bit of a lackluster game. I don't think your Colt brothers will be too impressed with their own performances here, John. Not to blame them, because again, I just think Na'Vi Jr. just came to play today. That's what it felt like. The thing was, they play very clean. You know, like they're not reckless. They're happy to wait for the Roshan. They're happy to wait for the racks. They don't mind taking a tier 3 first. You know, it's not the kind of crazy gameplay you'd necessarily expect to see from a bunch of young people, but that maybe that's just Zayats just leading the team.
Yeah, certainly that tempering of aggression has been really clean from Na'Vi Jr. And I think for your Cult Brothers, they've got to find a way to break through because there was a lot of caution from Na'Vi Jr. In fact, enough caution that there were windows there for your Cult Brothers to play in. So I want to see some of that experience kick in, that quick adjustment, that quick turnaround for your Cult Brothers to identify, look, we left Got the Juice alone. We could have taken more opportunities. We kind of focused on this Bristleback too much. We kind of, just they had the blinders on in chasing down that tanky target. And it just provided way too many opportunities for Na'Vi Jr. And that's where the experience for your Cult Brothers has to kick in. For Na'Vi Jr., I'm still looking forward to great things from them in that game too. I think they've got what it takes to beat out the Vets again, twice in a row.
We'll find out, Jonathan, because we have a break to go to. But right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between your Cult Brothers and, of course, Na'Vi Jr. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is MLP Dota and Dronix Fire. We're currently looking at a brick wall by the looks of it, but it doesn't matter, Jonathan, because I think they can hear us. Johnny, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, nothing of value is lost. No one wants to see our faces anyway, so this is perfectly fine.
This is the best we've ever looked.
Yeah, oh. Can we go back to black screen?
Oh.
This adds no value whatsoever, but hey, we're in for a good ride. Mike, we already had a great game one there from Navi Jr. and Yakult Brothers kind of repeating the team from this day, you know, just ignoring the safe lane, got the juice farmed an insane amount in such a short period of time, and this all in on minus armor for Navi Jr. just paid off immensely. A lot of patience coming out from them, enough patience that if Yakult Brothers were more aggressive, perhaps they could have looked for more punishment, especially on that top lane TA, but never did. I think Yakult Brothers will be looking back and maybe looking to rank, you know, bring things up a notch, get more aggressive in this game, finally put a stop into this free farm we've been seeing from the carries throughout our entire day so far here in group stage. We'll see. I think one big adjustment also has to be something like the bristleback ban, because we've seen what PMA does. He doesn't need to have high APM. He doesn't need to think. He just gets pipe, stand, and then voila, you press W, you press Q, you're fine. That's it.
The best kind of heroes. We do have a draft officially underway for game number 2, so we can look at that as well here. Navi Jr., Yakult Brothers. Yakult, John, I mean, again, I feel like the laning stage went decently for them, but again, you know, maybe just ignoring the TA a bit too much. At some points after the laning stage, it did start to feel like they were looking maybe a little bit more on the loss side as to where they were going with this game, and naturally Navi Jr. just sticking to their own plan had a great old time. See if your Yakult Brothers do at least want to respect ban out something like the TA, because it really does feel like you probably don't want to give that back to Navi Jr. If you can avoid it. In fairness, your Yakult Brothers do have first pick, so I suppose they could leave it and think about taking it themselves if they view it as that much of a problem, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and there's still quite a few heroes that can slide through as well. There you go. TA being banned out by Navi Juniors. They want to pick up. And also taking care of the bristleback. So they don't want Yakult Brothers to kind of pull a fast one on them, allow them these big strong heroes. This is a very typical set of first phase bans for Navi Jr. Yakult Brothers, still within the realm of pretty meta heroes with the Doom and the Tiny for sure. Maybe leaving what? A lot of mid lane options still open. Morphling band, I'm sorry, AA band getting the Morphling pick here for the Occult Brothers. That's a solid win condition already to give onto Fly. We've seen what a Morphling can do, and that makes it a little bit tougher to justify something here for Navi Jr. like, say, Terrorblade or Gyrocopter. It can be a little bit rough. And you have to play into the Morphling. Giving him those strong forms can be terrifying, as we've seen from Morphlings already, with the changes to Morph. So I'm curious to see what Navi Jr. will do to kind of slap back onto this Morphling. What kind of hardcore matchup they're eyeing out for, how they intend to deal with this highly mobile, fairly durable sort of hero. There's something like the Dusa available if you wanted to kind of grab that before it starts to get banned out. Instead, no. Kenny Rogers, Roasters himself, is here. Good old Cluster Clucker.
I still can't say that damn thing. The cluster cluck. You know, the last time I tried to say, Jonathan, I said something a little bit inappropriate. You know?
Could be a good voice
I
line.
feel like it was done on purpose. They knew what they were doing when they came up with that name. It's always us, you know? Us casters, we can't pronounce things properly.
No.
Thankfully, it's, you know, it's gone now, John. We don't,
You know,
don't worry about it. Yeah, go on.
I demand a Shadow Shaman Arcana where he's wearing a white suit with a white beard.
That would be a great Arcana if he was just a chicken. It'd be amazing, just a chicken costume.
Oh yeah, if he was just a chicken as well, I'd be perfectly fine with that. In fact, don't do anything to it. You know the very scuffed custom games where the model's there, it has no animation, it just floats around. Just do that to Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
It gets the right thought across. Do that to all of his hexes as well. Just no animation chickens. That's it. Just floating around, bouncing all over the place.
It's practically instant anyway, these hexes, so, you know, they're onto something here, John. They're halfway there. Navi Jr. halfway to this next pick, and there we go. The Invoker ban has been made. Navi Jr. banning TA themselves. See what they want to try and prioritize for their own carry. Probably a little bit later on. The Occult Brothers is really putting all the emphasis on ensuring they have this Morphling available.
5 seconds remaining.
Here's to see what they'd want into the morph still for their core to core. Go with the Elder Titan, which is a nice way to just remove his natural durability when he's fully strength agi-morphed up. All of that natural armor just disappears. The Occult Brothers, very quick back-to-back picks with Silencer plus Storm Spirit. So a very stable pick for Emo. This is something he specializes on. The Silencer, I'm not as convinced by. We've seen some really good Silencer games. We've also seen some really atrocious Silencer games where you're not getting kills, you're not getting your shard, your global silence feels less impactful than you'd want it to be. So this is a little bit of a mixed bag for me. It can be really successful, to be fair. It provides really good coverage for the Storm Spirit to just zip in. And mind you, reverberating silence is still fairly annoying. So I can appreciate that. If you have to play against Shadow Shaman, he's annoying. Pick something annoying yourself with reverberating silence.
You love that damn thing, John.
I hate it.
You love talking about it.
I ban Silencer every single time. Oh, I love talking about it. I love talking about
you love talking
how much I hate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so annoying. I hate this hero.
It's very
just
annoying.
conceptually unfun.
It is very annoying, Jonathan. I'll give you that.
You know what was conceptually fun? You know what was very conceptually fun? Time Zone, until they decided to nerf the hell out.
Oh.
Why?
No, it wasn't.
No, look,
It wasn't
as a
that.
Witch Doctor player, it was really fun. As a Witch Doctor player, let me tell you, it's like having Penitence on Chen, but you don't need to rely on a Chen pick. It's like, oh, I'm having fun. I buy Ags, I'm having fun. You know? And then they nerfed it. It's like, why? Why would you do that? Are we not having fun anymore?
Without buffing Chronosphere. Just to put it out there.
Would we have popping
Best
off
kind of
Faceless Void? Was it Ramses or Pure? It was one of them, right?
It was Pure.
Popping off? Yeah.
Pure was
Just
very
like,
upset.
So dumb. Oh, that's not a
coming
very
out.
dumb pick.
No. Well, I mean, you know, you can make an argument there, Jonathan, but the Nature's Prophet does make its appearance here for Navi Jr. You imagine that's the position one we're looking at, John?
For sure. I don't think they're going crazy with something like a Pause 1 ET, although it certainly could work. And you know what? If they wanted to go absolutely insane, got the juice with an Echo Saber, and maybe a Basher or a Side of Ice or something. Just get on top of the Morphling. If he's fully agied up, he's dead. And if he's not, he's still dead, you know? It's like, it makes sense. It's just very stupid. You're probably not doing that. Navi Jr. is not that insane. They've got enough brain. Their brains have developed enough to not think of that, so shouldn't be. Shouldn't be.
Dire team pick.
Pangolier, though. Currently not that much development, Jonathan. Pangolier makes its appearance here for Navi Jr. It just makes me sick every time I see this damn heroes. We are going to see Centaur making its appearance for your Colt brothers. Love to see that coming out. Interesting drafts thus far. Your Colt brothers certainly looking at a much more aggressive style of draft and a very annoying style of draft with the silencer on their side of things. I don't know though. I mean, I'm looking at Navi Jr. and I kind of see this a similar thing. Like, it just seems like they're going to want to fight pretty early on.
5 seconds.
That they will. I think the big thing for your Cult Brothers is their team fight is looking a little bit more consistent, right? You can stampede away from the Pangolier. You've got the global silence to ensure the backup of the Pangolier is kind of cut off. You have a lot of ways to engage as well with your Cult Brothers. Blink timing and Centaur is going to be nice if you go for it. Sometimes you even don't bother. You just play with Stampede. You've got the Storm Spirit, who again can just play off of global silence and pick off the backline. There's a lot of good things here for your Cult Brothers to play around with. For Navi Jr., I'm curious about what they'd want here for PMA in the offlane. Right? Do you flex something like the Pangolier off into the Morphling? It doesn't sound like maybe the most high pressure lane. Doom's already been banned out, so you don't have that straightforward answer for the Morphling anyhow. For your Cult Brothers as well, they're leaving their last pick as probably their pause 4 here. So closing out with a support does leave a few options, and Navi Jr. will take care of one of them at the very least. The Wind Ranger being taken out. Maybe something like Ringmaster could be annoying as well. Just a big save for whoever is Echo Stomped up. Could be something to consider here as well for Navi Jr. if they want that gone.
Find
10
out.
seconds remaining.
4 seconds reserve time left here for Navi Jr. to make this choice, as your Colt brothers have been just chucking the draft right back their way every single chance they've gotten.
Team ban.
There's your Ringmaster ban out here from Navi. They don't really need another support on their side of things, and as you saw in game 1, that Ringmaster, just the escape act just feels so busted. And they end off with a Keeper of the Light here for your Colt brothers.
That's a surprise.
It is with the Storm.
Yeah, it's a very big surprise it actually slides through all the way till the end. Mind you, your lockdown now for your Cult Brothers is full all in on like your Centaur, your Storm. So you're not expecting your Silencer or the Coddle to really do much in terms of holding zeros down. It's going to be a little bit more pressure onto Emo to catch people out, or beyond to actually have to go into a blink. But you do get that natural combination up. The Tidehunter was left, and Navi Jr. will pick that up for a PMA on the off lane. And I will say, this match, this draft does feel a little bit more even. I don't think you're looking at any major late game scaling differential, major tempo differential either. In fact, perhaps it's a little bit better for you Cult Brothers overall, considering what a Morphling can do with some free space. Once you have your Vlads up into the Manta, you are ready to join in these fights. And you have some pretty good forms to turn into, like taking the NP is going to be nice. Taking the Elder Titan is going to be even more annoying, which is going to be interesting if he manages to steal that form away, get the Spirit out, have it come back in, have all that bonus damage on hand, have a Shard for a free way of getting in and out. Maybe even an Ags wouldn't be too bad to have that spell immunity as well. Could be one way to kind of get things done here for Fly. So I like the potential from both sides. I will say I am expecting a little bit more aggression out from your Cult Brothers in comparison to Game 1, along with Navi Jr. Maybe a little bit less so from Navi Jr. It depends on how willing Got the Juice is to join his team in these engagements with that global presence up, but you can certainly set up with Zayats and Riddies to kind of just have Got the Juice TP in, find a freebie, get away. But for your Cult Brothers, I think this hit and run with a Coddle, with a Storm, it's going to be a little bit ridiculous. Again, you don't have the best hard lockdown to keep that Storm Spirit in place, so you're going to have a lot of room here for Emo to just shine on his signature hero.
Yeah, it works out, Jonathan. I do like this draft from your Cult Brothers. It's something very different. Not something I was quite anticipating, but I do like what I'm seeing here. And Navi Jr., even they looked a little bit nervous going into this game too, so maybe they're not liking exactly what they're seeing across them. But here we go, Game 2. Navi Jr. already one game ahead in this best of 2 series. Your Cult Brothers looking to even it out in this game number 2. very excited to see how things pan out. I always get very excited as well with these Coddle Storm combinations because it just feels like you can just be so ultra aggressive with these two heroes in this current meta. But see if your Cold Brothers can make that kind of aggression work.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the Coddled Storm in a while. Again, at least in the game we've casted since Rally, of course, but the combination has proven itself time and time again. And the Coddle has still stayed in the meta since the tournaments in between and building up to this DreamLeague 26. We'll see how much success they can find. It does feel like teams have had more chances to kind of prep themselves against this. They should be able to expect what to do, maybe hunt the backline a little bit. Again, you've got this Pangolier with a blink timing that can pan out for you. Late smoke leading to a very long wraparound here from Na'Vi Jr.
Not finding anything quite yet. They're still looking though at that top side. Wi-Fi not breaking the smoke either. Wi-Fi gonna have his smoke broken now by Riddies. They'll see each other eventually. No fight to break out though. It is actually going to be a 3-for-1 trade, however, in the favor of your Colt Brothers. So they already get off to a bit of a nice start here with the gold boost. With Na'Vi not willing to contest too much here. We're seeing Baboka already just trying to clear out these creep waves, apparently. Beyond's going to move in as well. They'll find the range creep at the least, and it seems like they're very happy with that.
Nice little snipe. Giving some pressure out to Got the Juice as well, shoving him a little bit further back. Creep wave should still line up. They do manage to snipe First Blood in exchange, though, so this early trialing start paying off already. You have to respect that Elder Titan as output if you're not too careful there with the Astral Spirit coming in.
It's very nice, just the shackles to back him up. Riddies could just get the right clicks in very quickly, and very nice First Blood secure already for Na'Vi Jr. Beyond going to try and harass Riddies away. Does drag the creep wave along with him on the Elder Titan, but so is Baboka. Riddies just trying to keep up with him, but not going to quite get there. Creeps all over the place down at this bottom lane. Nobody knows what the hell's going on anymore. Meanwhile, top lane, you've got Fly there with Ollie. They're going to be up against PMA and Zayats, and of course we know that the First Blood was already drawn up at this top lane. Already a pretty decent start for Na'Vi Jr. Though I dare say Fly on this Morphling should not really have that challenging of a time securing his own farm in this Morphling. Like, it's a tied charm, and I don't think he's too concerned by it.
No, as long as he watches his positioning, you know, you're never going to be in range of the Anchor Smash for the most part. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be in range of the chain stuns as well from Zayats. You should be free to farm up. The mid lane has been a little bit more spicy. Emo applying tons of pressure onto Niku on that Storm. Does manage to drop him for that deep dive inwards. It's still having a great time here for Emo as well. This matchup against the Pangolier. He does opt for the 1-1-1 on the Storm. So double overload on top in the melee lane matchup does feel pretty damn good for the Storm Spirit. Water Rune Secure is still there as well. But Zayats is around to at least zone them out. And Emo's not going to get any top up for the bottle. Double top up for Niku should help sustain that lane considering how much he lost in that dive. So very heads up play early on here from the side of Na'Vi Jr. to actually do that. Like, this extra refill for Niku should give him some leeway to try to reel this lane back from Emo.
Having a great old time so far, though. Emo could argue the same thing. A very kind of even affair in this this mid lane matchup thus far. Emo was just completely dominating the CS battle last game around, but that was his Void Spirit against the Puck, which felt like he could just CS so much easier than Niku could last time around. This time, though, much more even. Stacks already being built up here, of course, by Baboka on the Keeper of the Light. Also set up nicely here for Beyond. We are seeing God the Juice have a great old time as well on that Nature's Prophet, by the way, which you kind of anticipate. You know, he's got the greater treat. He's not really going to struggle to CS. It seems like he's having a grand old time, and in fairness, Baboka and Beyond, they can't do too much to slow him down on the Prophet. You know, it's going to be pretty hard to get within range to actually land a stun.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that combination off. You already have a value point in Sprout, and you have Forgot the Juice. And the main focus has just been getting these creeps in a good spot. And Baboka, again, has been a very big nuisance in and the back of Riddies right now, just ensuring that the creep equilibrium is something playable for Beyond, allowing him to just soak up, build up. Again, very cautious time in the laning phase, at least outside of that first blood attempt up top. You are just looking to get that steady build up. The one disadvantage you have in Navi Jr. is you don't have the same stack build up because you don't have something with a lot of reach like the Coddle. Early teleportation out though.
A big early rotation, but it certainly looks like it's going to pan out rather. Emo, he does go down. Riddy's looking for more, has found Ollie. Will get to work. May not have enough damage on his own here though, but he's still chasing. Still wants to try as Zayat's looking to cut off Ollie as well. He's got Baboka there to try and help him out, but it's not going to be the most help as he does end up also going down. Those are some very nice rotations here from Na'Vi Jr. Like even at the level 4 mark, got the juice moving in to ensure they get these runes for Niku and finding 2 kills on top. You'd love to see.
I like this aggression coming out from Na'Vi Jr. Like getting their level 2 Shaman out. Zayat's just walking down with the threat. This added utility you get with chicken fingers is a little bit too much. You know, just a small stun like that for free that you get just for nothing. It's kind of wild that you get yourself so much utility early on. Again, they have that great read. They know that the water rune is just so important here for Emo and Niku. We saw it last time as well. The denial of the double water rune going towards Niku, making Emo lose that early lead he had, stabilizing the lane for Niku, now getting a lead with that kill and focusing all of their attention onto the mid. This frees up the side lanes. You've got an easier time now to try to build up here on this Tidehunter for PMA. He's already got the double bracers. He's still off to a slower game in terms of CS, but he's getting that EXP into the 6. You know, you might be giving a little bit more back to Beyond as well. He does have a full Vanguard, really tanky, you know, on that Centaur. But again, that early activity trade-off for Got the Juice, he has that read. He knows what Emo can do if he gets a free lane. They know not to give that away here on the mid lane.
Firefly getting hunted. They're going to go fast for Ollie instead. Here comes the TP again from Got the Juice. Level 5 now on the Prophet. Firefly, he's going to be okay, but there's a big group up with a siege creep at this 5-minute mark. And I mean, Na'Vi Jr., they might just start pressuring the T1 early. And it seems like they will. And I say, why not, John? To me, this is the way you're meant to play POS 1 Prophet. Just constant roaming. Is now Fly in danger. Gets hexed up. Still trying for Zayat. Might find him. The Stampede going to allow the space for him to run away as they do take Zayats down. But they're probably looking to lose Ollie in the meantime. He's got the juice now dropping to half HP. Could be in a spot of danger as Fly going to move back into the Prophet. Might have him in dust. A great fight now for your Colt brothers. There's even PMA not looking like he's going to quite make it out of here. Eventually, they should have themselves a nice watermelon, and they do. Fly with a double. Very nice turn now for the side of your Colt as Niku's even rotated. Trying to see if you can find some stragglers. He'll run into Baboka. Does find one. Maybe he gets lucky and finds Ollie too. But it looks like he's missed his opportunity to take him out.
Just a little bit late for the Pangolier to come in. You can salvage that situation just a little bit, but not enough to really equalize. Still has the Rolling Thunder at the very least. So you have that option for the team fight. But I would say you gained pretty decently here on the side of the Yakult brothers overall. That you buy space for Emo on mid. You know he's not getting pressured. You managed to counteract that rotation top. And I love the aggression, like you were saying here, for Got the Juice. Playing fast on the NP does feel like the way it's supposed to go, leading into objectives as well. It's just that the Morphling's not an easy target to go on. They missed the Echo Stomp the first time. They don't have that hard stun, so there's no setup for the Shackles to come in. And when it did come in, he does have level 2 attribute chip. More than enough to survive through. Not enough burst damage on Na'Vi Jr. A little bit optimistic if things don't line up your way there on Na'Vi Jr. So good punishment out. 2k lead actually coming out for the Yakult brothers off the back of that.
Emo?
Oh. Whoa, okay.
All right. I mean, you know what, Joe? It happens. It happens. Sometimes you look away.
Yeah. I don't know if he had the vision at nighttime as well. He was under a ward. So I think they were just outside. They catch him out with that ward, get the chain control, and Novin catches him out. Again, very great discipline out from Na'Vi Jr. to play around these runes. Baboka does find the illusion rune, but no top up, no utility for Emo. Although
Jump in. Emo looking to get some revenge. Is gonna get it. Zayats does go down. Meanwhile, though, Reddy's being chased right now by Beyond. Emo taking a fair bit of damage from that tier 1. Doesn't seem to care at all, as they are going to start pressuring that tier 1 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Reddy's around to try and defend, but gonna need a little bit more than that.
Middle tower is under attack.
I say that though, he is being a pretty big nuisance here with these stomps just being spammed out by Reddy's. Comes Baboka to help out. They are really just committing all the way for this tier 1 tower, having Beyond here just making it substantially easier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it seems like Na'Vi Jr. have no choice but to just watch it go down. They are not going to commit.
Again, they've got this high tempo with the NP, but you don't have the items to back that up yet. You still need to build into that full Maelstrom. Forgot the juice. That's not even up yet. Zayats does show up. Sacrifice.
Yeah, another one. The Cole brothers. I mean, this is probably that point with their draft where they're starting to feel like they can start to actually fight back now, and it's kind of what we're seeing. You've got the Global Silence, you've got the Stampede, you've got basically everything you could ask for here to try and force some more fights. Bottom lane, they're going to try into Riddies, and they do catch him. Another nice pick off here for Emo, and keep in mind, this Coddle Storm, it is devastating to have to play against every time that Spirit Form is available for Baboka. Like, it can be pretty damn disgusting.
That it is. Great recall play just to find that pick off. 3k lead coming out for your Cult Brothers off of it, and Na'Vi Jr. just needs more time. Right, like they need to build up. This defusal from Niku has to come online. PMA needs so much more as well. Something like the Vlads perhaps could help the cause here for PMA. A Blink wouldn't be too bad to catch that storm, but a Ravage, that's probably their next most stable stun until Zayats gets his Aetherlance Blink as well. And then you at least have this fallback for the Hex Shackles to kind of set you up. But you're bleeding so much space out. Like beyond top net worth, even above the Morphling, considering all this early activity. Getting a lot of value out of the Vanguard and the Blade Mail on hand. Did manage to get his free space for the stacks going with all of that aggression on the mid. There's that defusal up now for Niku, and they go for a smoke play off of that. See if they can find some success here. If they catch Fly out, melt his mana, he's a very manageable target for sure.
Fly. Preemptively strength morphing. Zayats looking to cut him off, but Fly does run the right way, and of course he will see the Shaman. Fly maybe baiting in another fight for his team. Still very confidently just standing there. Has got the juice, does now get the T1 tower. Strength morph is there through the Hex. Fly. He is able to waveform out, and the Global Silence will allow him to just TP right in front. They are unable to pick off the Morphling. And all it costs them is the Global Silence, which, you know, for 5 heroes committed there, I'd say well and truly worth.
Miz. They're still looking to go. They know the Tidehunter is not around that area. Not gonna be able to, maybe?
Where are we going? Okay. Beyond trying to move in. Beyond eventually going to get through the Twin Gate. Doesn't have anything like a blink up to really close the gap yet, but he's very close on the Centaur. And the thing is, like, Fly's just having such a great time as well, just free farming at this Morphling, so there's just no need for your Cult Brothers to do anything risky here. They understand their Morphling is having a great old time. And it's not like he's too concerned about this Prophet getting out of control either. Like, it is still a Morphling you're playing against at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if this game does scale into a point where Fly hits his major power spikes, because it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to keep up fully with the damage here. Forgot the juice. You're a little bit reliant on just control landing true first. And it's just so hard. We've seen them try it time and time again. At least now, you know, PMA has gotten that value point in Ravage. He did hold back on it. He was just going for all in on the farm. Does have that big teamfight spell ready, and the Vlads isn't too far off into the Blink Dagger. It's going to take a little bit longer for the Blink, but at least the Aurora game is also starting to get stitched up. Still, this is the kind of start you want for your Cult Brothers. You want it to kind of buy space for Fly. You're getting good early activity out for Emo. Despite dying 2 times in mid, he's managed to bounce back nicely there. Number 3 in net worth. You've gotten some big usage of the Global Sounds out from Ollie, and now you've got the Orchid up in Emo. even more control to latch onto these targets solo. Zayats will manage to TP away after trying to sneak away and maybe contest the Shrine of Wisdom, but doesn't want to fully commit for his life, unfortunately, into the 14-minute mark. But the big spike as well for Na'Vi Jr. kind of has to be something like a shard for PMA. Right? If you can't come in with shackles, with all those other pieces of control, at least that leash on the Dead in the Water can also prove to be really useful. It's just way lower in the totem pole. Maybe you get lucky as well, perhaps with a shard on Tormentor if you manage to secure it, but doesn't feel like they've got the map control to even consider that right now in Na'Vi Jr. And your Cult Brothers,
It's wrong.
again, they're just being patient.
Funny too, because it all leads back to that one team fight where at top lane where they were trying to go for that really early tier 1 tower. And yeah, they just end up dropping a few too many bodies, and suddenly the game just completely turns back the way of your Cold, who are currently 5k net worth ahead.
Middle tower is under attack.
Group up again from Na'Vi. They're going to go for the mid tier 1 tower.
Are fortified.
Because it doesn't really feel like your Cold Brothers have to react to this, because they've already found the opposing tier 1. Looks like they'll focus down on bottom tier 2 instead here, your Cold. Na'Vi, it's quite hard for them to get in position to defend, because they don't have any of those big mobility items up.
Is under attack.
It doesn't seem like your Cold are fully committed anyway. It seems like they are slowly retreating. Back to the Tormentor instead. See who gets a free chance for themselves. Hopefully Baboka, for the sake of your Colt. And of
There you
course
go.
it is, John. It's a guarantee if you've got Coddle on your team that he's going to get the first shot. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Why did... It's so dumb that he still get those 2 charges of recall. No problems. Why not? Drag everyone across the map. They do have Roche opening up for Na'Vi Jr., at the least. They did have to commit the Serpent Wards for this one. And it's not that quick, mind you. The damage output isn't particularly amazing here, but we'll take that freebie for themselves at the least. Still 7k deficit. 15 minutes, 16 minutes in now. You've got this Centaur who's slowly finishing up the Crimson Guard. You've got the Storm again, who still has that fresh Orchid up, going back for the Witchblade now for Emo. And the Dragonlance for Fly coming out soon.
Is under attack.
I mean, this fight has to be perfect from Na'Vi Jr. Again, PMA, he's got a good read, going for the Blink. Has to, into the Shard. So you're going to get the Dead in the Water to help, again, keep that control. The key thing for Na'Vi Jr. that's a big challenge right now is finding that backline. Like, finding that Coddle, finding the Silencer, trying to remove these big supports that are sustaining them through these fights. They've got to find a way to get there. Maybe even something like a Shard on Riddies wouldn't be too bad to hunt that backline down, if they can get that going as well.
We're looking at Fly again up at this top lane. Like, there's a big group up from Na'Vi Jr., but doesn't seem like that's quite the target they can prioritize right now, so they will just leave the area. You do now have a blink incoming for PMA.
Oh.
You do also have one for Niku, so they could try to move it. In fact, they have. Problem is they're already losing Zayat, so the Shaman is gone. They'll move on to Beyond instead with a nice Ravage committal, but the Stampede is still going to get off just in the nick of time. They even found the Aegis already. Off have got the Juice, so nothing really coming out of this rotation. It felt a bit forced as well. Like, you didn't really wait for your follow-up in the Pango, who just bought his blink out. Had you maybe waited another 5 seconds, that could have been an entirely different team fight, but maybe just a little bit of impatience and, well, suddenly they're going to lose this bottom tier 2 tower.
That was really strange decisions being made by Na'Vi Jr. Like, Got the Juice was hitting a Centaur with Blade Mail active still running. Out of all the heroes you'd want to hit anyway, the Centaur is probably not it. Would even just the Vanguard, considering Blade Mail not even active. And he just twacks away, hoping he gets the kill first with the Aegis. Doesn't find it. Aegis wasted for no good reason. 6 to 7 for your Cult Brothers, as they know there's no Ravage. They don't have anything to worry about.
Oh, nice Rolling Thunder though. Catching Emo as he zipped in. They are going to find at least a Silencer, though it is a lot of committal here just to take down Ollie. In fact, he's not even dead yet. Ollie's running. Ollie, PMA surely gets him, finally does. Meanwhile, they're on to Beyond. It's 4 versus 1 and Beyond's winning. Beyond's still walking out of it. Come back in, Fly. He's also there to follow up. They've got the Zayat's Shaman down once again. They'll chase for more now. Fly moving in onto the auto Titan. And that should be the death of Riddies, and it will be. My goodness, I mean, it just took them an unbelievable amount of time to kill off Ollie, and it cost them 3 heroes in the end.
And it does. And again, if all you see is the Silencer and the Centaur, and you can't kill off the Silencer, you can't really focus the Centaur either. Things are just going southbound for Na'Vi Jr. Like they just don't have the damage, don't have the sustain, they're losing more. Niku. Jeez.
Absolutely. Emo. Being a real menace. We are looking at some highlights here, and you're just seeing like even Emo barely getting away. Got himself a shield rune in the middle of that team fight, and so much focus here on Beyond that it just you can't deal with the Centaur. Like there's no way. It's like the Bristleback last game. Like Beyond's not dying.
No. It's so curious here for Na'Vi Jr. Like they've done that twice in a row. It's that bot fight with Gaunt the Juice losing his Aegis, just whacking on Blade Mail Centaur. This fight where, to be fair, Beyond did stick his body forward to buy that space for Ollie, but still not being able to initiate on the backlines is really what's killing this for Na'Vi Jr. They need to find the Silencer first, much quicker. They need to find the Coddle, probably higher priority, just to take care of all of these healing with the Illuminate during Spirit Form, taking care of the Chocolate Magic, sustaining the True, allowing Emo to play like a maniac. They need to find that backline. You just aren't set for it. You've got the double blinks up. We need to see Niku and PMA deliver. Set that trajectory into the rear. Allow Got the Juice and Angle in to just get a clean pick off and kind of get themselves back into the game. 11k for your Occult Brothers at 20.5 minutes in is massive though. And it's been a free ride for Fly. He's going into the Butterfly next. His output's just insane. Every single form he could choose is good for him. You get the Tide, well, free Anchor Smash to mitigate the damage, free Gush. You're going to melt through heroes with a minus armor. Another Smoke out here from the Occult Brothers. Global Silence to cover them for this fight, along with a Stampede ready. And they're just following that spirit.
They are. Riddies. Eventually the smoke will be broken. It's not going to land very nicely from Beyond. Poor old Riddies not going to get that Shrine of Wisdom for himself as it will be taken by Emo. Now a 10k advantage with the Occult Brothers. Na'Vi Jr. still looking for an answer here in this game too. You kind of ask the question as to where this farm's going anymore for Na'Vi Jr. Like who are you actually killing at this point? Bottom lane, maybe we'll find out very soon, but it looks like Emo's the one zipping in, finding himself a Prophet, though there is plenty of help there for Got the Juice. Niku gonna move in with the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, Global Silence has been popped and they've already jumped in onto the Shaman. There goes Zayat onto Got the Juice. They cancel the TP as well. The Prophet cannot survive Emo and Fly, who just continue to move in. That's Coddle Storm, John. It's something.
Ain't it great?
It's something.
And this is a Coddle that slid through all the way till the end of the draft as well, right? It's not like they just didn't expect it. Freebie for Fly, as you see his right clicks taken care. No problem. And with that Elder Titan. And this is why Coddle's a first phase ban. No? This is why Coddle's banned out when you see the Storm.
This has got to be changed in the next patch. There's no way they don't change the shards. It's got to change.
You think no way?
I mean, surely.
Oh, it's staying, man. I'm sure it's staying. It's gonna stay.
What?
Yes.
It's a bit broken.
I don't see a problem. This seems fine. This is all right.
Case onto Ollie.
Ooh.
Sprouts off the mark. Jump in now. PMA looking for perhaps a Ravage attempt. Can't quite find one though with the BKB pop from Emo. They'll just keep ignoring me. In fact, they don't even want to mess around with this Tide. Rolling Thunder to fight through from Niku. They see the Storm leashed up here, but they've got no follow-up for him. Nobody's focusing him down. Meanwhile, Got the Juice has to TP away in the middle of this fight, but he's left the rest of the squad. In fact, he hasn't left the squad. He TP'd to the Roshan pit. He TP'd to the Roshan pit.
Yeah,
Niku?
he TP'd to the ramp.
Well, they're going to find PMA, of course, Jonathan. There's not really any escaping Emo. I mean, I'm not criticizing him, John, because I feel like he couldn't leave the fight anyway. You know, like, it's one of those fights where it's like, we got to kind of win. We need this profit with us, but... Oh, it's just looking so tough now.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do with Got the Juice was he was trying to TP in, thinking that the anchor, the dead in water anchor was still there for Emo. And it was already taken out. He's got the attack speed to back up. Like 4 hits onto the anchor is not too much here for the Storm. A little bit late in the TP in, gets isolated away, and the follow tree is just not there. Navi Jr. is just not finding openings. Yakult Brothers are on a different level right now. This is something that was severely missing in Game 1. It looked pretty one-sided in favor of Navi Jr. Now, that experience kicks in. Those adjustments we were talking about that they'd make in between the games suddenly shows up here for Yakult Brothers in Game 2 so far. 18k lead, 24.5 minutes in. You've got that Butterfly up and running on Fly. You've got the Shivas up on Beyond. You've got an amp damage rune on Emo as he's waiting to teleport away. And Niku.
Good thing about popping that Rolling Thunder just to get away. He'll move in onto Baboka, but obviously just trying to TP out of there, and it looks like he'll be perfectly fine to do so. Fly though, bottom lane, looking at Got the Juice. Just finding with a quick sprout, but the Spore Stuff way is going to be there, though Fly still chasing him down. They've got the vision, they've got the Vortex. It's so revolting. Fly can just TP and give the vision for Emo to just zip right on top of him.
Isn't it great?
Dire are
It's
scanning.
outstanding. Fly just turns into NP. He's a better NP already. For all the damage he gets through. And he couldn't work the map. No.
Oh.
Look at the damage those wards do. Nothing. 0 damage. Literally 0 damage on Beyond. Oh lord.
Radiant's top
Gotta love it. They call.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a pick. It's a pick.
top tower.
Yeah, they weren't going anywhere with this game, John. Yeah, it's over.
It certainly is. And what's a turnaround again for Yakult Brothers? Again, this is where the experience that you were maybe missing a little bit in Game 1 certainly kicks into Game 2. The adjustments made between these drafts, having this little angle to sneak out the Coddle for themselves in the last pick, something that Navi Jr. wasn't ready with a Storm Spirit pickup earlier on, having these much more active lanes, and taking away the big win conditions for Navi Jr. You know, Got the Juice was trying to play aggressive early, not finding the angle to catch out Fly cost him in that top tier 1 rotation, and that's where the game really started to feel like it's going to get out of hand in favor of the Yakult Brothers, because that movement was so important to nail. They were sacrificing farm elsewhere. This is a movement on mid where I believe they were trying to commit onto Ollie and found him late. And again, Beyond was just an unstoppable wall of HP. There's just no damage, no killing him off at any point whatsoever.
Absolutely not. It was a very dominant series, or rather very dominant Game 2 here from Yakult Brothers. And I mean, series-wise, it was dominant each game, just opposite ways. And I suppose these drafts really did matter in the end here for this series. And of course, Yakult Brothers proving they're not to be messed with as they just show you what they're capable of here in this game number 2. And Navi Jr., nothing to be ashamed about. Of course, they did pull off a very dominant Game 1 themselves. It's all just, you know, a learning curve now of this Game 2 experiences. Well, Yakult Brothers again pulling off the victory. Props to them, Jonathan. They run the classic Storm Coddle. Certainly looked pretty disgusting to me.
Oh yeah.
And Navi Jr., I mean, again, you can't be Thompson. You end up in a draw. What can you do? It happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best footing for yourself. It's also not the worst result. So you've got a decent kicking point for yourself to start to build up the points, try to get higher in your group, try to get into those playoffs. For Yakult Brothers, a really good bounce back because Game 1 just looked rough. You know, having this great momentum into Game 2 does show that they are here, that they can put up a fight, that, you know, it's not all just about extreme gaming or Tidebound. Yakult Brothers can still represent the region quite strongly, and it's going to be important for them to kind of maintain that tempo as the tournament goes on. Of course, you'd like to see them maybe show up a little bit more. Both games were kind of one-sided. Curious to see if Navi Jr. kind of picks up the pieces and learns something off of this. Maybe considering that if Storm's left in the pool, you've got to ban Coddle in the last phase, as last pick Coddle's kind of insane to get away with for the Yakult Brothers. And yeah, overall, just really clean from Yakult Brothers. Again, it's that experience kicking in, it's them getting reads on the draft, it's them knowing how Navi Jr. played off of that one game and adjusting on the fly in that interim period. Just having the right game plan to come in and bouncing back, and no struggle whatsoever here for the Occult Brothers.
No, absolutely not. Certainly a pretty dominant victory here for this game too. I believe with that, Jonathan, we probably will be looking to head to a short break, and I believe right after that break, we'll be back with one of the players from your Occult Brothers to hear their experience here in this series. We'll talk to you again very soon.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for Dream League Season 26. Of course, we did just finish off our series between Na'Vi Jr. and your Colt Brothers. Your Colt Brothers pulling off Game 2's victory. I don't know how I'm finishing this sentence, Jonathan. They won the game number 2 is what I'm trying to say, which means we get to speak to somebody from the side of your Colt Brothers, Jonathan. Would you believe that?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
In
There
fact,
we go.
Screw what you have to think, Jonathan. We've got an interview on the line, and I believe we have Emo on the line. Emo, congratulations, sir, on your Game 2 victory. How the hell are you feeling?
Emo，首先恭喜你们第2场当中战胜了 Na'Vi Junior 战队，想问你现在感受怎么样呢？
还可以吧。
I'm feeling pretty good. It's all right.
Oh, well, Emo, talk to me about the series, because Game 1 was pretty rough. Na'Vi Junior looking pretty dominant, but Game 2, you guys came back and you guys just destroyed them. Well, what was the big difference in Game 2 that made you guys just look incredibly dominant?
就是第一把当时因为 Na'Vi Junior 那边就是比较碾压性的战胜了你们，就是当时感觉你们毫无还手之力。但是第2把你们就是非常强力的反击回来了，就是同样是由你们这次来碾压 Na'Vi Junior。就想问你们，第1场和第2场之间发生了什么样的一些改变呢？为什么会有这么大的一个变化？
就是我们拿到了比较熟悉的英雄，然后就是在发挥上面就也在默认上面做得比较稳定啊，所以就这样子。
Well, for Game 2, we got the heroes that we were far more comfortable with, and we were just simply much more familiar with how to execute, like, you know, the draft itself, and that made the game much easier for us to win.
Oh, fair enough. Go on, John.
All right. Emo, what were the expectations coming in for your Cult Brothers? It's been a little bit touch and go. Do you guys feel good about this run here in Dream League?
就想问 Emo， 你们就是战队来到这一次比赛当中，你们有什么样的一种期望呢？因为也知道你们战队最近一段时间的成绩浮动也比较大，就想问你这次过来有什么样的一种期望，以及整体战队的感觉怎么样？
整体感觉就，其实对我来说回到一个熟悉地方吧，然后就是我们就是对这个比赛基本上就是边打边练，因为我们其实这个班子组起来半个月不到，就很多地方都是有进步空间的，就整体的磨合上面，就是反正我们是处于一个边打边学的过程吧，然后边磨合。
那成绩方面的那个期望有什么看法呢？
成绩主要1轮了那么多次了，这次只要争取不1轮就行了。
好的。Well, considering that our team kind of just really formed with our current roster for less than 2 weeks, so we are kind of a really new team, and we are taking this opportunity like during the tournament itself to really build on our team chemistry and trying to find the pace and direction that we want to improve on. And right now there are a lot of areas that we certainly have room for improvement, so we're really just using this tournament to refine how we play as a team. And in terms of results, I mean, personally for Emo, he's back in a zone that he's very familiar with. He's played across multiple Dream League tournaments now, and but he says that, you know, previously in several of those attempts, in several of his Dream League, you know, ventures, he has often bombed out of the tournament in the first round. So right now they're just trying to make sure that they get through to the second round, and anything above that is cherry on top of the cake.
All right. Just to touch on to that, what would be the biggest test then for your Cult Brothers? What team would you want to play against to really test yourselves here to see where you are at?
就是你认为现在 Dream League 当中有哪支战队，对你们来说就是是你们最想就是测试你们的实力的呢？就是你认为哪一个战队是最有代表性？就是如果我们能战胜这个战队，我们就是一个真正证明我们是一个有实力的战队了。
那不存在这个说法，我感觉不存在这个说法，就是
I don't think there's 你先说完。
就这个说法肯定就不成立，你不是说你赢谁你就一定厉害啊，就到底行不行自己就对手是自己啊。
好的， I don't think this is there is any like set team that we have to beat, because ultimately the biggest opponent is yourself, it's your own team. Because you know, even the strongest team in the world, I mean, the Dota scene is so competitive right now. Even the strongest team in the world, you might just face them on a bad day and then you might win them, but it doesn't mean that your team is like up there. Like your team is really strong. You might just luck out on a win sometimes. So the biggest opponent is yourself, and you just gotta keep improving. So there's no such thing as, you know, one specific team that we have to beat to prove ourselves.
Thank you.
I love that attitude. I love that. We're going to let you go, Emo, but thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again in your game too. We can't wait to see you again, sir.
非常感谢 emo， 也再次恭喜你们战胜了 Navi Junior 战队，希望你们祝你们有更好的成绩。
OK。
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, Emo. Bye bye. Hey, John, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm usually pretty good at telling by facial expressions. Emo thinks we're morons. Emo thinks we're absolute morons. I can guarantee you. And you know what? That's because we are. He's a great guy. He has to talk to us idiots. What is it, John?
He doesn't think that we're morons. He knows we're morons. He's a step above. He knows it. He knows it for sure. And God bless, he's right. Thank you, Emo. That was a good one. That's very insightful. That was super honest. I loved it.
Shout out to Jin for working so hard. You know, good on you, Jin. We love your work, sir. I'm still convinced he's not even asking the questions we're asking, John. He's just coming up with his own questions anyway. Nobody's gonna know the difference anyway. Who cares? Is it? Anyway,
no, they wouldn't.
Anyway, with that, there you go, Jonathan. You called. Yeah, he was very, very philosophical. Emo was.
Yeah.
The only opponent is himself, John. Maybe you should take a note out of his book. The only opponent's yourself. You don't need to be mad at other people. In fact, you can hear Emo right now in the background. There we go. He's gone now. He's had a lot to say, Emo. You had a lot to say.
That he did. I mean, look, I am of the same belief, you know? Like, if I'm mad at a game, I'm mad at myself because I should be doing better. I know I could do better, but I'm not doing better. Why are we bringing this up, Mike? We're ending the day and you're putting me back on medication. You're not paying for the pills I am.
Your hair's green, John. Are you
jealous?
Are you trying to cosplay?
You jealous? Yeah, I've got
have you watched One Piece and you're imitating Zoro now? Is that what it is? Are you a Zoro fan?
Yeah. No, I don't know who that is. I just highlighted green on the edge. It's spreading throughout my life now as well.
Oh. Well, I'm green with him.
Can't fault me.
Anyway, with that, we are gonna. Well, we've been told to end the show, Jonathan. We're ending the show. We've got two professionals coming right up. I believe Lyrical and Trent are on their way to save the Ember stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Aurora up against Boom Esports.
gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had me. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You never stop loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I will understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am.
guys they need to run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
1-1 as Avalos looking like a completely different team in game number 2.
I think the important thing for all of you is that this is the way that Avalos used to win their games, right? And they're sure that I think they just want to qualify as well, but like this.
And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do that. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do that. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call.
that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Oh, hi, everybody. Nice to see you there. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I know Trent and I are. So we get to cast some Dota, baby. How you feeling today?
That's right. Yes, most certainly. It's great. You know, it's cooling down where I am. Not gonna lie, it's a little chilly out there, but that's all right. I got nice, cozy, jazzy Dota to warm me up here. Loving the theme once again. Thank you, DreamLeague. It's very cozy. That's my feel so far today watching the games. Very cozy.
Did you ever have like, there's a couple of times where you could like combo like a little jazzy track with like just a rain soundtrack in the background? You know what I'm talking about? That right there is the combo that we need. We need that going on. Some smooth jazz and rain. Oh,
yeah, we'll work into that.
Yeah. You know what we do have though, Trent?
What do we have?
We have standings. Let's
goodness.
take a look at what's been going on, because there's been battling amidst the cozy jazz. Talk to me about what you're seeing here. Anything stand out?
Well, I mean, you'll notice that there is one team down there, but it's group stage, so it's not. I guess it's not surprising. Liquid is starting 0-2. They like to make things interesting in a group stage, of course. It's one of their favorite things to do. I know there's a lot of Liquid fans coming right in, trying to find their team and confused why they're not near the top. Meanwhile, the Nigma fans, they are never confused. Of course, Nigma's at the top. Where else would they be? 2-0 to start things off. They are definitely one of these teams that is battling it out here, of course, for the most important thing, getting those points. They are after them. They're very hungry, and they're just nipping their way into that top 8. They're very close right now. So you want to see them stay that way. OG, shout outs. The recent signing, the OG Latham roster, got themselves a 1-1, so a solid start for them. And then, of course, one of the teams we'll be watching, Boom, also sitting 1-1 alongside Aurora. And now you get to be a nice bright yellow here as Boom, which feels nice. But you're actually the same score. Don't be confused, folks. As Aurora.
Oh.
I know. How can we do that to them?
That's true. They are on the bottom though, so that's just, how it goes a little bit. It should be noted this is only one series that every team across both of the groups have so far played, which is, understandable. So it's fine. I do kind of like this format a little bit more because you sometimes end up in a situation where all of the Group A games happen like early, and if you're, on the west coast of the US like me, you just don't get to see Group A ever. But now to switch between them, it's kind of nice. And we do have a little bit of a look here today at heading back on in to our Group A action, which we can take a look at. Trent, we've got a great matchup today. It's Boom Esports facing off here right out of the gate. Talk to me a little bit about this team, what you're looking forward to here.
I said the music feels cozy. This feels cozy. Just looking at these 5 players. And it's just a cozy little C team who I love seeing their faces. I know I'm going to get a good game. I feel like we've come to know them all pretty damn well at this point. It really, like, if you're trying to put together a roster and see right now, I'd be very happy with this. This is a very pleasant roster to look at right now. I will be a really happy fan if my team got these 5 players together. So now there was one player who I did want to focus on specifically, and that was Tim's. Because when I look and I think back, I was thinking about the position 4 role this morning. That's what I was thinking about. And I was thinking, I don't think any other role has such a fluctuation in terms of the people who are like leading the role, and then like someone else comes in and now suddenly they're like the best 4 in the world, and they're the best 4 and they're the best 4. And it feels like it's a role where creativity and like grinding really gets you a lot. And we actually see a changing of the guard a lot. And Tim's was one of those guys. He was one of those guys who he came in and he took the top reins for a while. He was considered one of, if not the best 4 in the world for a little bit when he's rocking out on like his Earth Spirit and stuff. And it's just to then, continue just grinding away. We get to have him here again, DreamLeague Season 26. I thought that was really nice to see. So there he is. Shout outs to Tim.
I also just have to say in general, like with Southeast Asia, it's such an there's freaking Mushi off to the side. Listen, you see all these people, there's Jabs, you've got everybody. Everybody's hanging out together. Now, here's the thing. I think Southeast Asia teams are a little bit like Frankenstein right now in a way, okay? And you basically need to find the perfect mixture. You need like a leg from Jackie, you need like the arm of Armel, and Tim's to me is the bolt that you like stick into the side of the head to make sure that you hook
up
the whole
the car
thing
battery
functions.
too. Yeah,
exactly.
cool.
And then Frankenstein works. And we got to take a look at another team, a little bit of a Frankenstein matchup as well here, the Aurora gaming lineup. This is another team that's just been compiled from a bunch of crazy places all over the place.
I was gonna say, this is the Frankenstein team, actually. This is, now you're on to something. They brought Mira back from the dead. He's just like, I don't know if I'll play Dota anymore. Maybe if I come back, I'll play 5. They bring him back. Okay, I'll play Dota again. I'll come be Mira once more. And that's why I want to talk about him, because similar reasons. At one point, he was the best 4 in the world. Now he's back. He's had some iconic heroes. He's been looking great in his return. Every time I watch an Aurora game, I'm like, yep, that's Mira. He looks very scary. He does not look like he's lost a step at all. And it's just been really nice having him back in the competitive scene.
Man, and now you just got to take a rest before you come back up.
They plugged him in.
Dude, look at this room that they're in. The bean bags. They have like a plinth on top. I'm pretty sure that that's a karaoke setup right there. You gotta love it. But Trent, we're ready to get going. We've got a draft already ready for all the fine folks out there. They're tired of hearing us talk about it. We're ready to see it. And as we stare into the abyss of Kiyotaka, we are going to immediately look forward for a bunch of bans. Terrorblade, I saw, has been getting picked a hell of a lot recently. He's first phase banned right now. I guess that flexibility. It's such a good hero, but it also has a 28% win rate. So maybe a little bit of fool's gold.
Oh, it's new. It's one series in or whatever. We don't need to look at win rates yet.
That's fair.
I have a theory about this this big opening in the middle of the room that you were discussing.
Okay.
With the light coming in. So you guys probably heard that there was some sort of an exploit, a vulnerability where scrim data was being leaked, of course. These teams, right? It was being leaked and stuff. So communication is just not safe anymore over the internet. Well, who knows what could happen to you? Now, if your Dota games aren't safe, if your emails can get hacked, what if that opening is for their carrier pigeons? Have you considered this?
Oh, I like it. That's really cool.
Yeah, like I feel like they're probably releasing carrier pigeons through that window gap behind them right now. to the other teams and like secure communications via the pigeon.
Yeah.
That's my best guess right now.
It's like how chess grandmasters play without like looking, and they visualize the board in their head. They're like, okay, I'm ganking mid now. That's the carrier pigeon.
I missed that CS.
Yeah, exactly.
My bad.
That's good. All right, Doom into Medusa, first pickup afterwards. Again, these heroes, we have seen them a lot. I do feel like it's a little bit weird. Like, I guess I shouldn't say weird. Picking the Doom and then getting Medusa doesn't feel great in a lot of ways. But maybe with this like newer version of Medusa, it's a little bit more annoying because you don't have to like, you know, go for the max out right click type of damage build, and getting muted and all your abilities taken off kind of sucks.
Yeah, she's got at least some stuff she kind of wants to do outside of just right-clicking at the very least. But I do think that Medusa is probably the most obnoxious hero in the pro scene right now. I think letting her through is true pain, at least in a broad spectrum of all teams. Obviously, certain teams have these heroes they're incredibly good with. But if there's just like one offlaner I just don't want to give away, or really any one position right now, it's probably either Bristleback or Medusa. I just assume Bristleback's going to be banned every game, which is why Medusa can even exist right here. Or else she would be right up there with the bans too. But yeah, this Medusa is just incredibly frustrating. Every team looks good with it. I think some players who had I feel like the offlane hero pool was a bit of a question mark right now. Some of the easier heroes, ones they've relied upon for a while, have gotten a little bit worse. And some players, the Zoo heroes, feel kind of bad, except for Beastmaster. And so everyone's just going to Medusa. They're just like, oh, okay, I'm just going to learn to play this. And so every team has a backup Medusa right now. So just expect that if you're not going to ban it, it will be showing up early in the draft.
It's understandable. You know what I just realized too? This is like the 5-head play. Mushi is in the room. We're seeing Manta Lincolns. It's all coming back again. Do you remember how many times he built that?
Yeah, like every game. And then he would play Morphling and do the exact same thing.
It was sick.
It was just the only thing you needed to do.
The dream. All right, well, we'll see what ends up happening. They take the ET early. I like this. This is kind of cool right here. It has a hero that's been rising a little bit in the stocks recently, and I feel like it's something to watch for. Great team fight control. Obviously, the natural order is super annoying to deal with. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think ET's a very solid hero. The only downside to ET is the lane can be like, during some matchups may be questionable, but you're pretty confident. I shouldn't say you're pretty confident it's a position 3 Doom, though, to be fair, I guess. We've actually seen Doom moving a lot right now, heading into position 1, so there is a good chance they do make a shift here and potentially create some issues for this ET, depending on how the lane setup is going to be, and already that's a big issue. That is the Clockwork. That is traditionally the hero that ET hates seeing the absolute most. It's really hard to play this hero. You get scaled out by flares. If he gets on top of you with a battery assault, you can't cast any of your spells. And the other issue is that it's not really seen as a super strong hero right now, this Clockwork overall. Like, you don't see any other teams picking this. So that makes it even worse to me, because then they know how good this counter is right now, and they can also flex it too.
The thing that this might tell me, I mean, and I don't, this would be where you maybe flex the Doom to another position and pick a Darkseer, because I do think that the ET Medusa matchup, like, you love to play that hero, but no, they're just gonna go Bane. Holy moly,
with that big purple. I thought that was it.
I know. Well, because like you get natural order with the illusion, it's so nice, but Bane is a weird one.
Yeah, I've seen a little more Bane lately. It was Aurora who was playing it in the last game I was watching, so maybe it's just a Panto specific thing. But last time I saw, he was using the walking facet, and he was getting some decent use out of it, pulling people around. Because I mean, frankly, the attacks one is utterly trash. When you're just playing 5 Bane, it barely does anything, so you might as well try and make some cool moves with the walking one. But the Darkseer is an extremely good shout, because we are seeing this constantly in drafts right now, where he's usually banned in the second phase for this exact reason, is that we have these early picks of Medusa and Doom that can be flexed between the position 1 and the position 3, and then you get these heroes that, obviously, Darkseer +1 in a combo is very scary. We're seeing a lot of Darkseer Tusk right now, and it's just very difficult to deal with when it's brought out later in the draft. So I think that is an extremely important thing to be looking out for just like this entire tournament, honestly, is these like middle of the draft Darkseers.
Well, they instead decide to go back for a Mirana and then into a Kunkka. If I'm going to be honest, I love all of these heroes. They're sick, but they do go for it. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is then a position 1 Doom, most likely, or mid Doom. And then we've got the Darkseer here at the end. I was also thinking about it. I'm pretty sure that ET also is maybe to help cover the Medusa. Because the sleeping her and then she just like never wakes up feels bad.
Yes, you do not get to play the game when they're on the same, when ET's on the other team. That's true.
Okay. Well, what an interesting draft we've got from Aurora Gaming. I want to see where this Doom goes. Do you like it more mid or in the safe lane?
Overall, I think the position 1 Dooms have been looking better. That being said, this is almost certainly a Kunkka mid. I mean, it could be Kunkka 3 and then Medusa 1, I guess, but I think if there was ever a time where you, like, if you wanted to get away with a Doom mid, you probably could versus a Kunkka. I'm sure it'll be a mid though. Sorry, I'm sure it'll be position 1 and we'll be getting a mid here. Probably one of the safe mids. Tiny's gone. Pango's still in. Pango looks pretty solid and annoying right here, honestly. The only downside is that they're kind of like their reach damage would be really low if they went for the Pango. Like they'd be very clumpy, which might be kind of annoying. But it would work well with the clockwork.
Okay. Yeah. They decide to go for the Storm.
Oh, beautiful.
Seen
like
this
that.
one a lot.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Like I was thinking like a safe mid because of counterpick, but like honestly, like you can't. They just banned the puck for you. If they wanted to like really counterpick your Storm, they would have to screw their draft pretty hard. So that's a really solid pick.
Although I do feel a little bit like the Storm gets a like if Kunkka should get 6 first, and I think that the Storm just dies to a Mirana rotation. I guess you've got Nightmare, like you can TP and Panto to save him, so that might be the way that they try and deal with it.
I would agree that it's fairly. It's fairly likely he dies. I would say that's true.
Yeah.
But you know,
I guess
it's a
they're playing more
Kiyotaka
for the late.
Storm.
Yeah.
You're just playing to win the game. Storm is a game winner for sure. Pango is like kind of a game winner, but then you're putting a lot of stock into your Doom, going for like maybe some bigger items. And now Storm could just like solo carry a little bit. And we get ourselves one of the big carries, the Gyrocopter, who's still left in, and that's very likely going to be Jackie. Classic Jackie hero. And these are some very, outside of the clockwork, I guess, very standard drafts right now. All of these heroes are fairly common. Mirana's falling off a little bit, but she's still here and there. Tim's most played hero, by the way, of all time. He's Mirana, so he's super comfy cozy on that one. He's got 100. This will be his 150th professional game on Mirana. So there you go.
Holy crap.
His next highest is 118 on Rubik. And that's with a 70% win rate, by the way, his 150 games. So he is a beast of Mirana. It's his best win rate and his most played hero, which is actually insanity. What?
Yeah, that's crazy. Tim's Mirana, look out. Well, I mean, we mentioned him as the
nuts stat.
We mentioned him as the one to watch. I think that a lot of the kills probably are going to be rotating through Armel, but it's Tim's that you need to watch where he goes and see if he's going to be able to like help find that finishing blow or that extra little bit of damage that takes him out. I'm interested to see how Toronto Tokyo does in the Darkseer. I mean, you know me, I love this guy. I'm not sure if it's the best game in the world for it, but there are some cool bits to it, definitely. And the other thing is that like with the Elder Titan Natural Order, I don't remember, but I think you get both sides of the Natural Order when you pop or when you create an ET illusion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think even if the ET Spirit's out, I think that's...
Oh, wait.
I guess I'd have to double check.
No, you don't get the Spirit, I think. I think you just get the armor. Because
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Well, ever since they
Right.
changed it that way, I think you're right. Yep. Which, I mean, is really all that matters. You don't need the magic amp, really. I mean, it would be nice. But when it comes to dealing with, like, a Gyrocopter and a Medusa, it's really the natural armor that you want to be reducing.
That's fair. Well, we're into this game number 1. Aurora facing off against Boom. Both these teams looking to up their potential. Of course, looking forward to the EWC and all the rest that's going to come with that. And we are into this game. Oh, Trent, it feels good. God, you love to see some early mode in Dota for me. For them, it's starting to get towards the afternoon, though.
Yeah, we got a nice little spread here. You know, it's noon for me. It's 8 a.m. for you. It's like dinner time. Okay, well, it's 5. It's dinner time when you have 3 kids. For me, you know.
You outed yourself right there.
Yeah. Getting old, man.
I mean, the other thing too is that like because they're in their all respective location, they're staying up probably mega late. Maybe not though. Some of these Dota players, they're starting to get a little bit old too. They can't. They need to get their shut eye.
That is true. It's. I mean, we got the young guns coming in our next series. You guys show up for the Navi Junior roster. I was going through and I was just like, how much older is there? Like, what age were these guys when Fly started playing Dota from a Navi Junior versus Atlas? There are players who were 3 years old when he started playing pro Dota.
That's so sick. I love that.
And now he is to play them later.
Oh my god. Go to bed, old man.
Wait, how long did he play Han? Does that mean there's a chance some of them weren't born when he was competitive? Oh my god.
I'm sure that's what that means.
Crazy. All right, well, we got old men, we got young guns in this one, and we got some bounty runes to fight for.
That's right, and it looks like Mira able to sneak that one away. So that's going to be 3 for 1. No chance to come and contest that. Which fair enough for Tim's. With this like Starstruck facet, you don't want to have to take Sacred Arrow if you don't have to. It's pretty nice to be able to instead just, sort of spam trades with the Starstorm.
Every time I have to look at the other facet, the leaping root one, because we've never had it for Miranda.
Yeah.
It's just been the blind since it's come in. The root is just not real. So I guess if you're in your pubs, give it a whirl and report back. Let Tim's know if the winningest Miranda player should maybe try the other one.
True.
Probably not.
Good to know. Yeah, well, you never know. So keeping an eyes on this one. They are already pulling lanes down bottom. Toronto Tokyo was able to get pretty good positioning on this creep wave, and now it's just going to be Mira grabbing the other wave. Can probably come back in and be a little bit more pressure when they get closer to 2 or 3. But we'll see how that one goes. In mid, Kiyotaka being brought low, but still 5 and 2. He's having an okay time of it, and should get one more CS there. Nope, never mind. Didn't say anything.
Well, I mean, you guys have all watched Kiyotaka for a while now, and I think you know how he likes to play. He likes to risk it for the biscuit, and sometimes it works out really well, and other times it's a disaster. So it's not unusual to see him sitting at 20 HP, kind of close to when Tiebringer's coming back up, but. He pushes those limits.
Oh, didn't get level 2. He was 2 experience away. Oh, that is painful right there. Not able to get it in time, and that means that Mirana goes down first blood.
Yeah, hand it over to a Doom, a hero who can already start to snowball a wee bit, and Nightfall just immediately sends out a Bracer. Wants to tank up a little bit against this constant harass. It's a root into the arrow. Tim's wants revenge up top.
Can they get it? Is it going to be enough? Nightfall. Down that Doom. There's a couple of branches making the difference right now as Jab's just back to doing what he needs to do. Do they have any regen for him, really? Just the Tango right now.
Yeah, he's one coming, yeah. But
they have a salve on the Bane for Panto. But I think that he's going to try and save that for himself. They're thinking about going again, trying to find a courier kill. Tim's gets it. And now pulling the spamming out. Very contested lane.
Yeah, that was all off Jabs actually hitting a Gorgon's Grasp. I don't know if I've ever witnessed that, actually. Just raw hitting Gorgon's Grasp, I swear. Level 1, very unusual to see. Probably caught him going for a CS that he really wanted, and that's what set up that arrow.
Right, and now you're also seeing they're going to be able to secure the Lotus for Mira, and then up top they also get one on Tim's. A little bit more valuable as they see down bottom, extra damage out, but the Stomp keeps Jackie from getting fully gone on here. But with the Mirana, you've got that extra little bit of the Lotus is working better on you too. So
that is true.
Keep your eyes on that.
Yeah, cannot forget that. 50% more effective is no joke.
Oh,
it's pretty sweet.
Arrow. Mid, Kiyotaka in trouble. Kiyotaka going down Panto a little bit too slow with the rotation. And that's what we talked about.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, you just have no tools versus the Kunkka, really. You're just going to be constantly whittled down. So I'm sure they were, like, ready for this, but it is always hard to prepare for the idea that you're just going to die as Storm Spirit, because clearly a very much a snowballing hero. Let's see, he has no Galvanize to worry about at the moment. Tim's just took a tax here. Thoughts on that? While stacking the hard camp, he arrowed the tomato. Is that legal as the Mirana player?
You build one new hero, one new creep, you take away another. It's addition. Surely. It's all fine. God, Panto is just being a bully there. Forcing Tim's back a bit.
I want to see a walk. Walk him back, Panto. Oh, walk him back. Walking the dog.
Wait a minute. Now, good damage out, and it's because Nightfall has the mana burn creep, and Jabs is going to have a bad time because of that. Mid lane, not able to connect with the arrows, still going on to Kiyotaka, a couple more punches. They're going to TP and clock, and, well, Mira not able to do anything. They also do take away the rune, so it only has one bottle sip on the Storm. This lane's become a lot harder.
How is it that Doom's mana aura creep eating is better than Crystal Maiden, like level 4 at this point?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? That's kind of absurd, is it not?
It's pretty dumb.
All right, Panto up top again. He's got no mana. Jabs?
Well, he does still have a mango. Pops it now. Another mana burn. Chase down. Nightfall on top of Jabs, and they're just leaving him for dead. I mean, this is the price of sending Tim's mid. And Mira, in the meantime, is going to be chased down by Januel. Also has the missile onto him. He should be able to walk some of this off, but still has the creep wave here. Still chasing. Will have no more missile. And I think with the Windlace, I mean, he's going to be able to buy enough space that the cogs will keep him fine.
Yeah, it's funny that you almost always talk about this as a aggressive counter pick. The idea that Clockwork could just like ruin your life as the ET and just kill you over and over again. But there's also the fact that even with the gyro there, ET cannot chase you or do anything. Like you saw him just trying to walk at him with all his bonus damage, and he just gets a couple swings as they're being interrupted by the battery assault. So he gets these giant pulls, which he has consistently been dumping all the way back to Toronto, Tokyo, and not leeching. This is they're really juicing up the Darkseer.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of need this. He's going to power farm like crazy. They are now bringing Tim's back up top with Armel, trying to get in range for the X, but just level 1 means no chance for a kill for Armel. Yeah, I don't know. I'm unsure. Like, I do think you need to kill this Darkseer because he's going to be a problem later if they can just get free farm the entire way.
Oh, Panto. Panto's gone for a risky maneuver here. He was trying to get over here early.
Yeah, I don't know if this one is going to work out too well for him.
Well, I mean, Doom's coming, and, like, they don't have damage.
Jukes back the other direction. Still doing what he can. And Jabs in trouble. Jabs goes down. Panto gets it. They drop the Doom onto the Mirana. Miss on Januel, and now Kiyotaka makes the rotation. The sleep dodge, and Bane survives. Oh, wow. Panto, big plays. Jackie Boys is still there. Armel starts to make the move over as well. And now they get the X pull back into the kill. They did get the shrine for Kiyotaka there. So it ends up being both wisdoms going the way of Aurora.
Yeah, Panto was like trying to maybe get back up for a play, but I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. So, I mean, again, unfortunate to lose your Storm Spirit, but what a setup here from Panto. The long play. The Bane Gambit, as it were, at this moment. Realizing that as long as they don't hit this arrow, I'm going to be fine. Beautiful dodge on the Gorbin's Grass. Easy. Then Tim throws the arrow. See ya. And then I love the HP just vanishing because she just has no mana thanks to this mana burn creep.
Oh, yeah. That's been so annoying for them to deal with. The Doom, really good answer in general. And yeah, you can see, gets in just in time. Jackie could not manage to come and claim that. It's an interesting window now. I feel like they're in a really good spot on the side of Aurora, particularly because this Darkseer is just like mega stacked up and farmed, and Kiyotaka now also is playing catch up in the jungle. Because he had such a good start on Darkseer, they're leaving some of those stacks for the Storm.
Yeah, it's also one of those rare, like, fantastic Crimson Guard games, which you can already see will be a good item here for the Darkseer.
Zipping on the other side, trying to find Jack and Armel. He gets the X. X mark. Not going to turn into anything X. Instead, turning onto this gyro, trying to find that finish. Will it be enough? They get the kill. Kiyotaka, does he have any way to get out of here? No. Well, Zip, never mind. He's fast. He's amazing. Kiyotaka.
There's still an arrow.
Oh, Panto's here to protect him. Kiyotaka actually gets out. Dude, that was so unbelievably ill. I cannot believe that he did that.
What was so nice about that is the foresight to save the mana that whole time. Like he used the haste rune as much as he could because he wanted to make sure that he had the mana left to zip through the missile. And also that one tappy to go back for onto Jackie was so risky. But he got his revenge.
Oh man, that was awesome. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Kiyotaka. Jesus.
That's true. You were ready to bury him like 20 seconds before. He's dead.
Honestly.
I don't blame you.
All right, Mira, the boat goes out. Tim's does have an arrow, but won't be able to find anything there.
Yeah.
And
they can get top rune, I assume is what they should be doing right now. Because like Bane's there, Kiyotaka's here, Storm Spirit, but Panto's pinging. He's like, bro, I got this for you. Where's my Storm? There's a regen. Buddy, please.
Yeah, he's getting it.
I can feel the stress of Panto. He's like, I have set up this regen rune. Kiyotaka's like, don't worry, I'll be there. Barely gets there in time for a regen rune that's like game defying at 10 minutes on the Storm Spirit. Whatever, it's fine. I was gonna get it. Is he buying bots?
For who?
Kiyotaka.
Yeah. It looks like
no way. He's not going bots first.
I mean, listen, I have no doubts in anything that he chooses to do at this point. This is how I'm feeling. I mean, that play down bottom, and now honestly, like every time I look at a different hero on Aurora, I'm seeing mass efficiency, really like disgusting setup and potential for kills. Like down bottom here, they absolutely could kill this gyrocopter. Wall dropped. Hook shot out, connects. Ion Shell, Mira needs to be careful. Okay, they're getting too full of themselves. They can't make it happen.
All right, he's done it. He has bought bots. Am I out of the loop? Because that's pretty crazy.
It's a fast game, I guess. Oh my god, he got arrowed. Oh, but the nightmare save. I guess you don't feel as bad about it now. And actually with the full Fiend script and the Tomb, the hate for jabs. But he's still staying alive for the moment. Does need to dig up a mango, not able to get it, but the Doom wears out and jabs actually lives. Double ulti and doesn't fall. That is why it does not feel good playing Doom into Medusa. And Kiyotaka tries to get out of there. He gets away the TP because of the bots. Oh my god, the bots.
Okay. So he did Midas into Boots of Travel this morning. And he had an 11-minute Midas and a 15-minute Boots of Travel. In a win this morning versus, that was OG, right? OG Latham. I mean, it makes a lot of sense with Darkseer. I can see it. Because like I get it with the Ion Shell. Like you can like TP into him and make plays and stuff. Seems a little crazy without it, but like the whole idea is just galvanized, right? That would be my thought process, is just I want kills. I want more stacks. I'll get more mana. This is my Bloodstone. But I have not borne witness to this one lately. This is very good.
God, it's pretty hype. I'm a big fan, man. Man, just everywhere that he wants to be on the map, he's going to be able to be. And then the other thing that I feel like it sort of helps to solve is just like that extra movement speed that you're getting. You're a little bit quicker. It's nice. And you can set up with so many people because of the Bane. And now also, like if you're playing near the Bane, you can afford not to go for a defensive item because the lockdown that they have is like X mark into Torrent, Nightmare dodge, or whatever. Oh my god, Armel. Yeah. Armel just gets caught. This Blade Mill is going to hurt him a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be, well, maybe it will be. The hook shot lands, Armel dropping, Armel dead. They still have Jabs, Tim in the area, and Januel.
It's a little
They're
early
not gonna
for
for it.
Tormentor time too, so it's like you don't need to like hard commit here as Boom. Just try and hold the tower so that you can defend Tormentor. I would say would be the play. Ooh, they spot Jackie up here, but he's gonna be out of there. No hook shot for 30. Oh, they're gonna contest him at the Wisdom Rune. They can't get there in time though.
Yeah, he's going to be there a little bit quicker. Maybe they find him on the way out. He spots them. Oh, the pig pull.
Dude, this
Nightmare.
is a crazy play.
They do have boots of travel. Can they get him? Nightfall has mana for Doom now. Drops it at this point. More damage out. Armel makes the rotation over. Try and keep his buddy alive. And it looks like Doom is going to wear off as Mira gets caught. They don't have a follow-up torrent for him. Now drops it, hook shots to his friend, and now blocks him off.
Arrow!
Oh God, the arrow connects. All right, the cogs were a little weird, but it's fine. Mira goes down in the end.
I mean,
that was great.
I guess in Kitaga's defense, they were on cooldown before. He'd like 12 seconds left or something when they were making that play. And then he's now also TP down bottom, it looks like. So he is really zipping around this map right now with these boots of travel. Farming in towards his Kaya, and that was a bit much. But you know what? It forced rotations to the side of Boom, so they still have a 2k lead. And they also have a Doom who's running around with the Radiance, as most of our position 1 Dooms have been opting for. So I think they're pretty happy with the current status of this game.
Armel tries to freehand a bit of a torrent, doesn't manage to connect, but just farms up the wave instead. And down bottom, Aurora is going to go to secure themselves the Tormentor. Well, at the same time, Boom not wanting to come and make that contention happening, they're going to take the mid-tier 1 tower of their own. So putting a little bit more pressure onto the map at this stage. Panto will get stomped. The Nightmare dodge everything.
Okay, that's the most valued Nightmare of all time.
This is why he plays Bane, I guess.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He knows. So we got ourselves the Shard on Clockwork. Very fun one. They'll be jetpacking around now and making the life of Januel even more miserable on that ET. Just gives you way more angles. As he's scoping out the scene here as Jackie comes down. Do they have the damage here, Lyrical? That's what they're questioning right now.
I think they need Darkseer to make it work, and he's up top. Yeah, I mean, definitely not. Yeah, Kiyotaka TP's out, and they're able to get away. It looks like 4 heroes down bottom. Boom, kind of being pulled around this map a little bit. I mean, the plus side is that you do have a Mirana that's like fairly farmed, and like Tim's is one of the more shining spots trying to get into the... He did have mech queued up, but now actually is going back for a pipe instead, it looks like. Or has the full mech completed. Okay.
Oh,
he's going to go for the pipe
done.
mechs.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Like, they're both super high value this game. And I believe Toronto Tokyo is still doing the same thing. Yeah, he's getting his pipe too.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I guess also when you have this Medusa playing out of the 3 position, you're probably not going to be buying that many auras on her.
True. Yeah. That's definitely a very annoying part about the heroes is she gets virtually no benefit from the aura or from the barriers.
Right.
Still struggling to get the meteor hammer too. That's one. This is the dark side of the Medusa. We talk about she's like really annoying. They did a great job shutting her down. The mana burn annihilated her lane.
Oh.
There you go. Finally get Panto.
That was nice. Armel killed the creep wave as Storm was TPing in on it, and that's why that grip didn't work.
Yeah, nicely done.
Ooh.
But this is the dark side of Medusa where she doesn't get meteor hammer and doesn't like force down the tower and doesn't get like super farmed. And then you just get this like Atos bot who's running around and isn't farming very well because she has no hammer. So bit of a liability in this game for Medusa.
Nice play there. They got scouted on the ward, and then when the rotations came in, it spooked them too quickly, and so they get out.
Yeah, what a ward, by the way. They have 2 sentries, and they have not spotted that ward yet. Very annoying, because we do have a sleep setup.
Got him caught, pulls him in, and Januel dead. Now looking for more. Jack caught. Nightfall there. Getting range, and they do manage to find him. Tries for the TP out, but the vacuum was ready. And they take down the gyrocopter. Suddenly, Aurora starting to come alive here.
Jabs also cancels TP mid, which means Mira wanted to hunt him down. Was hoping he'd go in the tree line for a hook shot as they were wrapping around on the tower, but Medusa will get out, but very likely Aurora can force the tower. Panto, again, still wants more here. Hunting after Armel.
Dude, I mean, there's a lot happening in this game, but one thing I'm definitely noticing is that you've got greedy facets on each of these. Wait, hook shot in, connects onto 2. That's a big follow, but Toronto Tokyo doesn't have anything left in the tank to keep that clockwork alive. So he will drop. But I was noticing there's greedy, the greedy modifier on Syrian Signet for Darkseer. They've got it on Clockwork. Bane has a greedy one also, and then they've got a Doom with a Midas and Bot Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Everything about Aurora is just like, we're going crazy in the late game.
Well, also, like, imagine what just happened mid. Like, they just left that tower, and they went to go hit creeps instead, and they tried to, like, greed their way through that tier 1, and they got punished for it. Instead of just, like, actually taking the tower. And part of it is that, like, you can't really advance this game state very easily as Aurora. Like, how do you siege a tier 2 with this lineup? You have to full-on commit, dive the tower with the Storm Spirit, get enough kills that taking the tower is easy, is how you imagine it going down. Probably like a Doom with a BKB and a Blink or something. But they're not really at that point, as they are going to jump on Jackie again. So,
nothing happens. Zips a dodge and gets out. Meanwhile, back in the mid, they find Mira with the Meteor Hammer, dying, dead. And Jabs stands tall in front of him. So instead, it's going to be Boom that are going to try and take the front foot a little bit. And with all of these very greedy items from Aurora, maybe there's a window here for Boom to try and put some pressure on. Well,
if they get the first tier 2, that would be crazy.
This Atos is really good, but the Nightmare into the boat. The follow-up is there, but he's way too hard to kill off on that Darkseer. Wait a minute. Stomp? No, can't do anything else.
Man, Panto's clutch. He's getting a Blink Dagger, too. It doesn't even look like he needs it, honestly. Great position for a lot of these saves. Getting enough damage.
Waved away there that Toronto Tokyo gets to go for the all the barriers and the saves.
But yeah, I think the inability to push easily for Aurora is really hurting them because this is a mega defensive lineup on Boom. This is a very hard lineup to push into. 1 arrow, 1 torrent, 1 sleep, and the fight's really difficult. Nice setup.
Find him. Mira. Oh, the Blink Dagger couldn't get there quickly enough to turn it around. Instead, they got the grip onto the Mirana. Now vacuum back onto 2. Don't have wall, but do have Doom. Big Earth Splitter connects onto both of them. Jabs now pops the ultimate, tries to back away. Aurora finally deciding to stand tall and try and take this fight. They do have another Echo Stomp if they want to use it at this point. The hook shot lands, pushing and catching Jack, but the stomp onto 4 gets them out of trouble. And the Gyrocopter living, they try and chase on Kiyotaka, going the wrong direction. Meteor Hammer off the mark for Jabs, but just trying to play his way out of here too. Not an easy bring down. Also has 2 extra mangoes and a 20 stick charge, but they move all the way in, control him, and take down that Medusa into Roche maybe? Or just keep farming, because you know what? We're never going to take an objective in this game.
They can't do objectives. It's impossible. It can't be done. Right back to grabbing Lotuses, farming neutrals. Towers aren't real. Roche isn't real. Tormentor was the only one they were keen on.
Because it gives money. More money.
That's right. Eventually it gives money. That was a good move by Aurora to immediately jump in there, because they actually had to spend so many resources just to kill Mira. Like, they threw all of their disable. Right? There was an X, there was a Torrent, there was an Arrow, and there was a Gorgon's Grasp. And thankfully, the Stomp and the Earth Splitter was insane, because otherwise that probably goes even worse from Januel. He gets 2 massive Stomps to help delay out and like drag out that engagement so that they don't lose everyone there. But now he's dead.
Well, it had to happen eventually. They do manage to bring down the ET. Should be noted, the only support that didn't manage to get a greedy modifier there. And Armel, arrow goes out, finds Mira. Now the Nightmare. Push back, get him caught. Armel still looking for the chase down to Panto. Has X back up in a moment, but the blink and the Tumbler's toy gets him a little bit of separation there. And now Boom again wanting to push this tempo a little bit, but already Nightfall cut the creep wave. They don't have creeps to run down mid. It's hard to do anything on Boom when they just keep on having Aurora shoving out these lanes.
This definitely has all the signs of a dragged out game, doesn't it?
Arrow? Nope.
Whoa! Nightfall just not messing around.
Quick, TP. Okay. It's never not gonna be said, I think.
I mean, honestly, it's just kind of impressive that he got that so late into the game.
Yeah.
It's not like it was a new idea. People, I mean, there were two heroes that were pretty much only picked in the professional scene to do Rage or Spin TP. But Nightfall managed to make it his own somehow, despite it being like 15 years into the game's competitive scene.
That's why it's such a good game. Gotta love it, man. Oh, jump in onto Gyro, the grip, everything, arrow, Jackie dead. And they can't really take a fight now easily. I mean, he does have a buyback. There's no way you're going to want to do that, though. Earth Splitter out. Now the vacuum connects onto 2. The boat lands, but with all of these barriers, the Crimson out, it's a huge problem. Panto blinks forward, finds Jabs, ends up taking it off immediately. Now caught, trying to TP out. Is the Kunkka not going to happen? Jabs does manage to turn Kiyotaka to stone. They can't really have any extra follow-up damage. All right, Mystic Snake goes out. Arrow, another Nightmare dodge from Panto. Nightfall hits Tim's in the face. Now another vacuum, pulls him in closer. Jabs has 4 heroes around him, but he just doesn't have enough damage to take down the big ones. So they can't kill the Medusa, but Medusa can't do anything to them either.
And no chance to catch them either, thanks to the Enfeeble. The massively reduced cast ranges there. All right, well, another fight win for Aurora, but another instance where they can't quite get it all. You know, they can't quite get the objectives after. They can't quite get the team wipes after, especially with how it started. Like, this didn't look like a fight. This just looked like a rundown and pickoffs, you know?
Yeah. Well, particularly once that gyrocopter just gets taken out at the start of the fight. It's a pretty big problem.
Yeah, you're not really expecting a whole lot.
I'm interested in this Nightfall build that we're seeing now, though. After going in for the Radiance, BKB, he's got the Sanjin Yasha. He has now bought an Echo Saber and is queuing up and going into a Harpoon. So it's starting to look to be that transition into the right-click build that we've seen AC afterwards. It's some interesting stuff going on, and it looks like at this point back in the game as we get into it that Boom are putting themselves in position to take this Tormentor, although likewise Aurora head on down.
It's such a hard fight, right, with the flares and the vision issue. So who can they get first? Big Arrow? Nobody.
This is not a good target to go on at the beginning. Armel already has his own Admiral's Rum going out. Can drop the boat now if they want to. Big wall, big vacuum afterwards too. They get turned to stone right before Doom comes out. Armel's still living. They take down Mira, now turn to Kiyotaka. Tims tries to get away, but he's in trouble. Arrow goes out, does manage to connect, but not doing all quite enough. Jabs tries to heal back up. It is not going to happen. And as the rest of the team converge, it is going to be 2-for-1 exchange. And Boom have to give up on this one.
Yeah, they managed to get Jackie out, which is good news for them, so they can at least try and get him closer to these top 2 heroes inside of Aurora, but nice takeover there. And they will get the Tormentor, and that's going to go right to Kiyotaka. So much needed on this Storm Spirit. They all love to get this shard. Unfortunately, Tim's not having the shard got him killed on that one. Just needed one more leap, and maybe he could have reset a little bit there in that engagement, but got caught up at the trees on that last leap and went down.
Man, I really feel like Panto has been, in some ways, my MVP this game. He's done so much to make sure that, like, these fights go their direction. Yeah.
He just planted this ward down here, too. Oh, you know, what a great ward. Not gonna
they take out both of them. They take out 2 wards with 1 sentry. Well, we had to caster curse them. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Just the 400 gold plus an XP sentry. More greed. Oh, Miracle, I'm gonna have a, as the kids say, I'm gonna crash out at 35 minutes though. I'm just gonna warn you. 'Cause I've been watching a lot of games lately. I can't see another Ogre Skill totem. And I can't see 9 of them in the same game because that's what it's gonna be. So I'm just warning you about my eventual crash out.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka still staying strong right on top of this gyrocopter. Got his BKB delivered. TP out. Whoo, buddy. That grip was getting close. But not quite there in time. For what it's worth, I think some of the greedy people are going to just keep that greedy around for a while. So they might not transition for a while.
Oh, they'll be Ogre stealing. They can't help themselves. They all want the Ogre.
Well, first Roche. And it looks like Aurora are going to take this one out. And they'll get it before the transition heads down to the bottom side of the map. So a big moment in the game with a 13,000 gold lead now. It's been Aurora consistently winning the fights and still not pushing objectives that much, but maybe they're finally ready for it now. Panto gets found on the other side of the map, and they're just going to run down that pesky little Bane.
He's really living that Bane plus IO plus 1 life. You know, that's what he's trying to do here with his Clockwork and his Storm of Spirit. This idea of global Fiend's Grip Nightmare setup for heroes that can join him. It's not quite there yet. All right, so, I mean, they've been holding on to the side of Boom. They still have all their tier 2s, but they're definitely starting to fall a little bit behind in terms of the net worth. We've seen the issues Jabs can cause, and he's close to creating another big problem here. He has a Scythe. This is massive, because what does Kiyotaka have? He has a BKB, he has an Aegis, but he doesn't have a Linken's. And so, with the way Kiyotaka plays, BKB is not safe against Scythe.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we could watch out for, though, is going to be just those Nightmare plays around him. And that should be able to keep him alive, but there's only one person that you can save with that. You know, it's not that long of a, or it's not that short of a cooldown. So, you know, if he overextends, maybe you can kill the other person if, you know, there's no Nightmare save, but we'll have to watch for it. Kiyotaka runs in, Zip finds him, and he throws out a missile. Now the Clockwork jumps in, finds the hook, vacuum back onto 2, Jab's still fine. Sleep is there for the moment, and then they get him caught. No, they didn't quite get the X mark off. So they can't chase down that Bane. It's still Marana in trouble up here to the top side. Pops everything, a magic stick and a big Lotus, but can't stay alive. The fight's still happening. Another Nightmare used. Big boat connection. Both supports going down. Not dead yet. Mira actually gets away because of the Crimson Guard.
Panto buys back. Running.
Very well done. Very well done. Kiyotaka jumps in, and now the turn, trying to hit, trying to do what damage they can. He is doomed on the gyrocopter, trying to get away. Genuel's still alive. Kiyotaka dropping lower and lower. Now the hook shot in, finds Armel, pulls him in with the cogs, but then they manage to get the bring down. Armel eventually dies. Kiyotaka low, but again has that Aegis, and then the grip. Can't make use of the Scythe anymore. They find and kill Jabs. 5 for 1. Don't even lose the Aegis.
That's really the painful part. That at least if you get the Aegis, you can think like, well, it'll be hard for them to siege, you know, and there's 2 minutes without it. But now, like, they can just get fully put right back to full resources, especially when he's just going to TP home. He's going to pop an Arcane Rune, and they have a great look at going high ground now. So they pull him down. He leaves out.
Oh, he got a little bit mixed up there with the vacuum, but they don't have enough to kill him. So they are just going to claim a tier 2. No chance for the tier 3 yet. Although they are starting to reset again. 30 seconds without Medusa. Maybe they can do it.
It's a little risky, but should be all right. Looks like we did have the buyout anyway there from the gyro, so I mean, obviously he's not going to buy back for like 10 seconds anyway. But they'll just take a few hits. They'll make their way back out. Doom is back up in 34 seconds. We got hook shot. We got grip in 40. So there's certainly merit to just chilling out for a second here on Aurora. Tiki Taka agrees.
I really feel like you need to get an AC on this Kunkka or somebody, because like the ET Aura natural order being thrown back their direction has really been hurting them a lot. Oh, wait a minute though. Kiyotaka goes down. That's Aegis out. He has level 4 vacuum ready to go at a moment's notice. Still, Toronto Tokyo finds it on 2-3. Slept, pulling the Medusa down to the low ground. Still not a hero you really want to go on. Have a lot to help him out there. Arrow connects. Not gonna. They do drop the Doom now onto the gyrocopter. He can run away if he needs to. They get vacuum pulled back in, and now Doom's on top of him. Kiyotaka goes in with the BKB. Is it enough damage to kill the gyrocopter? Doom wears off, did not manage to bring him down. And now, Aurora is going to have to back away. Atos finds one. Gorgon's Grasp gets the Tumbler's Toy jump out.
I'm so sick of this Tumbler's Toy. Like, people are just, this is every game, dude. They keep Tumbler's Toy until 35 minutes, and they get Ogre Steel Totem. And I just can't. We got to get rid of these two. I'm sorry, they have to go. We can't. They must be gone. They are too good.
It is very funny how strong they are.
Mobility is always king. Dude, not the Ogre Seal. Come on. You can't like that one. I liked it at first when we first started playing with it. But it's been years. We got to get rid of it.
It feels so nice, though.
Yeah, but not when 8 people do it.
That's fair.
In one team fight. They're just flopping all over the place.
It should make that noise.
That's what I hear every time.
All right, Wave slightly pushed out. Boom trying to find a smoke kill. Aurora, are they going to match that energy? Try and battle into them themselves. They're scanning on this creep wave. They know exactly where they're at. Scan turns red. No chance.
There's Moonlight in 10 seconds. How much detection do they have? They have a gem on Darks here. Dust on the supports. Oh, they're so ready. How dare they be so ready?
They're smoking. It's time. They show Armel for a moment. TP back a couple. Don't stick around that much longer. You are going to be dead meat. And indeed, Genuel will be the last one to TP out. And just like that, Boom dodge a dangerous situation for themselves.
All right, now, the logical thing to do here for Aurora is probably just control runes, get Roche, and then go high ground. Like, get the Aghanims on the Storm Spirit. That's the plan. Maybe try and pick up some freebies along the way, which is what they're doing right now.
Armel gets gripped. Armel in some trouble. They already have lost the Marana. Dove has his Admiral's Rum, but it won't matter. Now, Jabs chased down by Toronto Tokyo, able to dodge the wall for a moment. And then afterwards, pulled by the Storm. Yule Scepter lift up. Jackies makes his move over. Can maybe help out a little bit here. Still hanging on to that Hex. Able to pop the BKB on the Storm. Jabs push back again. Trying to get in range to help out here, if at all possible. But they will Glimmer Cape and walk away. But they manage to get out with the Medusa for the moment. And now, Jackie down to half HP at the start of the fight. Oh, geez. It's so much damage so quickly.
It is, and it's a severe lack of damage as well in the Radiant, too. Like, they're not getting a whole lot of value out of Natural Order this game. I mean, the best aspect would probably be the Magic Amp as opposed to just, like, the armor reduction. Because we're not dealing with, like, massive base armor heroes or anything here, right? Plenty of plus armor to go around on all of these heroes. The Shiva's Guard. And a gyrocopter that's just unfortunately not quite big enough.
I feel like that innate ability with Doom is just really so painful at this stage of the game. Because like he's already doing so much.
Yeah, the fact that it was working on all abilities is comical before.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't 25%, I don't think, but still. Yeah, with those right clicks, with that harpoon, like that's why it is a really cool build to go for sure. When you're stomping like this, and why you want this like Midas, sell the Midas, use the Midas, sell the Midas, just to amp your XP as much as you can.
Yeah.
All right, that's a big talent though. That's man, he just got level 20.
Yeah.
I did not realize he was so low leveled. That's crazy. I mean, that's a massive talent, though, especially for defending the base. Because that's the talent on Gyrocopter, the +3 flak cannon attacks, that actually gives you the chance to win these fights. You get your big crit item or your Desperation Rapier, whichever one it is, and then you get lucky. You roll well. You get your Ogre Seal Totem. There it is. He's got the -12% base attack time. Whoa. He's ready to go.
I mean, I am still very concerned about how much damage they're going to have because you've still got AC and Crimson Guard on Darkseer with 2400 HP. So he's blocking a lot of that damage there. So when Crimson is going, I feel like you need to like kill this Darkseer, but it's really hard to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he is one of your better scythe targets, though, in theory, if you can get him. Because like, if he doesn't pop his barriers, he's all right. He's killable.
Right.
But then we get your Nightmare saves, your hookshot saves.
Very difficult to do much against that. And everybody's pretty broke at this stage of the game. Actually, just goes for a straight up BKB. Okay. Okay.
Please turn off the stream, Tokyo. Thank you. Come on now. Competitive integrity.
32,000 gold lead.
It's a big lead.
Aurora, though, they just are saying, you know what, we're comfy. We're fine and dandy right where we are. Speaking of which, the Bane just hanging on to that greedy Tumblr's toy. Doesn't need another item.
Panta's just too good.
Overload attack bounces now with the shard. Now found dead almost instantly. Well, painful. And then Kiyotaka just starts zipping in and messing around with them.
I mean, honestly,
he didn't have a Bane behind him or anything.
That's a pretty GG moment of that. I mean, at least it's a you can't fight for a minute. We can kind of just do whatever we want. Like, there is 0% chance they kill you guys without Gyrocopter. Like, you can do these little moves that he's doing. I do not think he can die. With a Nightmare save, I don't think it's possible.
Uses the Nightmare, pulls back into 3. Doom, take your target. Who do you want? Find one, find another. It's all over at this stage as they eliminate 2 heroes. A buyback does come out from the ET. Now, Panto is low. Jabs is dead. I'm pretty sure here. As they chase down, Kiyotaka finds a triple kill. Another buyback being used. Toronto Tokyo on a killing spree. Now buys a refresher on the Storm. Gonna deliver this one in a little bit. Oh, doesn't even need the Nightmare dodge. Just gonna zip dodge the X pullback. And there's another dodge. Comes out from the Bane. You do manage to find a sleep, but to no avail. It's just, there's not enough in the world to deal with this. There's the jump in, finds some pulls. Jabs in more trouble. Kiyotaka BKB gets the surge, walk away. My God.
It is kind of funny they only lost 1 Rax, though. It's like it wasn't even the melee. All right, cool. So we just need to get a Rapier on Jackie, and that's it.
You need Aurora to buy a Rapier.
That's what I'm thinking. I think Nightfall needs to help him out. I was gonna say the same thing. A little bit of an assistance play here.
I mean, Bane is like almost the same level as Gyrocopter at this stage of the game. 46,000 gold lead, and at Nightfall hitting onto these racks. A sleep will be used. And what is the play now for Boom? They see everything on Aurora. Can't really smoke. Can't really stop much. You do get a big ET Spirit, which is nice because they're all nearby. Fortunately, the Stomp will not be there to connect. So they take a second set of racks while Tim's is running out to try and secure a Wisdom Rune. Well, wait a minute though. Hex now onto Darkseer. Okay, Januel dead. No more ET. And now they find the Nightmare on 2 Jabs. A little bit of a mix-up there. Still putting Kiyotaka to sleep. Now Nightfall jumps on top of the Medusa. She's getting bounced around in those cogs. The Doom is out. The vacuum coming from the Storm Spirit this time. All 5 are dead, and Aurora take the game in extremely dominant fashion.
All right, a little bit of a good news, bad news situation there for Boom, you know? Bad news, you lost, right?
What's the good news?
The good news is that with that loss, that should put his Mirana win rate for Tim's down to 69%, which is nice.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah,
Fair
that's
point.
your good news.
My God, man. Aurora, from the beginning, we're just looking so solid. This team, if they start cooking, it's a scary squad.
Yeah, they are terrifying. And I got to say, I think Toronto Tokyo has done very well. Panto deserves all the credit for this game. But in terms of, like, I've been watching a lot of their games in the recent tournaments and everything, and just seeing how this team is coming together. And I think Toronto Tokyo was one of these big question marks because he was not an offlane player. You see that nice little bronze thing next to Darkseer? Yeah, he was not a Dark. Even when he started playing offlane, was not a Darkseer player. But he was clutch this whole game. Mira did a fantastic job setting up well on the laning stage. We saw him just, like, putting all this gold in the Darkseer. And he really was a very solid backbone for them throughout this entire game. He had great vacuums, great walls, that he got his barriers off every single fight, and he made it really easy for Nightfall and Kiyotaka to be super confident going into these engagements.
Yeah, I was impressed with his itemization. And like you said, a lot of it too is not just like his individual play, but whoever it was that between him and Mira, like directing what needs to happen, you could tell that there was that connection and that like everybody understood the assignment. They knew what the situation called for, and they just like executed it pretty much flawlessly. You can take a look here at this scoreboard. It was pretty one-sided. Nightfall ends 18-0-16. Kiyotaka had a hell of a game. Between the 3 cores, though, this is why I think this score, or the MVP for me, feels like it's Panto, because between the 3 cores, they only died 2 times. Like, and so many nightmare saves. So many nightmare saves on himself. The Bane really was like a clutch performance in this one.
100%. Yeah, I think very easy to give him the MVP. He definitely outperformed like both of them. I mean, Mira and Panto in terms of grabbing some supports we're not seeing too often and showing why they're particularly strong in these games. You really can't ask for a much better Bane game when it comes to the saves. Even the late Gyrocopter, like the call downs and stuff, like every one of these heroes has a spell that he can dodge with Nightmare, like fairly reliably, even when you're kind of bad. And he's very good at the hero, which means that he's going to get even more saves.
Impressive stuff. Love to see it. For Boom, I mean, you got to go back to the well a little bit. I'm not sure if
they were back to the well a lot, actually.
Yeah,
they've done that, buddy.
You're not wrong. I back to the well of heroes to pick from, I guess is what I could say. You need to try and think of like maybe something else, or maybe just don't give up the Doom. I don't know. Maybe potentially a little bit harder lockdown. It's tough.
More considerations for the Medusa's lane, I think, might be the issue. Because if you're going to pick this Medusa, like she definitely needed a little bit more support. She was left out. The idea is that you do kind of want to leave her out to dry if you can, but once this Doom problem arose and you saw the mana burn, you saw that, oh, I'm not going to get a Meteor Hammer. I'm not going to push down this tier 1 tower, because that also hurts your Kunkka, because the whole idea with this offlane Medusa is that it provides a really easy avenue for your mid laner to rotate to, because it's like a free team fight. When you have Meteor Hammer on the T1 and you're just like rotating in, it feels great as the mid laner to show up next to your big old Medusa, take a tower and get a couple kills. But without that being provided to the Kunkka, his game is also worse, despite having a pretty good start versus the Storm Spirit.
Well, that is going to do it here. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 2, Aurora versus Boom. See what ends up happening there in just a few. Oh, hello everybody and welcome back again. We're getting ready for game number 2. God, I just had to power up. I felt like Dragon Ball Z right there. Hello! That's my new move that I'm gonna do.
I thought you were casting a spell, to be honest. That was I didn't know what was coming on. I was getting concerned.
We definitely need some magic in this game number 2 for Boom, because holy Toledo was that last one a little bit of a rough one. I feel like it was so weird too, because there were many moments where like Aurora was just like, all right, well, we're gonna take this victory, but then we're not gonna push anymore. We're gonna get this win, but let's not push our tempo. Like there was never a moment where I felt like they were concerned about the way the game was going. And that's concerning for Boom for me. Like that's where you don't feel good.
Yeah, it means maybe there was an issue with whatever your strategy was as Boom. Like maybe we didn't really have a road to victory here, because if there was one, Aurora definitely wasn't concerned about them driving down it. And I think that's fair. I think if you were going to lose that game as Aurora, it was just from going in too early, for not farming enough, not getting it big enough. Doom and Storm Spirit to just like run this game down and just win it nice and clean. So they played it cool. They got it. I don't want to see the key talk to Storm Spirit. I feel like he's feeling it. It's 2 games in a row. That's how they got their first win earlier versus OG LATAM. So let's try and get rid of that in the second phase. I think that's a good stepping block here for Boom.
Well, speaking of the second phase, my brain just shut off there for a second. Let's go to the first phase of this draft, which we're already into, and we'll get underway in this game number 2. And look at that. Right there, they take it away. The Doom. Boom doesn't want to see it. They don't want to see the Darkseer. It does mean that there's going to be a lot of other heroes left open.
Now, I'd be very curious if Aurora banned the Medusa here, because I think you should. Because I think without the Doom, it's still so problematic. And we know Jackie's got a Medusa, and you know they can flex, and they have to worry about it the whole time. I really wouldn't want to have to worry about that.
Could you, so the difference this time is that they're going to have second pick. So is like ET a good enough answer to the Medusa that you're less concerned about it? Or you think it's just better just not to have to deal with that at all?
Yeah, I think it's just a really annoying flex and mixed up deal with. The ET is nice, but I don't think it negates the power of this All-Flame Medusa, because it doesn't do quite enough early, especially, right? Which is where he tends to take over a lot of the game and cause a lot of her big problems.
Other heroes, Bristleback, Terrorblade, Sand King, all currently in the game.
Oh my god, we're gonna see a Bristle. That's crazy. I didn't think I'd see a Bristle. I actually can't believe it.
Are they gonna take it on Aurora?
Potentially. Not surprised to see the Terrorblade. That's another great start. We saw it get banned out in the previous match, and yeah, Terrorblade's been looking crazy across the entire pro scene. Demon Zeal is insane. The speed at which this hero farms is disgusting. Offlane or position 1. The offlane TBs just become position 1 in the mid game at this point. They can start out with their pipes and whatever else they want, but then you head into the later parts of the game, and they're just farming whatever they need because these illusions and images are just trawling all over the map, just sucking up gold everywhere they go and annihilating creep waves very quickly. Teams are getting really good at just like pushing the lanes with the TV, which of course is something he's like always done, but I feel like now it's like even better somehow. I'm seeing these TV players really focus on the 2 lanes, and then the other cores focus on the neutrals, and it feels like the teams are drowning trying to deal with these illusions on the sides.
Well, so here's the question that I have with regards to that Terrorblade. We did see a little bit of a wry smile coming out from Tim's. Is it going to be him or Jack Boys, do you think, coming away with that one? Or do you think it's going to be like, do you think that they have an idea right now, or they're just trying to keep it flex?
I'm sure they're definitely keeping it flex. Ideally, I think you want this as position 1 or position 3. I know the 4's there. It is a thing. It's very Tinker-esque almost at this point with like, I don't even think of it as like, originally we had like Armlet Dagon TB support unironically used a few times. But, you know, now it's just like, I'm a greedy guy. I'm going to get my gold. Oh, Boom gonna ban the Coddle themselves. That's a little annoying because it's obviously an extremely good combo with the TV that we're seeing a lot right now. But you don't want to deal with Coddle Bristle, so fair enough. As Aurora have the pick out of this phase. That would be a really sneaky play.
Yeah, they also take the Monkey King out of the pool now. I mean, you could start thinking about like some of those other options if you wanted to set up for something else, because I feel like the Terrorblade against Bristle is kind of an interesting matchup just in the laning stage point of view too. Like all that minus armor against the high armor that you have on the Terrorblade, it can be a good option. But on the other hand, it's one of the heroes that like can maybe bully you out of lane and then take that tower at a decent timing.
Yeah,
I mean, depending, this Bristle could also be flex. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of it comes down to what our supporting cast is going to be. And this is, I believe, the most picked hero, at least when we started this morning, he was. And Shadow Shaman has been featured in a lot of the tournaments recently. You guys have been catching in the games around, whether it's qualifiers for various events or some of the recent lands. There is a lot of Shadow Shaman, and I'm seeing him in 5 and 4. So being flexed around quite a bit. The laning stage potential of the Shackles is just very annoying with many hero combos because, you know, you're using it for regen and sustaining yourself, damage, control, setup. He's a frustrating guy. And then, of course, we also have the Ringmaster, who's making his way away from not just being played by Whitemon, but many other players, turns out, also have a Ringmaster. And much like the Bane saves, the pop him in the box has also been pretty successful for keeping people alive.
And the second most played hero of this tournament so far, also, the Ringmaster, the other one that's really high up there in pick rate and win rate. So gonna see the battle of these two. I will say I kind of like the Ringmaster more in the team fights because obviously you've got like Hex, single target lockdown versus the box is like the answer to it. But then the flip side to that, of course, is if you can find the Ringmaster, you feel real bad. And then they go the Silencer. So the team fight from Boom right now looks really good.
That is interesting. Global Silence versus Shadow Shaman. Not something that you see very often. I mean, we think about it for like a Bane, but like honestly, at the point Shadow Shaman's at, it's basically Fiend's Grip in a lot of these games. So it is a similar viable counter that you'll be seeing here. And this is a hero that I also can't get enough of right now. Tons of Morphlings all over the pro scene. We have like 4 carries? It's like the Terrorblade, Morphling, Gyrocopter, and that's it. And then, otherwise you get a Doom like last game. We don't have carries.
TI1 again.
Yeah. There's just
awesome.
No carries. So Morphling is one of the few who people are liking right now, and you don't even have to level all his skills. You just take maybe 1 point in adaptive and ignore everything else and just go stats.
Definitely still a really good answer against the Terrorblade too, just in the straight up matchups.
Yep.
So that's something to watch for. To me, I kind of wonder if this is maybe, oh my God, that's a Naga Siren. Okay.
I think that's Panto.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now, of course, there's definitely options here, which is why they're picking it, I'm sure, because they have 10th pick. Because we were also seeing a lot of mid Morphlings. I can't recall Kiyotaka really having one, as opposed to like BZM, who like I would just be like, oh, this is BZM Morph if it was his game.
Right.
But Kiyotaka definitely has not been on the grind lately.
I wonder I mean, there is an interesting dynamic of like if they did want to do that swap up of like having the Terrorblade illusions versus the Naga Siren illusions, but I can't imagine we're in a world where Naga Siren is being played carry. But the other thing to me that is interesting about this now is as Boom, could you think about doing like a swap up to Drow and doing offlane TB? That way you have like kind of an answer for the Morphling, but now with Naga Siren picked, that feels kind of bad. So they're gonna take the Storm, still can last pick swap this around if they want.
I can confirm that Kiyotaka did indeed bust out his Morphling for the first time in a while, just a couple weeks ago. Also, interestingly enough, I didn't know this, it's one of his most played heroes in pubs ever. Not pros though. It's like in his top 4 for pubs. But in terms of his pro career, he has not busted out the Morphling very much. In fact, he's only played it 17 times professionally, but he's got like over 700 pub games on it.
I mean, and this could, the other thing about this with the Aurora Gaming Draft is that this also could be still a safe lane Bristle if they wanted to, mid Morphling, and then have like, you know, the shaman paired together with some other offlaner at the end here if they want to, right? Like there's still so many ways you can go with this. They're banning out the puck right now.
Yeah, and the Underlord ban also doesn't necessarily count things out either because Underlord is good versus a Naga one or a Morphling one.
Yeah.
This Underlord, which is hilarious that you're banning Underlord because the Underlord would be the carry and the Terrorblade would be the offlane. Just so you guys know, that is the world we live in right now. I just want to be clear. For the most part, we are having more carry Underlords and more offlane Terrorblades. So, just saying, that is definitely
tied
a thing.
Sometimes too, yeah. I mean, it could go either way there. Interesting.
Good times, good times.
Okay, last band for Boom. I mean, that style of hero is basically what you would want, though. And of the ones that are left, like maybe like a Mars or something. They're gonna ban out the Ember.
I think it's just Kiyotaka Ember like that you have to ban, honestly, because it's not even that good here, but you just gotta.
Okay, Timber.
Alrighty, so that's probably gonna be our offlane, more than likely, and it'll be your Jackie Terrorblade, but. We'll see. I didn't like the safe lane Timbers when we were getting them.
Yeah,
not a fan.
That's fair. Am I crazy for thinking that was Jackie that I remember seeing playing Timber though before? Is that one of his heroes?
I believe. I mean, he does love Terrorblade though, so I'll be
That's
hard.
true.
And it's Jab's Timber, so you know.
Yeah,
we're good.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
It's too good of a setup here. My guess is this is Panto Naga Siren.
Yeah,
Morphling
so
safe
too.
lane, Bristle off lane, and this should be our Kiyotaka hero. So Kiyotaka hero into Storm Spirit. The Invoker is still in, but that seems kind of greedy with their lineup. Would be my thought.
I mean, maybe you go the Wex oriented build and play around a lot of control. The minus mana would be pretty nice. It's annoying to play against his Timber.
Yeah, it would be very annoying, but I don't even know if that's a viable build right now. I mean, I'm sure people have been trying it maybe, but it's
right.
Oof. I mean, it is Sunstrikes with Shadow Shaman, though. It's 200 pure damage level 1, which is gross, versus TB especially.
Yeah.
But I think he needs to play something a little bit less risky. Honestly, he's just going to pick Pango. I don't even know why I'm... Like, Pango is like the safest one here, because he also gives you all physical damage to go with the minus armor of the Bristleback, and he doesn't care that much about Global Silence. I think many mid players would pick Pango here.
Oh, they do it.
Kiyotaka don't. Kiyotaka plays Invoker. Oof. I think it's risky. I think it's greedier than the Pango, but I think it's more likely to win. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it is going to be the Panto Naga Siren. I'm stoked to see this. I love support Naga. I think it's one of the heroes that you can most easily grief on, but sometimes griefing people is fun. So I'm excited. I can't wait. It's going to be hype.
And he'll be... General's going to take the silencer. Yeah, okay. So it'll be Tim's rocking the Ringmaster. So it'll be Naga Siren Morphling versus a Ringmaster Timbersaw. Okay.
I feel like that's going to be a tough matchup. Although maybe you just kill the illusions. Like almost instantly.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a weird Naga Siren and Ringmaster doing their thing. and then Timbersaw and Morphling are just like hitting creeps.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe Ringmaster hits 3 though. Whip does a lot of damage into Timber Chain. That could be a kill for sure on the Morphling.
The other thing you could set up too potentially is like some, nets into Sunstrikes also.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. That is also pretty gnarly.
And then of course the other side, the Shadow Shaman Bristleback. That one is pretty scary. I feel like a decent chance that Silencer could just get brought down and killed very early on. It looked like we had a reconnect from Mira, so the game should be starting in just a moment here. But game number 2, Aurora took a incredibly strong victory in game number 1. This draft, you feeling better or worse than game number 1 for Boom?
I would say better. Yeah, better. Okay. I mean, game 1, I didn't mind so much until we saw how effective the Doom counterpick was and how well he played with the mana burn. I think that really shut down their Medusa and made their lives hard. Overall, I feel pretty good about this. Immediate Sunstrike. Got him. Great work there, Kitaka. This is actually Kitaka's first Invoker game in 2 months. He has been dodging this hero. I'm sure a lot of that has been bans, I'll be honest. Because people do like to ban it versus Kitaka. They know he's got a pretty solid Invoker. And it is his most played hero professionally in his matches, so not a big shocker as he's trying to scout out some of these Watchers with the Sunstrikes. But we'll see how he's feeling on the Agent of Galarod.
Agent of Galarod, what a name. Yeah, that is interesting to have the double Sunstrike basically to just try and keep an eye on where people are. And then they smoke up top, it looks like now, after the fact, with 3. That's interesting. So there must be something about like the way that like basically where he sees people that tells him something about where they want to go to. Because now they're all smoking up here, and it looks like Radiant Smoke is going to wear off before Dyer's. So they're anticipating this move.
Like checking the Watchers is really good, right? To see like, have they been here, Oh, this position in Kitaka, he's going to miss out on that.
Yeah, they maybe get another one here, though. Yeah, Panto and Mira move in, and they will be able to secure 2 apiece. And now trying to stop Jackboys from getting to the lane. Or maybe they're going to cut the wave? No, they're just going to try and block it. Okay, and they can't stop that from happening, really. And they're actually going to stop him from getting back to the lane easily. He's going to have to TP.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so now we got the risk with those Sunstrikes. I mean, that's a third of his HP. If he hits Jackie with a Sunstrike, that's kind of scary. So there's definitely walk of shame potential. But he got yes. Dude, speaking of last hitting, oh my god, these Invoker last hits, man. So funny to watch. Some games, it is abysmal. I mean, it can be very difficult. But he's already level 2. And it is a storm, so it shouldn't be too bad. But some of these matchups early, you've seen the complaints, I'm sure, from the Invoker players where they're like, it's impossible to last it for the first 3 waves.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Should be interesting also to watch the later stage how Deluge ends up working. Some status resistance reduction with a Shaman in the game feels pretty annoying to play against Hexes in particular. But I want to see what this Panto lineup kind of looks like, how he plays this Naga Siren. Does look like they almost are going to lose a courier there. Tim's chasing it down and indeed will manage to kill it off. Also going to try and open this one up right here and get access to that pull camp.
Yeah, Tim's gets some harass for it, but it should be opened up as he said, unless he goes back for the body block. Yeah, I mean, a lot of song plays, I guess, is the big thing, right? They'll be angling for is they go for the net. There's no Sunstrike though. Here it comes, but not needed.
Nightfall makes his move. That can't feel good for Boom.
That was just a solid. It was like a Darkseer dying level 1, you know? Same idea. Like, he doesn't have the reactive yet. He's in the creep waves and just dies for it. And now, 2 more fall up top.
That's right. A quick bring down. Jackie also moving in and trying to keep the punish onto Toronto Tokyo. And you can see, you know, having the stick charges ready to go is definitely really nice. But at the same time, eventually the damage will start to add up. And now finally has the full magic wand, so you can get up to 20 sticks on it. Be something to watch for. But yeah, Boom, in spite of the death on jabs, looking pretty good across the lanes. Nothing really that problematic for them. And indeed, in mid, it's, you know, like you said, going to be feeling a lot better for Armel.
Tokyo getting zoned into the Lotus here. Mira's coming in with the shackle. Is Jackie dead?
Oh, he's low. Sunstrike out, and it connects for the finish. Januel going to get chased down. Not an easy way out of here. And at the very least, the Terrorblade did manage to have his TP back up in time. Although Toronto Tokyo is really slow right now. Turns, almost takes him out. Will fall after the silencer goes down. So doesn't lose out on any int there.
Yeah, if he buys back, and that's fine, I think. Sorry, that's buys back. I mean, if he buys out, rather, and then comes back, he's all good. But, man, there was really no play for Jackie at that point, huh? Like, once the Xiao Sham's getting close, what counterplay do they have to Shackle Sunstrike? Like,
yeah,
like he gets shackled, he's getting Sunstriked, right? Like, Silencer can't do anything. He can just watch it happen.
Yeah,
but
that is a problem.
Because I saw him walking towards him. I was like, you can just sign it now, man. He's dead. Like, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the only difference is, like, potentially if it's on cooldown. That's it, right?
Yeah, it's that, or you hope that you can curse him first, right? You know, last word him first. That's your best hope.
Well, down bottom, you can see Jabs still battling out against Nightfall, who will be able to get back up to a comfortable situation very quickly. You can see how low he's getting. If there's a moment where Tim's could maybe find him with that Tame the Beast, it could be good, but well, now they turn. Sunstrike damage. It's not enough to take down Tim's, but now they turn onto Jabs. Now Nightfall sets his sights back on the Ringmaster. Waveform forward. Not quite enough for the finish. And indeed, he's going to have to strength form to get away. Panto, not really that much more help here. They're wrapping around on Armel in mid, though.
Perhaps another early storm attack here, like what happened to Kiyotaka. Not expecting another bots first, not gonna lie. I don't think Armel's going that way.
No, probably not. Panto, Root backs away. 4 HP. Tim's can still see him. Oh God, does he hit this dagger?
Oh, this would be crazy. He's like,
he's looking for it.
He would take the bounty rune.
Oh. Yeah, Panto getting that ward down to save his life is a wise decision. And actually, they see him place that ward too. In the meantime, Nightfall dies to Jabs.
What?
Wait, Mira? TP's in now to get whatever CS was missing. Interesting.
Januel came down. I see. Well, we were watching that whole engagement. Silencer rotated down, helped get the kill. Understood. All right, we're just going to rock a 3v3 down bottom, it looks like.
And Mira. Oh, that's a big one. That's a nice hit right there. Mira, mega dead. God, you get into those trees against 2 points in Whirling Death, and you are hurting.
We're having a bad time on that one. All right, things looking better for Boom overall. Aurora do have the big leader right now, though, and that is Toronto Tokyo. As his Vanguard, almost has a Soul Ring, but is being walked down now.
Yeah, they heard you and realized, okay, we need to get something done here against this Bristle. And with that TP from Armel, they make it happen. This is at the 7-minute mark, but I think that they are going to secure this rune with Mira, so shouldn't be an issue getting that Wisdom Shrine there.
Yeah, looks like 1-on-1. Each squad there. Well, the current life of the Invoker, if you guys haven't been seeing it much lately, it's a lot like the old Invoker, the way back when Invoker. A lot of Midas, a lot of bots, a whole lot of nothing, except Sunstrikes for like 20 minutes. That's
fair.
That's definitely the Invoker experience at the moment, at least in the games I've been watching. So you got to set up for the Sunstrikes. That is the big deal. Hopefully some meatballs. Like if you get some tier 1s, you can set up for some good meteor plays too. He just like rolls it through if you have good setup for a team fight like they do with the Naga Siren song. So could be partially why. Just to get a little bit of extra damage. I don't know the earlier parts of this game. But he's counting on the team to do a lot here. As Mira and Genuel just on the other side of a tree right now.
Yeah, this was actually scouted by that ward that was up there on the top side. So they know that the shaman is there. That's why Armel's playing for bottom. Mira is going to make the move all the way through here. Instead, drops the Hex onto the other side. Oh, but the save from Tims is going to be right there. Armel, Shackle, zip away. Armel barely living. Does still have the Fairy Fire, and that keeps him fine and dandy. And guess what? There's a rune up top. Can he get there in time, though?
Imagine.
Armel, he wants it. He's not going to get it. And now he gets shackled again. The Sunstrike. The shared damage is not enough. Panto is the one that gets the kill. You got greedy going for the rune. Gets caught with the hand in the cookie jar. Tims will survive as there was only 1 point up in Wex for that tornado, but still a big moment there as Aurora get the kill.
Mira's in the backline trying to snipe Tims, but can't get him. Oh, Sunstrike, Sunstrike!
Oh! Kiyotaka, you're too good. Oh my God, what a play.
Oh, that was nasty. All right.
Jeez. And that's his Midas.
You just hit a couple of those Sunstrikes, and the next time you ask for Invoker, no matter how this game goes, you get it. Just because you hit a Sunstrike like that, you're like, okay, yeah, I got a good Invoker player. I guess I should probably give it to him.
Jeez. That was very well done. I mean, all right, 9 minutes in, you know, less than 1,000 gold separating these two, but it's the much greedier draft, and this is where it's boom, you gotta get something done. Mira is going to drop here. Armel gets the kill, and trying to rebuild those galvanized after, you know, losing some early there with that kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they brought a lot of heroes down bottom, but Nightfall's up top of Toronto Tokyo. They're beating down this tower. So yeah, you meta'd, you TB'd, you got it. But we're going to trade it for your top one. And this is going to leave Jackie just farming through the Ancients down bottom. I'm sure they'll likely just do the same, farm for the neutrals up top. And we're just going to trade tier ones.
Well, Kiyotaka manages to bring him down, and now Mira TP's in. And that forces Storm to run away. So, like, you can stand strong with this Invoker, and as soon as there's, like, a little bit of help, you have to back away on the Storm Spirit. It's crazy.
Guy, yeah.
Are they going to try and push mid now?
They've definitely recovered the gold a bit here on some of these other heroes, too. Like, Toronto is still on top, but Kiyotaka's second. Nightfall was just jostling, like he's just within like 10 gold of Jackie too. So, and this is with him running around with his Vlad, so this Morphing's gonna get nice and big, get the items he needs. And of course, one of the main problems is you're playing against a silencer. So everyone's gonna need these multiple dispels that you're gonna wanna, cause like, that's gonna be the interesting thing about Kiyotaka's build. I'm curious to see what he does. I think he's just gonna have to deal with it though, because right now he's got Atos queued up. He's not thinking about any sort of like a double dispel at this point.
Yeah, I mean, odds are that he should be like pretty far in the back of the fights anyways. But it does feel a little bit bad if they can hunt on you, and particularly because you've got the Storm Spirit, right? Like, that's kind of what the Storm Silencer combo feels so good about it.
Yeah.
Is the ability to find those backline targets. Tims in pretty far. Panto is going to be there. Gets inside the box. Unfortunately, will not be able to get away after the fact. Sunstrike and the finish. Panto 2-0-2 on this Naga Siren.
Yeah, 2.75, just level 1 on the net. You got 3 points in the shackle. They have a lot of lockdown if you were found isolated.
12-minute mark. Armel hoping to get lucky on a rune, and does. Regen. That's a big one.
Yeah, they need a smoke up play with this one. And ideally bringing the Timbersaw. Like, I would like to see Timbersaw maybe playing a bit deep and finding some rotations towards him would be great. I feel like they need to utilize this big damage that Jabs has. Like, he's got 3 points Timber Chain, 4 points Whirling Death. Like, I want to be fighting right now from Jabs.
Right. Well, and you've got global. Like, everything is kind of together there to make it work. Do Aurora get caught by this? Because they know all of these things are a potential. The Armel movement in and take out that ward. There should be pretty clear understanding that this smoke move wants to happen. Mira TP's out as soon as they get something, but Tim's is going to be there to break it. Now, heading up to high ground, Panto does have Song if things get dicey. Dodge for the moment, now catching, trying to find him. The silence is there. Does have TP out if he wants to use it. Jabs, not quite going to be in range. So they do force the Song TP out and regen basically wasted.
Yeah, so I suppose it was. I mean, at least they turned that kill onto top into the tower immediately after.
Right.
So they'll knock that down with the help of them going in and clearing that out. It's also close to 14 minutes here. Do they want to make a play for the Wisdom Shrine, or is that too greedy? I mean, sticking around and farming their Ancients at least would be nice, but they're going to decide to do neither. They're just going to move out of there, likely because fighting in that triangle versus an Invoker at this point in the game is one of those opportunities where he actually gets to use the Meteor, and it is his only other way to actually contribute. And it does do a crazy amount of damage. It's not something you can really rely on in a lot of situations, but if you fight in these enclosed spaces, you might find that you're all just getting rolled by the ball kind of unexpectedly.
Right. Well, and at the same time that they took that top tower, though, it was also Aurora able to move in and take the bottom one with Nightfall. The thing, if you're not going to contest those 14-minute runes or shrines, is going to be watching for potentially a 15-minute Tormentor play. Armel now gets another rune, another kill rune here with the DD. Amp damage ready to go. What are they going to do with this one? Maybe a chance at the Bristle? It's hard to find and kill Toronto Tokyo now. And I mean, he's got Vanguard, 20 stick, and the Healing Lotus. That's not a kill that's going to be easy to make happen.
No, not where you want to go. But yeah, that Tormentor might be our first opportunity for some real team fight. Would love to get some vision down. Radiant have good vision on the Twin Gate, so they're going to know if Boom come to set up on the... Yeah, they're going to watch it. So they're going to get the sentry down, spot the wards. So they're already prepped here. No.
They're
TPing to the tier 2.
Yeah. Interesting. So Jabs takes the shrine. Toronto Tokyo is not with the rest of his squad, but they are already dropping wards and moving in to get this Tormentor. They're going to get it before Boom can get here. Wow. They're just a little bit too slow on the side of Boom.
Yeah, I mean, it's that warding too. Like, it's really what it comes down to. It's like you have the wards on the Twin Gate, you're prepped for it, you know they can't come through, and there's just no real good opportunity, despite not having Song, because that's kind of what was supposed to guarantee you the Tormentor anyway, but they had to use it previously, and Boom were just a little bit too sluggish, unfortunately, and won't get their fight into a no-Song Naga Siren, and that's going to be up here soon.
I think that this is just, to me, showing Aurora have such a clear understanding of what they need to do in this game, and it feels like they're just a step ahead of Boom. Because, you know, you get a regen rune on Storm at 12 minutes. You get a DD at 14 minutes on Storm, and they can't get anything done with it. Now Jabs gets so much damage laid into him through the Escape Act. That's pretty insane.
Yeah,
but now they're going to instead try and go? No. They're going to get the mid tower at least. But you got to get something with these runes. Now the jump onto Panto. Jabs is there. They find the kill. A global used for that feels a little bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he thought he was getting jumped at the same time. I don't know. Now he feels like he needs to overcompensate. He's moving up here with Armel with a shield rune. Oh, what a hex. Oh, Mira.
I don't think that they can kill him through the
lash, Lyrical.
No.
The lash.
Oh my god, they did with the Sunstrike. And Januel didn't have anything to stop it. That's where you want that global, man. Oh, that hurts. Boom. God.
The lash. The Ripper's lash for 46 damage. That's what did it. I mean, a lot of it was absorbed by the shield rune, but
Well, and I forgot about the morph too. He morphs into Storm and then is able to pull him in. Like, so it's that extra little bit of control that he has. Wheel of Wonder down. Sunstrike connects onto Januel, a creep beating him down on the other side of it. Toronto Tokyo does go down to Jabs, and now Panto found. Boom, couple signs of life here after a frustrating 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs has been farming like crazy. He's been all over. Like, he is almost neck and neck with Jackie here, who's also been farming this whole time. He has an Aghanims done. What tools do we have versus Aghanims? I mean, nothing, right? Like,
really.
we got Invoker. That's what we got.
Well, in the meantime, Boom are going to say, if you're not going to fight us straight up, if you're going to keep dodging, we're just going to go take an important objective, and that indeed is what they're going to do, taking down Roche as Bristleback is dead. Big moment.
I want to see level 1 tornado here. What is it, 1500 distance? I mean, that's actually still pretty reliable.
For the Dispel? Yeah.
Yeah, for the Dispel from the Invoker. So maybe Kiyotaka can just deal with it and control it that way. But hopefully not for Jabs, because this is his first massive investment in the game. And they really, again, need to get stuff done here with this Aegis. It's just like the runes. It's like, all right, this is where we should be leading. This is where we should be winning.
Panto steps forward. He's found. And no song means no life. And another global use, this time up top. As they went for a ward trap onto Jackie, he gets out. And now Mira runs into Jabs, just securing the retreat for the Morph lane. All right, don't look now, but Boom, making things happen here.
Yeah, staying active and aggressive here with this Aegis, playing on the Radiant side here. But Toronto, he's not scared. You know, I got 3 points in Bristleback. Can't kill me.
Wheel of Wonder. They got him. Taunted. Jabs moves in. Damage out. Is it going to be enough? Blade Mail is there. They miss on the chains, and it's not quite enough to get the kill. Armel found. Almost dies. Oh, but is able to live. Okay, he had that Aegis, so they're taking the Storm Spirit out of the fight, not allowing him to rejoin again quickly. Jabs is there. They want that kill on a Toronto Tokyo so badly. Jabs backs away. Armel ready to run in again if they want to. Pulls him in. Down on time. Jackie now controlled. Meteor not going to land. The respawn is coming out, and now Storm Spirit jump into the high ground. The Blade Mail, a second salvo for Toronto Tokyo. Turn their sights on Mira. They're dodging the damage so effectively onto the side of Aurora, balancing it between themselves equally. Jackie now in trouble, dodges the Sunstrike, but dies to the Bristle. All of this started with Toronto Tokyo, and it could have ended with one Timber Chain, but it was missed by Jabs. Unreal.
That's all he needed, just one Timber Chain. A butterfly flaps its wings, a Timber Chain is missed, and the effect can be felt across the planet. Look how much gold he got. He walked out there with 1,500 gold instead of just getting ganked in the mid lane for his death.
Dude, brutal. I mean, and that was with double strongman tonics used too. Let's take a look at this again and how close it was to just Toronto Tokyo being dead at the start of this fight. Oh, just a little off the mark. That was a lot off the mark. There was
look
not
like
a tree.
It kind of looks like a tree. All right.
That was not a tree.
Listen, deforestation is a real problem in our world, okay?
Oh, painful,
all right, next
man.
Cataclysm here, back in the main game. Help set up a kill there onto the Ringmaster. But then song out.
This was look at the net worth at this point in the game and how good stuff was starting to look for Boom. And then when you get back into the real world, you see that now it's a 4K gold lead for Aurora. And they're the lineup that I feel like scales so well. I mean, you're also going to see some good scaling on Boom, but I don't know. This was tough. Rough moment.
Man, he was 1 second away from Sunder, too.
Yeah.
Not that it would have mattered, let's be real. But still, you know, maybe there was something there. But yeah, there's an Aghanim Scepter now on Kiyotaka. He just bought Boots of Travel. So they're going to be using this Song. If it happens, it'll be Song into Cataclysm. They've already had one chance to use it, but of course, that's where the Global Silence might come in for the save. If you can time it well, we'll see.
As long as he's not caught in the Song, yeah, it's a good point.
Well, let's hope not. Silencer, you probably shouldn't be getting caught in the Song.
I mean, to be fair, the other thing that's a little bit tough as they're going to smoke up, they'll find Mira, quick jump onto the Shaman, and that Timber Chain he connected on, able to get it easy peasy. Brings down the Shaman. It's not an easy spell combo to hit either. You know what I mean? Like a Cataclysm, but that Sunstrike, Tim's gets out of trouble. Good force
Yeah,
staff.
it's definitely not free. It's like you got to do decent timing on it. And if there's any mobility, they can get out of there, but they got one already, so.
Remember when you could like toggle your boots on Naga Siren and combo the
Oh my god,
Meteor Hammer?
Awesome.
I love that.
That was sick. That was such a cool. Man, why can't we have cool stuff? All right, I mean, it was kind of dumb.
Yeah,
but it was cool. I liked it. Shift Q toggle boots for perfect ending of song for Meteor Hammer. What a time to be alive.
Smoke up from Aurora. They do have global at the ready. Silencer very far in the back.
My boy Januel, he's got buyback just in case. All right, you 5 Silencer players, you don't have buyback, makes me sad. They're running right over a ward sentry combo right now, though. So they feel good about this fight.
On to Jabs, now finding the Ringmaster. Tim's gets gone on. Tame the Beast, trying to back away, waiting on the timing of that global to reinitiate if they want to. Global down now. Finds onto Mira. Jabs backing away a little bit, and it is Aurora retreating. Silence takes it off immediately. Jabs still hurting and gonna get dropped. Storm Spirit jumps late, but able to find and kill off Mira most likely.
Oh, come on.
Mira still lives.
The Essence Ring.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Boom. Can't catch a break.
Everything's going wrong. I mean, the tornado was perfect. They ganked, nice angle, and then they just they set it up so that the second he used the Aghanim Scepter on the Timber Saw, they waited it out, and they got the tornado up, dispelled it, and they just couldn't get the tools out. Jabs, I think he tried to Timber Chain to the low ground, but got stuck up there, it looked like. Just unfortunate stuff all around.
Aurora have definitely looked in command of this game, and now with a 7,000 gold lead in Toronto, Tokyo banging on the tier 2 tower, starting to feel like they want to put the exclamation mark on a 2-0 victory. We'll see if they have what it takes to keep it going, or if Boom can pull something back their way. As just randomly throwing Sunstrike saying, hey, we know where you're at.
Intimidation tactics are certainly being effective right now. TB coming in from Jabs. He wants to start something.
They want to run in here. Okay, Zip. They can't save the Ringmaster, but they do hit onto Mira, and now starting to beat into Toronto Tokyo a little bit as well. Song of the Siren is out. Aghanim Scepter explodes, finishes. Are they going to take this battle? They have the Hex ready immediately. Connects now onto the Storm. No save for him at all. Force Staff keeps him alive for a moment. He gets the Zip out. Still taking so much damage. Jabs tries to secure the retreat for the rest of his team. And it looks like for now they will manage to survive. Still, tough stuff. They at least get the song out from Aurora. Long cooldown.
Yes, you're making it so the game is at least not over at this moment. That is for sure. You're giving yourselves another chance by getting your Storm out of there. Otherwise, you're going to be taking some pretty devastating losses there with another tier 2 likely going down. Roche, our earliest respawn could be in 22 seconds here. So that should be the goal here for Aurora. Just try and lock that down after the Tormentor. And the Shard will go to Kiyotaka. All right.
Oh. Dude. The Forged Spirits. You're going to see so many Forged Spirits come out when these Sunstrikes hit.
There's a song and a Cataclysm and just an army. All with the Shadow Shaman wards as well.
I do think it's like a little... I don't know if I would even say underrated, but I think it's better than most people would expect with like the pushing power after a fight that you get from all those Forged Spirits.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of cool.
Mira under a ward.
Finds him. It's just, it has been so hard to kill this Shaman. Oh my god, Tim's almost dying to these Forged Spirits, and now Force Staff away from the Sunstrike. They knew it was coming.
Mira's coming back with Blink Hex. Oh, come on, Mira. Get him. Get him.
Thinking about
it.
Boom, feel ready. They do still have global. Drops it now. Jump. Toronto Tokyo. There's just nothing. There's nothing there. at all. And the Meteor is there instead. They find the Hex. He's in trouble. He's dead. Tims could not get in range for the escape act. Everybody dying. They are crying. Jabs now chased, and well, he can get away for a moment, but only a moment, as the hits keep on coming. 4 dead. My God, Boom just have not had an answer to Aurora all day.
Yeah, Aurora just seemed so well organized is how I would describe their gameplay today. It feels like they had very clear plans in both of these games, and they're just not deviating from them at all. Like every movement they make, I can see the purpose. Even in game 1, when they just like weren't taking towers, it wasn't like making me upset. Like a lot of times it does, where you're watching a team, you're like, why aren't you taking this? It's like, I could see why. It made sense to me why they didn't want to take the towers, because there wasn't really that much to gain as opposed to how much there was to lose. And in this game, it's just, it's very clear when they make a move, they're going to get this objective, and they make it just look like the sensible and easy thing to do.
Yeah. It's nice stuff for sure. And I mean, I think that what's the, like, I don't even know if I would say it's necessarily like missed opportunities on the side of Boom, but it's more like when like opportunities or potential opportunities have been presented to them, they just haven't been able to get all the pieces together. I think about all those runes that you got and how few kills were able to get done with it. Like I think about those global silence initiations and whether it's a Glimmer Cape or, you know, a Hurricane Pike or any of these like small disengaged things. When the strong initiation happens from Boom, it hasn't all been there. It's tough, really tough.
It reminds me of the famous interaction between the GOAT, Mango, and PPMD, in which Mango complained saying, man, PPMD, whenever I play you, I just play so much worse. And he said, PPMD replied, do you ever think that maybe I make you play worse? Whoa. Wow. See, that's what's happening to Boom right now. That's powerful stuff. That's what's Boom's, Boom's good team. But sometimes it's like, man, why are they so slow that Tormentor? Or like, why can't they get this jump? It's just, Aurora, they're a little bit ahead. They're anticipating these things, and they're making them play worse.
Well, there comes the jump. Nightfall. Tornado is out. Help cover for the Morph lane. He is not that concerned, because guess what? Homie still has the Aegis. And now a full Gleipnir. So the big meatballs, they're ready to drop. The big ones. But first you got to push out waves.
Well, of course, this is Aurora. I mean, we're not just gonna like go high ground here, okay?
Definitely.
What is there to gain? We needed a greedy Gale Guard to make sure that Panzer could keep this gold lead.
God, I love greedy. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great because another Yule's would be excellent.
Yeah. Oh, and eventually, like, into a Wind Waker,
True.
All the saves. A Sunstrike onto Tims just for the fun of it. Does he have a second one? What's the cooldown? Get out of there, Tims.
Okay,
it's not safe.
They're not that fast. All right, relax.
It's not safe. All right, Nightfall is just in the base now. Alacrity down to half HP, pulls him back in. How much damage can they do? Well, he's still got 2.5 minutes. He waveforms forward. Hurricane Pike's a little bit away, still standing, and now gonna step forward to hit some more. Zip from far, doesn't quite manage to connect on the Nightfall, and now Gleipnir, and now Force Staff, now Sunstrike, the escape back use, but he dies to Kiyotaka anyways! Oh, that is gross.
Look at the Force Spirit.
Gross. It's way too much to deal with. And now they find the Hex onto Jaggy. They connect onto him. Does get ward trapped, but the Song of the Siren to disengage. Mira starts to be in trouble, but under the cover of the Glimmer Cape gets out of trouble. And now the Hex, an ultra kill for Kiyotaka. Make it stop. Oh, it's not stopping. Setting him up for the Rampage. Kiyotaka goes in, gets the Rampage to end it. Oh my God, he has looked so good. 14-0-7 at the end of the day. This guy's an Invoker player.
Actually unreal. So what, they had, I think, 2 core deaths in game 1, in the entirety of Aurora, and now 4 core deaths in game 2.
Oh.
I mean, support's putting in work there. Mira doing his best to attempt the milk, but gets 0, 8, and 18 assists. So he needed more deaths to try and make his way up there. Oh, baby. That was impressive.
Yeah,
Man,
that was
clean. That's how I would describe it. Just clean Dota from Aurora.
It was really well done. Let's take a look at a couple of these highlights here. The smiles, and well, that smile I don't think
the faces
lasted
that
that
were
long.
smiling. Yeah.
Oh, it's painful. Yeah, I mean, it started with Sunstrikes and it ended with Sunstrikes. What more could you want?
I wonder how much damage he did with Sunstrike this game, actually. I love that we have this technology. So he did 10,264 damage with Sunstrike / Cataclysm.
Yikes.
That's a lot of damage.
Yikes, man.
That's like
I mean,
more than entire players did.
Every highlight you're seeing, it just adds into it there. And you can see, like,
4 spirits.
Yeah, there's so many. And then Dale's just got to run away from them. Just losing all of his armor. It feels terrible. Oof. Yeah,
4
how much?
spirits and snakes and a beatdown.
So 10,000 damage with Sunstrikes.
Yep.
That's more than a lot of heroes. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That was a great game. Aurora. I mean, this team, they're one you got to watch out for. They make you play bad, as you said.
That's right. And, I mean, Boom, they had, like, their laning was fine. I think it's their post-laning stage that seems to be a bit of an issue. Like, they secured the runes like they were supposed to. It felt like they struggled to get good vision deep a couple times. They had a few, and when they did, they went for these ganks, and they almost worked with the storm jumps and stuff. The global silences didn't seem well coordinated with the actual goals they were going for, unfortunately. Like, a couple of them we were just like, oh, the kill already happened. Why is there a global? You know what I mean? Like, it feels like we needed more out of these globals, which is perhaps more of an indictment on the draft than it is necessarily on Januel if they were that dependent on the global silences. But the reality was they needed the globals to be really good. Jackie did not feel enabled this entire game. He hit creeps the whole game. I can't remember a single fight where I was like, here comes Terrorblade, smack some people. That just never happened this game.
Yeah, and I think that some of that was just more of like the itemization too that you get from all of Aurora. You know, everybody had their own form of escape and save pretty much. Impressive performance. We're going to go to a quick break, everybody. We're going to be back in just a few, though, because we're hoping that we're going to be able to get an interview with somebody from the winners. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are here. We're going to break down the end of that last match, hopefully get an interview, and then get ourselves prepped for the second series for us of the day, the fourth and last one of the day for everybody else. So Trent, that last series, I really felt like we saw the power of Aurora understanding what they wanted to accomplish. Boom definitely looked taken completely out of their element in that one. That does set us up for some, big changes. But what were your takeaways from that last series? Was there anything else that you really wanted to highlight?
In terms of Aurora, I think just the same idea of just like this team coming together. We kind of joked at the start about the Frankenstein aspect of this team, where there was definitely questions about because there were so many free agents floating in the region, and we're talking about where's Toronto Tokyo? What's it gonna do? Right? Kiyotaka, what's the plan? What about Nightfall? And everyone was kind of essentially making a super team, and that's kind of what we got. Mira came back, it's very exciting to watch, but then everyone's like, okay, but will they be good? Oh, well, let's find out, I guess.
Guess what? We also have somebody here that's going to be joining us for a quick little interview. We're joined by Panto. Hello, sir. You're ending the day today 3-1. You just had a really, really good performance. What's the mood like in the house that you guys are in? And what the hell is that? You have a giant skylight in the background? What is that thing?
Giant what?
Skylight. The big square. It's cut out above.
It's kind
in the
of
roof.
big. Yeah, it's I feel like it's some ancient house. It's like very big penthouse maybe. It's good. It's good. And our mood is also good. We start not really good. First game we lost and we were set, but maybe we didn't wake up. Maybe our new tactics not work as we planned, and we will think in future how to do it properly.
Okay.
Well, from what we saw, at least coming into this series, game one, Lyric and I were extremely impressed with your Bane performance. That was amazing. You had a lot of great saves of the Nightmare. Could you tell us what you just think about Bane as a hero right now, and maybe why you like playing it right now, whereas a lot of people aren't necessarily picking the hero?
Since there is too many Imba supports position 5, and more of them are banned first stage, and you don't really take position 5 if it's not a or Tinker first stage, and there are more bans second stage, and you need to find other heroes. And I thought that this hero gonna be really good this game. My teammates wanted to me play another hero. I'm not gonna mention which one, but I said everybody shut up. I'll play Bane and show my best performance, and it is what it is. I think this hero is underrated a bit, and also against Duza it's really good. Since you have a talent at level 15, you can burn a lot of mana, and if it's position 3, you can just sleep him, and he just nothing to do in fights. So if my team don't ruin and don't unsleep him, our fights went well.
Nice. Don't ruin unsleep, man. That makes sense. I liked it a lot. I think one of the other sort of hallmarks of it was you guys had 3 cores in that game, as always do, right? But only 2 deaths amongst the 3 cores, and it felt like with the Kunkka Mirana combo, you had the freest game ever. You got a super quick blink dagger. Going into game 2 though, it did feel like there was maybe a little bit more of a greedy draft in a way. We were talking about that, the Invoker pick at the end. Did you guys in both games just feel like you knew what your win condition was and just not worried about how the lanes went or how the other stuff went? You just felt confident no matter what?
Oh, for sure. Every time Kiyotaka play Invoker, I will feel like you have win condition. It doesn't matter what's gonna happen in game. And our draft was more about pushing lanes and just farming our items and catching them. What is more, Naga is a really good hero to scout, and they always add pressure because one illusion running in Silencer, another illusion and Ringmaster, also Sunstrikes, also Force Spirits, and they a lot of stress and supports enemy. They're not no mobility I think, and supports, and they always under stress and pressure, and we just pushing lanes and waiting for items. And since they make like 1 or 2 mistakes, and we easily lead this game. So, and also I think more about Tormentor maybe and Roshan, something like this. Maybe they should play quicker about our faster about
we
our
did.
draft.
We did actually mention that as well. We just we kept thinking that you guys look so organized, and like it seems like you guys are all very quick to go to the objective, and it feels like you're all on the same page while you're playing. As the team has played more together, like is there like one voice who's leading a lot during the game, or do you feel like everyone's kind of talking an equal amount? How has that come together now for you guys?
I think more equal. Like it also depends on stage of the game. Like at early game, supports making more calls in game, but with items, course, starting into talking, and I think this is like balance and communication. And in the last game, it was pretty good.
Yeah,
the only thing was when we were like Sunstrike, but there wasn't really need Sunstrike, and Kiyotaka was like, guys. Chill.
Fair. Better to not need a Sunstrike than not need a global or whatever.
I always will call for Sunstrike. You better use it and regret about it than you don't use it.
Absolutely. Use it or lose it. That's the way it works. Thank you so much, Panto, for the interview. Wish you guys luck, and hopefully we'll see you more going forward. Go enjoy the rest of your day. Do you guys have any plans for the rest of your day?
We're gonna watch replays and talk what we could do better, and nothing special, like playing pubs. Another day, DreamLeague, let's go. It's just the beginning.
There you go.
Right.
Go eat some delicious food as well. Have a good one. We'll see you next time, Panto. Thank you again.
Thank you for inviting, guys.
Bye, Panto.
What a winner. I was gonna tell him to eat some burgers. Just because I want to get a burger. It's coming close to lunchtime. But Trent, we're gonna have to wait for burgers. We got
it's
another
10 a.m.
series.
for you, Lyrical. I'm telling on you. It's 10 a.m. It is not close to lunch.
I need another burger. We're getting close to our next series coming up here in just a moment. Oh man, and it's gonna be a doozy. Navi Jr. versus Avalis. You excited?
I sure am. Make sure you guys come on back for when that gets started.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
I always love that. That part is great. Trent, we are back again. It is our final series of the day. Wow, wow, wow. And we have a great set of games that are coming up for you in just a few. Although, real quickly, I did want to take a look at the group stage as it stands, because you know how this goes.
Okay.
We got to get the top round view of everything that's happening. Talk to me. What's Group A look like?
Well, as you can see, Group A have played more games than Group B if you're capable of basic arithmetic. And that is because our next series is coming from Group B. So we're going to have all those teams playing in this round here. But Aurora, with their 2-0 over Boom that you just witnessed here on the Ember stream, and so the tie to the top of the group with the other squad from Eastern Europe of Bet Boom. So they are currently dominating Group A. Enigma Galaxy remaining up top there with a 2-1. Looks like they haven't finished that second match quite yet, though. Whereas OG Latam did go 1-1 once again. As we saw, they also went 1-1 earlier versus Aurora. So doing pretty well here so far. And then and we got a couple games that need to be finished out here by the looks of it here, right? We got a couple 1-2s. With Enigma, XG, Shopify, Liquid. Yep.
Well, that is surprising too, because it's OG versus Bet Boom was the other match where they went 1-1. So Bet Boom dropping a game to OG is pretty huge news, honestly. Because again, you look at these situations and every match ends up mattering so much with like the weird tiebreaker situations that go on and all the rest of it. It's going to be something to watch for. But we are getting into a whole new host of characters and fun new action coming out. We've got Navi Jr. facing off against Avalis and Trent. I can't wait to watch this squad. The Navi Jr. lineup. Dude, Zayats is looking pretty buff over there. Holy moly. That guy looks like a monster.
You gotta be the buff old dude when you're the old dude, because that's what he is, man. I mean, if Navi Jr., the Junior is very real on this squad. That is the one thing you have to know about them. It is a lot of young guns. It's a lot of young talent, which is something that a lot of regions were asking. Where are the new players? Where are the young guns? Eastern Europe, definitely not one of those regions. That is a region that is still pumping out a lot of great players. And that's pretty much what Navi Jr. is here to show you, is that there's new talent and they're all extremely strong.
But some old guns, like you said. And the old man himself, Zayats, is the one that we're going to see watching out for here. That's right. You picked this guy in particular. What is it about Zayats that you love to see so much? And what does he need to do in this game?
For me, it's the fact that he is the captain of this roster, which I think is a good fit for him. It's a little unusual in terms of being the position 4 player, but Zayats is a guy who has always defined a lot of the teams he's in when he plays position 4. He can play these heroes that take over the game, notably something like his techies, for example, where you kind of have to, you need a good idea around the hero to get the most out of it. And he's a guy who used to kind of like slot into teams. He kind of hopped around a little bit and you wondered like, what's he going to bring this time? But to see him, like, he is the team now. Like, he has to be the old man to sort of tell them what's up. I mean, he's been playing for a long time. Since 2015, that maybe doesn't feel that old. That's 10 years, guys. He's been a pro player for 10 years. Okay, his other players, they're also young. They need Zayats to lead them here.
Absolutely. Well, and there is the other roster that we can take a look at. And for this Avalis lineup, definitely the one that we've seen them have a heck of a lot of success. At least for me, when I'm looking at this game, it's the one that I expect big things from them.
Yeah, it's a very interesting roster. Definitely not so much like Navi Jr. Navi Jr. is a lot of young guys who are just starting to get their experience on lands. Like, they've had a couple now, which is great. Right. They're getting in there. These players have all kind of been there before in one or another. Some more than others, of course, but they've all had their opportunities to make it to land. Some of them with some pretty long careers to this point, particularly like Fly and Jibe have been around for a very long time. Smiling Knight feels like a pretty just like standard name at this point too. Like, I feel like I've been watching him for a while, but I want to bring up Fly because he's back. Kind of questions about where's he gonna go? What's he gonna do? Will it be some sort of an NA squad? But he makes the hop over to Avalis after we lost Soneko there on the roster, and someone has to fill that void. And Sneko is definitely a strong personality, strong voice in a team, and that is what you're going to get out of Fly. So I think it was a great pickup for the team to try and like get that right chemistry and balance. It makes a lot of sense for me for why they grabbed him, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do here in Dream League.
Well, let's hear a little bit more about Team Avilis right now.
Avilis is a relatively new team that has been stuck somewhere in the middle of the pack ever since they formed. Sometimes they manage to look really good, and sometimes they get 2-0'd without putting up much of a fight. Times of struggle often bring necessary changes to a team, and Avilis is no different. Right before ESL 1 Raleigh, they replaced Stormstormer and Eki with Mobe and Desire. And right after their 8th place finish, they also replaced Sneko with Fly. The only players remaining from the original Avilis to round out the roster is Smiling Knight and Zibe, both being there right from the start. As is expected, after making so many roster changes, the team is currently in the process of just getting back to their past form. The only event with the new roster being PGL Wallachia 4, where they ended up getting last place. I know what you're thinking. It's easy to see this result and count Avilis out, but they will be hungry to prove themselves. Let's see if Avilis can exceed expectations in Dream League Season 26.
Well, I mean, that's about as, rough as it can go as far as the last replacement, lineup that they had there at the end for Wallachia. I will say that they just played a match earlier today where they were able to split a series against Flipster Talon going 1-1. So both of these teams coming into this series facing off against each other with a 1-1 result. After, you start to build up some chemistry a little bit amongst the team, maybe that's where you can start to see a little bit more success coming out. I'm hoping that we can see more from Avilis over the next little bit.
That's right. But we'll see. It's getting later in the day, of course, 7:30 at night. These old men, can they handle the young guns of someone like Niku, who's a mere 16 years old? 16. There you go. He turned 16 in February.
That's so crazy.
He's not even 16 and a half. Okay, he was born in 2009. Fly started playing pro Dota in 2012. He was 3 years old when Fly was playing pro Dota.
Well, and we talked about this at the end too, and you pointed out that there's a very real possibility that he was not born when Fly was competing in Han.
Yes.
Which is kind of crazy, but also, I'm sure it's just another day at work here for Navi Jr. trying to pull things together. Avilis, after banging out Darkseer, Terrorblade, and Phoenix, are going to take the TA first phase overall, a carry hero that has really risen up the ranks a lot, although I think it was completely ignored in our last series, if I'm not mistaken. And then we get the Beast, Tinker, Nature's Prophet, and the Morphling. So we'll see what they decide to go for. Navi Jr. is the first phase overall, taking a lot of time with this first pick.
I mean, there's a bristle, so thinking about how you're going to work it in, I guess, is the question. If you don't want to just grab it now, does it end up getting banned? Are you just assuming that you don't want to grab it here? But I certainly wouldn't mind it. I think it's pretty strong. Hero maybe has some issues versus the TA, which is the only reason they wouldn't want to. And so they'll grab the Dusa instead. But kind of surprised. You're right that we didn't have the TA coming out previously. She's been looking great. She looks very consistent. The shard timing is very frustrating to play against. It feels like she can just suddenly dominate a team fight and have some actual control elements and not just be this giant damage bot that's running through and slicing through everyone. The pure damage out of the side blades has been very practical versus heroes like Bristleback. And even versus Medusa, it is still nice, right? You're just big damage to cut through that mana shield doesn't hurt. The silence could be kind of practical as well to try and control her a little bit, kind of similar to how Panto was describing, just ignoring the Medusa when you can in the engagements. But there's a reason this hero gets picked up first. It still flexes between the 1 and the 3, the Medusa that is, and it's still a nuisance if you can get the ball rolling with that Meteor Hammer.
Fair enough. Something to watch for sure. And now, we're at least at the second phase, kind of have some battle lines drawn as far as where they want to go. Shaman gets taken. There still is the Ringmaster, which we saw in the last series, but anticipate that's going to be on people's mind. There's some other funky options that you could go for, but ET is the other one that we saw in combination, and we've seen before against Medusa. Could be on people's minds there too.
Yeah, I think it's certainly something to consider, especially if you want to flex to the position 1 Medusa anyway. It makes a really good support, so either way, it can work out well for you. Another hero who we haven't seen, Jakiro. Speaking of which, we talked about these. Panto kind of mentioned these broken 5s. I think Jakiro is definitely in that conversation in terms of heroes that are being banned out a lot earlier. But it's been the consistent Coddle, probably trying to get rid of these combo picks in the second phase. Darkseer already being banned, but so we won't get the Darkseer +1, but Coddle plus Bristle, Coddle plus Medusa is even just good enough already. And they're gonna okay. See, now they're definitely opening up for that 1 Medusa as well when the Animage gets banned out.
And again, ET is the option if you want to take it here. Avalis, do they want to play it? Could be the other question. I think it would be a strong pick.
10 seconds remaining.
But then again, like the other thing is, I feel like with the way that they just take it.
Yeah.
I think it's too good not to. It's too good to give away.
Yeah, it's too scary. Like, it's a bit much. It's a solid 5. Does a lot of what you need with the Medusa. Like they synergize quite well. You get a Stone Gaze and set up in for the sleeps. She's just trying to sit still and do her thing. Sleep setups, you can cover her with Earth Splitter. A lot of good tools here. So Avalis, this should be a double support pick, more than likely. We do have some pretty cool options versus ET. Unfortunately, a lot of those heroes are kind of bad right now, but this idea of like, it's a predictable stun. So we saw the Bane being used previously. Ringmaster is a good example. Just people who, you're given a lot of opportunities to make these saves versus the hero. And of course, Ringmaster is just kind of everywhere right now because he has really high damage nukes. The daggers are really good, and he has a save. And if you have anyone else to set up team fights, the wheel's good. The wheel's not like dependable, but if you have like Nagasong or you have Ravage or something, then the wheel gets kind of crazy.
I do kind of feel like they're in a bit of a weird place because you talk about like, the big save that you have and other stuff. I was thinking that a Shadow Demon could be really cool, but I don't know if you can run Shadow Demon Ringmaster together. They're taking the Wind Ranger now. I saw at the beginning of this day when we took over, it was 0 and 3 so far. I guess hypothetically there's some flex to mid, but this feels like a position 4 to me.
Yeah, it'll almost certainly be a 4. Sometimes a 5. If they want to move the Ringmaster to 4 and the Wind Ranger 5, depending, that would also be okay. But in the lane versus the ET, it does pretty well because obviously he punches and you can't be punched. So it gives you a lot of good opportunities when it comes to moving the creep waves especially, which might be why they're picking it. There might be some sort of a vulnerable 3 that they're going for here that's going to need some creep pulls. And that could be partially why. You can also just like trade pretty well versus Medusa. So if you get someone who's a little bit more aggressive, you can also just play nicely in there and try and get those kills. And after seeing everything else they say, yeah, the Bristle's good. Let's go for it. Oh, we get a Snapfire too. This hero's been rising a little bit. I've seen a few snaps. I feel like the Shard feels good. It's a lot of damage. I've seen some people trying the core snap. I don't think we're going to get that. This will probably be the 4. But the mid snap is being dabbled with a little bit at the upper echelon of Dota. And for this one, though, it should just be the nice, safe Zayat snap.
I will say that I think Avalis had some understanding that this could be coming their direction. Because I think the Ringmaster is already, we saw it in the last series, a really good answer against the Bristle. You just drop the Wheel of Wonder, he stays facing a specific way, and then with this Storm now you can kind of just pile massive amounts of damage into him. I like the Avalis draft, and for Navi Jr. it's kind of like, I agree that Snapfire's been rising in power, but I sort of feel like with Bristle Medusa now, you don't really have heroes that like are having that much great control. It's such a good Storm game.
Yeah, they need an Ember. It's not even just the control for the Storm. They need control to set up for the Snapfire and to set up for the ET combos, like set up for the Gorgon's Grasp. They really, I think Navi Jr. were angling for Storm Spirit or Ember Spirit as their last pick. And now the Storm Spirit's been taken away. They're probably going to ban the Ember, and they've already banned the Puck, which would have been another great hero to round out the Navi Jr. lineup. So now they're going to get like a probably like 4th rate hero for this. Maybe a Kunkka, I would say, is probably going to be the choice from Navi Jr. if it gets left in. And they're going to ban the Tide and the Pango as Avalis tries to round out who their offlane is going to be.
Can't they just like Sand King right now? Maybe that hero's fallen down in people's favor, but that feels...
No, he's still very good.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting answers.
It would be hard to play in the Sandstorm is one thing I would say. Like, playing in Sandstorm versus ET, Bristle, Snapfire, Medusa sounds kind of scary. Like being locked into a zone, you know? They go for the tiny band. That could have been solid too. Ava toss into Kisses. Plus it's all versus Storm.
Does leave Ember like you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost like the Kunkka more though, but Kunkka is like, it's harder to get the first jump if they go for the Kunkka, so I think the Ember is probably a little more important.
Okay.
I'll take the Jibe Underlord.
All right. So more percentage-based damage, global potential, kind of weirder but more effective lockdown, kind of, if like they're playing in one particular area, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of interesting.
Big percent-based damage, Atos purchase, and there he blows. The Ember.
That's the trade.
Yep. I mean, it's a Nico Ember. I'm sure he's very happy about that. Obviously, a hero that you can really control an entire game on. It's desperately needed. I really think that Ember was probably a better ban than Tiny personally, but they're fine with it, so I guess I have to be fine with it.
I think the Ember is way more reliable.
I wonder if some of the reason is because of this Underlord pick. Because now, like, it's sort of having to use a Remnant to get away from a pit is pretty annoying. You don't want to have to, like, walk out of the pit. Like, and if you slight, you can just drop the pit right on top of wherever his position is, you know? Yeah. There's some, like, interesting interactions there. And I feel like Zibe maybe thinks that this Underlord is an answer for Ember, particularly if he goes Aghanims. I think it'd be really cool.
Oh yeah, that'd be sweet. I do love the Underlord Ags. Big fan.
All right. Well, game number 1. Both teams currently sitting at 1 win apiece in this bit of a brutal group stage. Avalis versus Navi Jr. We'll see who comes away with the victory here. At least so far, I'm not really seeing that many strange early picks for facets. There's the Demon Reach that Zibe is going for.
Yeah. I think probably the biggest one is the discussion right now about Refractor versus Void Blades has been an interesting discussion. People are, I've seen it going both ways. Like I was watching a lot of the replays recently. I can't remember if it was the qualifiers or it was PGL, but there were some players who were like dead set on just always going for the Void Blades and really utilizing with the meld and getting the most, especially in the late game, it really comes up with the bash. But the Refractor is just, because of the buff to get one more instance on it, and it's just so consistent throughout the entire game. It's not just your melds that you're getting this bonus on, it's like just the whole game. It just feels better. So I definitely think that overall it feels like this is just the much safer one going for Refractor, but I'm curious to see how that changes. Like if they don't adjust either skill, I'll be curious if players just like keep sticking with one or if we'll actually see some sort of a shift back and forth.
Okay. Well, time will tell. We will see as we're getting into this game number 1 again. The one other one that I was looking at is the Riddy's Elder Titan opting to go for the Deconstruction on the ET. So this one drains the extra mana and magic resistance and armor over time. So you can get up to 20 stacks of it, which is 1% or 1 armor. Pretty cool when you combo that together with what Natural Order naturally gets you.
Yes, this is the one that got the massive buff before the new year. And it used to be awful. You used to have to go momentum because the way that this facet used to work was the second that they left the AoE, they lost all the stacks instantly. So it meant you had to just stay on someone the entire time. So if you wanted the full buff, you would have stood on someone for 20 seconds. That's just stupid. Now they only lose 1 stack per second instead of all the stacks instantly. So it's way more valuable in the laning stage. It's like actually relevant.
Yeah. Worth the point in getting it, and like even just for the armor, like the armor alone feels like it's really, really valuable. And when you pair together now ET having this and the Snot Rocket in the later stage fights, the Ember and the Medusa are going to start dealing massive damage, even if Medusa doesn't have like big, armor oriented items. Like they're going to need to buy some armor on the side of Avalis for sure.
Lies failure.
Anger lies failure. That's deep.
That's right.
It's a Yoda level line right there.
I will say it's been a lot of spamming voice lines. There's a good amount of them coming in. And got the juice, given the tip to fly right out of the gate. Not sure what that's about. Oh, I know a clown when I see one. I see. Okay, that's what it is.
Well done, everyone.
Mobe has an allergy problem. DJB's letting us know, so that's good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe he's busting out the inhaler like you know?
Oh my God, I need to take another hit real quick. 1 second.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
All right, we're good to go. There we go. Our observer tells us he's allergic to pauses. It's fine. Don't worry. Get him back in this one soon.
It looks like PMA is as well. He's doodling on the minimap, so he's also bored.
Can I also say, it's really funny that you immediately disconnect on fly. Like it's built in his brain that like I got a DC so that way the pause time is longer before they start the game up again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just have it.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, that's really good.
He's wise.
Well, should be underway shortly. How you doing, Trent? Did you have a nice morning? What'd you get up to?
I did have a great morning. I'm hopping up with the kids. Played some soccer in the living room like one does.
Nice.
Can't score on me. Okay, they score on me all the time actually. But I tell them they'll never score on me. Sometimes I don't. You got to mix it in. You got to let them know.
Okay.
Because sometimes I'll be like going easy playing basketball, and he'd be like, "Don't go easy on me." And I say, "If I don't go easy on you, you will never score a basket in your entire life." And then he's like, "Let me see." And then after like 2 minutes, he's like, "Okay, never mind."
That's right. You want to because that's the thing is people say, "All right, don't go easy." Because you want them to feel really good when they finally beat you. But the flip side of that is that if you go hard the whole time, then they're just they're not interested in playing because they're, getting it swatted down out of their face constantly. It's a tough question.
I got to slowly let them think that they can enjoy video games so that they can play with me, and then I'll crush it later,
I like that. That's good.
That's how we'll do it.
That's a good one.
Yeah. All right. Well, allergy problems are solved here for Mobe. He's making sure he can see these creeps nice and clearly. Got some clear nasal passages for good breathing exercises to focus on these last hits of Storm Spirit.
That's right. Absolutely. That's what you want to see. He's got 5 branches and, maybe that fresh spring air coming in was just a little bit too much there. And it does look like it's going to be... Oh, my God, he did. What the hell?
Snagged it. He did the slight snag.
All right, Nico. What a gamer.
Very nice. And more of this pressure up top here. Going for the aggressive body block on the creeps so that their own wave will come under the tower. There's no one over there dealing with this either, so should work fine. Yep, under the tower they go.
Britty's going to TP to the bottom lane. So yeah, that one actually looks like it's in an okay position for him for the moment. Just trying to put some hurt onto any of these heroes, but you can see Desire, as you talked about, immediately gets the wind run away. Last little bit of Astral Spirit buff did not manage to do any damage to Zibe there. Oh, and look at that. A hero using the courier wisely and not getting it killed instantly.
No.
Desire pulling the wave.
It can't be done. I mean, Got the Juice is cleaning up, though. Got the entire first wave right nice by the tower. Has the creeps fallen. He's at 100% last hits right now. So feeling great on the Medusa to begin with.
Unfortunately, does look to be missing out on this wave. So that is a little annoying. Riddies is going to try and come on over here and contest. Even steps over, not quite able to get the deny there on the range creep. Top lane. We'll see how this one works out. Taking the little shredder. It's a lot of minus armor there onto Smiling Knight. The hits keep on coming. The damage isn't going to be enough to take him out all the way. Refraction in 1 second gets it back up. Turn around. PMA is gone. Oh, that was so close.
It really is. Because you can think the little shredder's going to be solid versus Smiling Knight, but the barrier, I think it was just a little bit too much because it's only 25 level 1.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. It might have been enough to break the barriers, but either way, I think he was close to second refraction, gets it back up, and so just wasn't quite there. You can see the logic, though. All that minus armor plus a bristleback. It's certainly going to become a problem. Unfortunately, it's going to be harder to get that win now because you're going to give this bonus gold over, but you know, you can imagine they're both level 3. It's going to be so much damage.
Yeah, I think that they just like slightly mistimed it, and he had that refraction back up. Now the other problem is that you've got level 2 refraction you need to deal with. But yeah, a lot of minus armor on the side of this Navi Junior lineup. As you see, in the little shredder gets spammed, but not really much that they can do afterwards. Also, now he's got a whoopee cushion. How are you going to handle that?
Can't be done.
So 3-minute mark, and Desire gets one of those Lotuses on the other side, getting it for Fly. And Desire taking a lot of damage, drops down the pit, level 2 Firestorm. Riddies is out of here.
Yeah, that's the thing. You decide when the trade ends, you know, as Wind Ranger.
Yeah. And in the mid lane, the rotation from Zayats comes in and kills the Storm. A quick and easy one.
Yeah, it looks like he TP'd for that, I guess, as we were watching bottom. I think it was a root in while he was TPing, and then got the big full bore Scatterblast for the damage. And then immediately into the stacks after.
That is a nice timing right there for Zayats. Rotation gets the kill. Mobe now going to move over, get his rune taken away from him. Iku having a good start to this game. 18-1 versus 19-3, but that kill makes it a lot worse.
Yeah. A solid lead opening up for him. And great rotations, too. Moving up towards a bristleback offlane with a Snapfire is certainly potent. As heroes that can add a lot of damage to your moves as an Ember Spirit, which is exactly what you want because you got that first jump. You just need a little bit of help. And man, just whittling down Mobe mid there with those slights and those chains is pretty scary if there's another rotation.
Well, right. And having this full bore like Snapfire, the range just becomes so insane. Fly in no man's land a little bit. We'll go for the whoopee cushion runaway. So he can kind of make that play to try and contest a bit and not die, but PMA manages to connect at the end. Can't quite connect that creep wave. But at least we'll have access to it himself.
Yeah, it's put Mobe in the jungle, though. Like, he's just stacking neutrals because it's going to be more effective. Unfortunately, he misses one of them. So not going to get the max effectiveness here, but he just can't stand toe-to-toe with that Ember Spirit mid and risk those rotations coming through.
Right. Yeah, dying once is, like, kind of okay, but you do not want to die as you're getting galvanized up. Kind of feels like a rough time.
Look what Zayats is doing, though. He's already come mid, waiting for Mobe to come back for the wave.
Are they going to be able to get him? Looking, hunting, root is there. Full bore connection. The TP is moving in, and that, as the level 6 comes, is enough to stop the aggression.
Yeah, a bit too much there with level 6 on the Storm Spirit. Can Mobe use this to get the rune will be the question.
Thinking about it, Desire. Somehow that didn't hit. Oh, it did hit. Right, he had the Flame Guard up. Keeps him fine. Obey. Regen rune. Get it, but he still goes down. Oh, that one hurts. That one hurts a lot.
It does. Yep. I mean, they're just putting the time in, Navi, you know? They understand what the Storm Spirit needs. They know that he's the engine. He's going to be doing a lot in this mid game. So if you slow him down, the rest of the draft's going to slow down with him. The bright spot is that Smiling Knight has a pretty big lead over the next closest hero, about 500 gold already at 6.5 minutes, with creeps coming into him as he's just chewing through them with the Refractor. So there is a bright spot.
Radiant are scanning.
And with that, I kind of feel like it would be a nice timing to go and make that move up top for Niku. I guess the worry is that if you do sort of make an aggressive play, well, this needs to be punished.
Yeah, look at this ward. They see this.
Oh
too.
my god. Are they not going to come and fight this? I don't think they're going to.
No,
yeah, they're just giving this up. And on the other side...
I don't think Riddies gets this either.
Wow. that is huge. Navi Jr. not getting either of those wisdom shrines when Ember has had that type of a start is really rough. And now Melbe, look at him. He's taking out this stacked up ancient camp. With
Well,
a
if he
regen
misses his own stacks, you know, he'll just go steal yours. It's fine.
Wow. Zibe in some trouble, but the second round, and the Tame to Beast takedown. Niku, he's low too. Navi Jr. can't get away with this. He goes back to mid, but then the zip forward finds the finish. Avalis, they are cooking.
A little power shot snipe there. What a disastrous couple of minutes here for old Navi Jr. Things are crumbling a bit. Everyone's scooping something up right now. It's 8 minutes as well. Ember's dead. Can Mobe get the rune? Well, he won't get that one. It's an arcane bottom. He might get a kill and a rune.
Yeah, chase down, hit, done. Will be put to sleep for a moment, but well, he actually, okay, he could be in some trouble now. Mobe tries to zip away. Oh, the strongman tonic turns. Hoping to live, not gonna happen. Mobe goes down, Fly wasn't able to keep him alive. And Fly needs to be
He's trying to
careful
fake here.
himself. Okay. Stomped, dead.
Okay, now, does it still count as bait if you successfully made him chase you? Because, like, he did bait Niku. He kind of teased him a little, come get me. And then Fly's like pinging, like, I got him, guys.
Yeah, it was a little bit too much. I guess thought he was going to be able to get away, but that ET definitely put the end to that one. Mobe mid will be rooted, full bore, but nothing else after that. Ooh, interesting couple of minutes have happened for sure. I think in spite of that death on Fly, like it's still feeling really good for Avalis. All the moves that they're making.
I think Navi Jr. needed like a little bit of an edge here. I don't want to be behind heading into this mid game because you are counting on Medusa to do a lot of heavy lifting. And there is a reason this hero's mostly been in the off lane. It feels like that's where she's shining right now.
Yeah.
Especially like, let's say Desire gets farmed. Like, does he maybe go Diffusal? Like, there's definitely a world where that happens. It is that effective.
Well, they dropped down a route to try and get away, but Desire was always going to die now. Now Zibe, he could be in some trouble. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Smiling Knight just runs down Zayat and is going to steal this Ancient stack. Oh, this does not feel good. Going in, finds PMA, maybe goes for some more here. This is a Bristleback dead, and then stacks mostly taken too. Avalis making the big moves, and now they zip in with Storm to come and try and secure these ones. Wow. Brutal, brutal, brutal. They kill Fly, now get the stomp onto 2. Don't have Searing Chains again for another 5 seconds. And that should be a bit too long for Avalis to do anything here.
Yeah, there's a haste on that Storm. There's no hope for that, and you're going to be able to walk it off as well there for Smiling Knight. So, very aggressive maneuver there, and Smiling Knight just right back to it. I mean, that's the thing about this Templar Assassin. Like, she consumes 0 resources while farming. Like, the mana cost is very whatever. It's very easy to sustain. You never have to worry about your HP. She's just running around, and she's always ready to go. I think that's one thing that players really like about her is the position 1.
Fly has to strongman himself, put himself in the box. Now the TP coming in from the rest of them. Zayat's in trouble as Fly dies. They can't find the connection on to Niku afterwards, but they do have a catapult wave, and Zibe is here mid with a Vanguard coming to him. What more can they do in the mid lane? Oh, maybe they're just trying to set up for the Medusa instead. Yeah. They see her here. And immediately moving in with the ulti from Zibe. TP rotations. It's going to be a bit too late. They find and kill that Medusa. Now bringing in Niku through the gate himself. Zibe low on resources, but turns to punch onto Niku with Smiling Knight in the area. Maybe they can run him down. Out of remnants, but no further chase is going to come from them.
Yeah, nothing left for Mobe to maybe help with the chase, so he's just going to TV back mid. He's probably going to get this DD. If he spots it, he does. So that's going to help out the Storm.
Wow.
After he shovels the water in, of course.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So, no tier 1 towers taken by Radiant, and they have lost all of their tier 1s except for mid. And that one's even starting to hurt a little bit. PMA caught, disarmed. Halberd looking good for a moment, but the TPs all went bottom earlier, so there is no help for this Bristleback. As Desire cleans up, Zayat's Niku moving in. They do have Mortimer's Kisses. They take down one. That's the Wind Ranger. Can they find any more? Smiley Knight would be a huge kill here. Walks into a couple heroes. Rooted. And move in. Try to take him down. They still have Mortimer's Kisses. Zayat decides to go forward with this one. Full bore hit, trying to get what kill they can. They do have a save there. Escape back at the last second. That keeps her alive. Smiley Knight gets the refraction off. I think that he could have just gone in with like the Mortimer's Kisses, right? I feel like that could have been a kill, but didn't want to use them.
My thought process is that he felt like the only reason he was playing like that on the TA is there must be backup close. I don't know. That's my only thought, because he stayed despite them just killing Desire. So I think maybe he was worried about a TP coming through and getting like instantly zipped on by the Storm and like canceling the kisses. I don't know. I'm with you. I definitely would have just started dropping the kisses, because it is a good amount of damage at level 6. It's kind of like, I think it's one of Snapfire's high points. It is just this immediate level 6 usage, which they haven't gotten yet. And that's one of the few heroes that you can actually consistently get along in this lineup. Like, you really want to hit it on the TA because she's going to be stuck and locked down there. Now Smiley Knight has a Deso.
Yeah, that's a tough one now. I mean, it's a 3,000 gold lead, and again, sort of similar to what we saw in that like Boom versus Aurora game. It feels like there are these moments where Navi Jr. could make moves where they have the opening, and if you miss those openings, these teams that, you know, are solid like this, they're gonna punish you. Navi Jr. need to pull something together here.
I mean, it's about to be 15 minutes. You know, Panto was giving some good advice in our interview. Tormentors, Roche, being faster, getting there on time. That's going to be the key here for Navi Jr. They're very good at fighting in a designated place. They have Medusa. They have Bristleback, who's good at just like planting and fighting around like a circle, spraying his quills. And they have ET. These heroes live for designated fights in an area. There is no way, like, Avalos are already scanning to see if they're setting up. They have the gate, they have a Deso, they can very quickly do the Tormentor as Avalos, but I don't think they can get into this position. I don't think there's any way they should be getting this Tormentor.
Yeah. Well, and you can tell right now they're spread out all across the map just farming. And that is a bit of an issue. If Navi Jr. don't take this Tormentor quickly and they're like waiting for Avalos to come and fight them, that's where you're losing out a ton on this map, and the Tormentor is no longer worth it.
Yeah, they're trying to be greedy. They want to kill Jibbe. That's exactly what they just tried to do. They want to kill Jibbe first, then go back to the Tormentor, but Jibbe just quickly clears the wave and just runs back. He's doing this very annoying cleave farming, which the Ashby Aura, as you can see, you get this insane cleave, which helps you farm up multiple camps at a time. And they're just saying, yeah, sure, we'll give up the Tormentor, but everyone is farming on Avalos right now.
Well, and because they didn't have the Bristle there, they didn't feel comfortable really going for the Tormentor themselves, and so it's a couple minutes of Avalos out farming them on the map. How do they make their play now, though? Because, I mean, I guess realistically, they kind of don't need to. If everybody's farming on Avalos, then they're kind of just fine.
Yeah, no, they're okay. It's going to be a while before Medusa's, like, mega problem city.
All right,
it's our first kisses.
He backed, but yeah, it was never going to be enough. That's an easy bring down.
Trying to get their first tier 1 tower.
No kisses, though. Zip. Couldn't quite get in range, but they do find Zayat's now. Power shot off the mark. Rooted on Smiling Knight. No follow-up. They do have the sleep, though. Refraction back up 5 seconds. There's a window here where Smiling Knight is hurting. Needs 1 more second for refraction. He gets it, but will it be enough to keep him alive? The damage coming out from the Medusa is too strong. Niku was playing interference the entire time now. They get the stomp onto the side, trying to back away. Is it going to be enough damage? They need to take down that ET. They haven't gotten him yet. Finally, they get him now. EMA dropped low, disarmed. Triple kill for Got the Juice. All of that damage coming out physically, and huge win for Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, Desire gets a big snipe to try and clean things up at the end there at the very least. But so needed. They actually managed to force a fight mid. They don't get their Tormentor. They abandon it. They come for the mid lane. And best possible way to start that fight, getting rid of the teammate. She's clearly the problem. She's got 10k net worth. And just that little window that you see right here, when that refraction 5 seconds away and she just gets chunked down. And the refraction just did not last at all.
No.
Like, just chewed through by multiple damage sources there.
I think also...
What happened to the sleep?
Yeah, it got interrupted somehow. I guess the Tame the Beast is probably what ended up taking it out there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
But a tough situation, losing all of those cores. I think that you're in a weird situation now because on the one hand, you kind of want TA to stay around and like, you know, keep fighting and you can feel strong in extended fights. But as the natural order starts to become an issue, that might change to the point where Na'Vi wins the longer duration fights. I'm not sure.
I mean, we talked about it. Desire's got the answer though. Because of all these snipes he's been getting, he has the defusal at 17 minutes.
That's crazy.
He is ready to go with the focus fire versus the Dusa. And we've seen this before. These Wind Rangers being, even though you're a support, still going for this defusal because it's just so ridiculously effective versus Medusa. You kind of have to. The Medusas do counter with the butterfly, which is what we're going to see here from Got the Juice, as that is a very helpful tool because obviously the Wind Ranger is probably not going to get MKB. And if she does, you already lost. So
fair.
It's fine. You
remember when Atos used to give you accuracy? That's what they need back.
Yeah, bring it back. Accuracy. That was short-lived.
Dude, they're going double Atos.
Dude, everybody's going 7 Atoses. Multiple slots, you know? It's the cool item. It's just Atos and Ogre steals every game. That's all we have to look forward to.
Well, they are finally now with the Bristleback going to come down bottom and secure themselves this Tormentor. As 18 minutes in, they win a big fight, make their move. And yeah, that courier kill, that hurts. It is going to be going to Zayats, but that's going to be a couple of minutes without a butterfly online. I feel like this is a good window for Avalis to make something happen.
Did he have anything on it?
No, but the Claymore is back in base. I mean, I guess that hypothetically he could go like back to base and claim it, but I don't know if he's going to be leaving.
I mean, we got support players for that.
Okay.
You know.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess realistically you could just drop the item and then bring it on somebody else's courier, right? Doesn't that work?
Yeah. You can do some work. Yeah, you can do some work.
Sire gets away. At least for the moment. Are they still chasing? Thinking about it. The spirit on him. Won't go for any stomp move, but meanwhile it's up top where they find Zibe. Mortimer's Kisses hasn't popped the pipe, finally gets it now. And eventually they bring down that Underlord. Nobody coming to his rescue.
Yeah, I was clicking around, looking at heroes, nobody even considering it. Like, Mobe's like clearing out the whole wave. He just finished an Orchid, so I thought maybe they would consider a fight. But just deciding that it's not going to be worth it. Could be a window for Roche here. You know, it's daytime, it's moving down bottom. There's a DD rune up top. But it looks like Na'Vi Jr. would rather just farm it up because Ember's going to take the DD. They'd rather go for kills over Roche. They try and defend this ward, but Desire's too fast taking it down.
I mean, they're in the area right now on Avalis to take this fight. They will see that amplified damage on Ember. He is 400 gold away from a BKB. I really feel like this is an important window for Avalis to hit and get something done. Because like before BKB, before Butterfly, you know, Blade Mail is almost done for Bristleback. They're scanning. They know they're up here.
They really want to just kill into Roche right now. Is the goal.
Yeah. All right, Niku. Do they have enough to bring him down?
They need a
zip. Orchid. Jump. Caught for the moment. Tame the beast. And the root done. BKB completed in the fountain.
That's crazy.
Huge.
Yep. At least they get some value out of that Orchid. No Orchid, and that's a hard kill, because you would have to hit the shackle off the creep wave.
Oh, and that's nice from Smiling Knight. He kills that tower, and then he can go for Roche next. So no way to come and reinforce to defend this.
Should be a piece of cake. So they lost it on the Tormentor, but they will get that first Aegis, and tough call. Could give it to Storm, could give it to TA. I'm pretty happy either way, I think.
They're moving in. Riddies. Maybe an opportunity here. PMA steps forward. They don't get it cleanly. And Ember is coming back up with BKB. Oh, you either commit now or you're in a lot of trouble, but it's scary. And now got the juice. He's the one walking in. Wow, they just were not quick enough. Maybe that decision to take out that tier 1 tower mid ends up costing them this.
They're smoking up. They want to make a play. I mean, they have a Storm. He's opening up the inventory slot.
Ember still has that BKB at the ready, also has a bottled Children. So killing Nico, really unlikely to happen. They're going to have to outplay them for this one. Again, keep in mind, they've got the Pit of Malice, 4 points up in it. Fear.
Roche is low.
Roche dropping lower, 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 lower. Vision, where's the jump? They didn't get it. Where was the jump? He didn't want to do it. Oh no, Zibe is just going to die here. And if you're not going to jump for it, then it's, I don't know, sticking around. It's rough. Fly, silence for a moment on the trap as they back out. Will be rooted on the Ringmaster. Smiling Knight stay nearby, throws one Meld Strike, and they call off the end. I guess he just didn't feel comfortable going into the pit with no BKB.
Oh, they're thinking about something here. They know the TP was done from the Medusa. Silence there on 2. Desire and Mobe, they go in.
Yeah, immediately there for the connection, draining all of his mana. Oh, he gets the BKB off, just barely. That was close. Still the jump forward. Mobe right on top of him, wanting to get that finish, and it's there. Smiling Knight takes the kill. That's what happens when you show on the lane. The youngster is getting punished here as Mobe also keeping eyes on this Bristleback, catching him just barely on the edge of it. Still in further trouble. He pops his own Blade Mail, but as the Atoses start being spammed in, there is a wry look on the other side of the map as Medusa is farming, but her entire team just getting taken down.
And Mobe playing like he did steal that Aegis, diving in deep there, using everything he's got to create another kill opportunity there on that Bristleback. Huge stuff after missing out on the Aegis. They got the Roche kill, but it was snatched by the Medusa. And to chase down after the Ember, man, what a brutal mana burn. Like, yeah, he gets off the BKB, but then he can't even get a Remnant into a jump there. It's just too much mana.
I mean, that is one thing, right? Like, we always think about Medusa being the one that's hurt the most by the Diffusal Blade, but, you know, both Bristle and Ember really run into mana issues.
Oh, yeah.
Could be a problem. At least Bristle has a Soul Ring.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Niku gonna have to be careful of getting caught there anywhere near the old Wind Ranger now.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so if you are currently on Navi Jr., you still have an Aegis for 2.5 minutes. You have a Butterfly Medusa. You're still very scary. You are a strong lineup right now. Thinking about Scotty? By the looks of it here, is that what just got purchased out? Yeah, Scotty's done. Man, I haven't seen a Scotty in a hot minute.
That's spooky. And going for MKB herself next, too.
You know what's crazy is that just put her from 500 HP to 1300.
Yeah.
Or sorry, I think 8 to 1300. But either way,
that's
like
crazy.
Such an absurd amount of stats.
I mean, yeah, this Butterfly Medusa, it's a window for a while where things are going to be trouble. And I mean, that's why that last fight is kind of like perfect in a way for Avlis, right? Because you're just saying, all right, well, we're not going to deal with Medusa at all because she's not even there.
Score.
Fly gets TP broken. Tries to get away.
Big zip down to Niku.
Oh.
Alright, BKB, we're fine. Keep chasing Fly. It's okay. He's fine.
Fly, I feel like should be able to get out of this one. Oh, and actually, the Zibe moving in. They're going to chase him down instead. Zayats is there. Tame the Beast. Gets the jump away, and now the kisses. Zibe TP's out. Oh, just barely able to break that TP. So Zibe is going to die for his support, it looks like. And honestly, Niku on the hunt for Fly. Not going to quite get him there in time.
Right. It did take some big moves, but at least it puts them in a spot where they could continue this push. Maybe Medusa walks up and joins them, perhaps? Got the juice. Not thinking that. Okay, there we go. Send some illusions down. Maybe join up. Maybe push mid. Desire, yeah, they scan it. Cutting the waves, throwing some illusions in there, being very annoying. I can't even push mid right now.
I mean, that is the really annoying factor that's coming out. You would love to be able to be out here getting some pressure on with this Aegis. At least clear out the tier 2s.
Desire's taking the tier 2. He's ulting the tier 2 bottom. It's just theirs.
Yeah.
What are we doing, guys? You have Aegis. You're losing towers. You're losing creep waves.
I mean, they have Aegis and they can't get anything.
Can we get the outpost? That'd be nice. There we go.
I mean, the Aegis is about to expire. They still can't pressure this tier 2 mid, I think. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if they have what it takes right now to fight this Medusa. I mean, Smiley Knight might even have to think about, oh, he's going to still go for Daedalus. I wonder if he's thinking about having to get the MKB, though. He's saving up
What
gold.
about a BKB? Like, this is getting a little scary, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, he's got nothing defensively. Because I'm thinking about him trying to pressure in right now, like down bottom. But it's kind of scary to do that without a BKB.
Fair. Oh my god, they're still just hitting this tower. They had one creep wave out. I don't know if they have enough to take it down, the tier 2 mid. It is just now going to get brought down. So, didn't cut the wave in time. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is kind of rough at this point. In terms of trying to deal with that Medusa just getting strong. And I think... oh, it is going to be the full MKB for Smiley Knight. Okay.
Big one. A big item choice. That is definitely what can turn this game. And now they're just really dependent on saves on the TA. Like, this is... That's why you're seeing this blink on Fly, right? Like, he has to make sure Smiley Knight stays alive. Smiley Knight has itemized in the way that just says, it's not my fault if I die, it's my teammate's fault. And you carry players can take that to your pubs. All right? If you don't buy a defensive item, that means it's your teammates' jobs to do it. All right? Glimmers are broken. Force staffs are broken. Blink saves are broken. All right? Let your supports do it. Blame them. This is coming from a support player, okay? They need something to do anyway.
Dude, Desire has been so annoying to play against this entire game.
Yes.
And now, with MKB, they're going to show for just a moment on Niku in the mid. He got this jump away, though. And Navi Jr. presenting a new problem in the bottom lane. Do they want to go for more? Got the juice, is feeling himself a little bit. Hoping to force them back to defend against this, or at least put some pressure on the tower with the creeps.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
TPing into a bit of a danger zone here. Dire trying to figure out if he TP'd that tower, where he went. Fly getting caught first would not be the best start. They really want to keep that save. He blinks back.
Yeah. Smoke breaks, gets away, runs away with the rest of the team. Can they reconnect again? Not easily. And it's a Lotus done for the Underlord. Zibe backs out of there. And it looks like they have dodged for the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure what the point is that you feel comfortable fighting this.
I think as long as they're not able to push into objectives, this is losing for Navi Jr. Like, I think that they really want to be pushing and killing stuff. Like, you just saw the arrow drawn from Zayats. He drew a line straight up bottom, saying, I want to go there. And then Fly pops out of the trees and is Ringmaster killing the wave.
Yeah.
Like, this is a nightmare for them, man. These supports are just popping out, killing waves, disappearing. Look where Storm is. Look where Wind Ranger is.
Oh.
All they want to do is ball up on this Medusa and just push your high ground, and they can't. And this is something that every team is getting better at right now.
The one issue that they are going to have is that there's a catapult wave that's coming in bottom. And I think that Zayats is calling for this move with the catapult.
Yeah.
And Navi Jr. looks like they are going to sort of rally around this. So, Avalis, what's the answer going to be? I mean,
what have they gotten
Crimson
in this window, too?
Yeah.
Man, well,
that's an MKB.
Spotlight has another 2K gold already? Oh, my God.
So, MKB on got the juice.
All right, there's no buyback on TA, though, despite all that gold.
Tame the beasts. They hit a big connection there onto PMA. Now the root down and the back away. Throws out one little hit.
Minus 14 armor.
Yeah.
That is spooky.
I mean, obviously, for the Medusa, you don't really care, but
that's true.
These other heroes are going to get
anyone else
apart.
is going to be a lot sadder about it. That is very, very true.
I mean, they're farmed. They're 6k gold up on Avalis right now, in spite of kind of being bullied around the whole map.
I don't even think it's bullying. I think it's indifference. Like I think that they don't care about Navi Jr. They're like that. Like I don't think about you at all. That's kind of what it is. They're literally just looking at creeps and farming gold, and they're like, "What are these guys doing running around my map? Whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna kill more creeps." Trying to force
out this BKB.
Oh, he has no TP.
Oh.
He's a remnant somewhere.
Aitos, remnants, back and away.
Okay. Okay.
But that's BKB down. Now you can take another fight if you want. And that's actually right before Roche 2. Guaranteed to spawn in 30 seconds. It's a long respawn.
Now. There it is.
I don't think they can take this, though, right? Like, you don't have BKB for 70. I think you force this fight right now on Avalis. They're going for it.
Yep. TA trap.
Smiling Knight. Walks uphill. Slowdown is there. Jump, backline, wants to find him. Who do they get? Nobody. They get the lift up onto the ET, though, for a moment. Already using the Wheel of Wonder. Mobe is in very, very far. He pops his own BKB, hitting on Niku. The rest of his team can't connect, though.
He's burning a lot, Lyrical.
This brick wall. Wow.
He kind of just rolled his face on the keys, and he hit a few defensive items, and there was nothing.
I mean, he has a regen rune, so he's going to have a second round of fighting, but he won't have his BKB himself. And now Navi Jr., they're just going to get roached themselves.
This is the average Reddit post complaining about supports having items. Was Mobe's jump in there, where he's just like, I jumped in and you just can't kill him. Like first he uses my stun, my Orchid, and then he just goes Ghost Scepter and he won't die. And I press my BKB and I just can't do anything, and I just have to zip away. Every support gank ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. There's no doubt about that. And the real problem is that now Medusa, Daedalus, MKB, Scotty, Butterfly, you're level 22 and about to walk up a high ground with Aegis. What in the hell do you do now as Avalis?
Kill the creeps. That's all you can do.
Honestly. So that slows down the push for a moment. Oh God, that one side blade.
That's pure damage right there. That's pure damage coming at your face.
Jeez. Yeah, I guess just not fighting is a pretty good tactic if you can make that work. Kill the whole creep wave. He gets a couple pot shots off onto the high ground. They still, all these years later, have not changed it so that MKB doesn't work against towers.
Look at Mobe too. He's just oh man. Oh wait, not here.
He panicked. He missed the rest. He missed the chance.
Oh my God, dude, that must have been like 10 units. I can't believe that didn't hit.
That sucks. That was a freebie.
That's crazy.
Also, should note the spotlight kind of cool against the illusions from Medusa, a way to deal with them.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Ringmaster TB games just by the virtue of them both being really popular heroes right now, and the spotlight has been very impactful.
Yeah. 18 to 18, 36 minutes in, 2,000 gold separating these two squads. But the Navi Junior Medusa lineup has really come online.
This is the funniest gold XP win graph that I've seen in a long time. The win keeps going up for Navi Junior, but the gold and XP was like still going towards Avalanche, you know?
Zibe kind of in a tough spot right now, trying to burn through the mana, but that butterfly doing a lot of work, and now the hits, they keep on coming. Got the juice, gets cookied in. Oh, a little bit of miscalculation, and Aegis is down. What more do they have?
Just juggling.
Do they have anything at all that they can do with this? No. Okay. Cool.
Yep. No, I got a ceremonial robe, guys. I'm just in the jungle, just doing my thing. Don't worry. You guys hold down the fort.
Oh, he's having a good time.
Yeah, it's a great read by him and his team. Just say, yeah, we don't need you. Do they have a gem still on the Dire? Or do have they ever had a gem? I thought they did. Maybe they didn't. They need a gem. Because the vision is going to be pretty brutal from Navi Junior at this point. Because they've had Niku with a gem for a long time. They've been in your space for a long time. I believe the Dire need a gem.
Okay. Should also mention they have the great answer that they've been saving this entire time for going high ground in Roche's banner. So that's something else to watch for.
I thought you were going to say Ogre Seal Totem.
Oh, no.
Because those are also going to come out here. Oh, yeah, there's another. Yeah. We got 3 already.
Love it.
Bring them out. Bring them out.
Honestly, I'm waiting for a freaking Midas. Let's go. It's feeling like maybe that type of a game.
That's when we're truly lost.
Oh, burning mana, burning mana, burning mana. Shackle lands. Oh, he's done. Maybe Niku barely getting away from that one. Does have a power shot if he wants to run it, but it's a TP out. And Desire, because he has a BKB on Wind Ranger, is gonna just get away.
All right, that was very wise to have a Lotus Orb with, or a Lotus Flower with him just in case on Niku.
Oh yeah, made the difference.
Yeah, that was the full mana burn. Desire looking towards the Disperser next though, wants to upgrade.
I was wondering if we're going to see an MKB, but maybe it's just a little bit too much to ask for the Wind Ranger position.
Do you think? Why doesn't it burn more mana? I feel like we could add 10. Could we not? Could it not be 50?
For the Disperser or for the Diffusal Blade?
For the Disperser. You know, that's an expensive upgrade.
I feel like it's fair. I mean, you also get some good stats, to be fair, too.
Oh, yeah, and of course, and the active is pretty sweet, too, obviously. But I don't know. I feel like a little more mana burn wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. I could see what you're saying. Dude, we are farming simulator here. These creeps, they don't stand a chance.
No, there's a lot of creeps being murdered right now. That is for sure.
And I could tell Fly sees what type of game it is, just is keeping that Whisper of the Dread 100 GPM, like knows that that's as needed. Although I don't know what you get on Ringmaster. There's like a lot of ways you could go. You could get Aghanims, you could go like Hex or something if they wanted.
I would actually really like the Ags this game. I think the Ag sounds like a really good idea. Because like his TA is just...
Yeah.
It's going to be so important.
Pushing out these waves. Also have 2 greater healing Lotuses. So could be a moment to turn around a fight with Mobe, or potentially could be thinking about that block of cheese a little bit later on down the line. Ooh, and a Hex for Ember. That is cool.
Yeah, that's probably going to bring out some Lincolns. That could be problematic. Storm's also working on Lincoln, or Scythe 2, by the way. Oh, under the ward, gets Hexed, or Shackled rather.
Eul Scepter to keep Niku alive. Pops his own BKB and TP's out.
Man, Smiling Knight was right there for the potential follow-up, but did not want to go in for the commit. And now our counter Scythe. So 1 on each spirit right now.
Can they make a reveal play here on Got the Juice and do something cool? Atos, Hex, Wheel of Wonder down, good damage out. Will it be enough? Zibe there also low, but not low enough. Everything expended and only down to 700 mana. I mean, the other thing about these late game scenarios is that like supports holding on to Lotuses as this game gets later could be another like big issue, you know?
Yes, for both,
Suddenly,
both teams.
Yeah.
Medusa getting one is insane. Storm Spirit getting one is crazy good. It's very, very valuable.
18 to 18.
PMA.
Here we go.
He's currently grabbing the item that the Dire desperately needs, and that's a Nullifier.
Ogre Seal. Zibe walks away.
Yep.
And they're fine. And now the jump forward, and now the Hex, and now the hits. They keep on coming. Oh, is it enough to stay alive?
Dude,
barely,
no.
just barely. But no, he eventually goes down. They take down Desire in return, but Desire, oh, not the only one that falls. Zibe also going to die.
Okay. All right, couple of cracks here in the old armor. They're finding some way in right now.
Huh.
Let's see this Roche. It's a relatively fast spawn, but it's a 1 minute spawn.
Okay. Zipping again onto PMA. Not going to be able to do much to him. As Mobe moves in, gets the shrine for himself. That's 25 now. And trying to finish off the Parasma.
Yeah, with the shard, this is where his damage goes crazy.
Yeah.
Had a couple games lately with these late game storms. They get their Aghanim Scepter. They're pulling people in. And yeah, Fly holding those two greater healing lotuses.
Massive amounts of save. And has 4,400 gold in the bank. Obviously, you want to save for, buyback, but apparently at 4,500 gold decides he can take the Ogre Seal Totem now instead.
Perfect. Yeah, he's had enough. How many are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ogre Seal Totems. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, very good.
Meanwhile, Desire also got a Mindbreaker too, which is comical. So. Silence Strike.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, and having like the extra base attack damage too. So Diffusal Blade with that, and is queuing up an MKB now on the Wind Ranger. I mean, this game feels like it's going the distance, no doubt about it.
It most certainly does. I think I haven't looked at the actual growth of some of these heroes in a while. Like Niku just kind of middling about there. Hard to keep up at the same pace as the Storm Spirit, who's got a little bit more freedom, the mobility on the map. Speaking of which, Mobe jumps in first. There's the Scythe on the Niku.
Riddy is behind enemy lines. The cookie is out. PMA over to the side too. Now the zip back. Weird fight. The Hex, one round with the escape act. Need to get out of there. BKB popped and now trying to zip away. Zibe, he's in trouble. But now burning the mana. Desire hits onto PMA. Storm is back. He's starting to regen up. So he can come in for a second salvo if this fight continues.
Ogre Seal Totem. Ogre Seal Totem. Ogre Seal Totem.
Yeah. Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. All right, Roche. He's got the big refresher. There's a gem in the pit. They dropped it for scouting Roche. I didn't even notice that. Very cute.
Nice.
That's a lovely play. Gives vision where it's dropped down, so you can watch for Roche that way.
Root onto 2, in some trouble, has to escape back himself, but they turn and they hit onto Niku. Now Roche, it's low, but not that low. PMA caught for the moment. They can't hit onto Roche. Zayat is waiting inside the pit. PMA is dead. This has gone tragically poorly for the side of Navi Jr. And Roche is going to make the long journey up top. I think they can try and finish him off here now, though. There's a couple
Get out of
hits.
there, Roche.
Oh, yep. They are going to claim this one. They get the Aegis. And now Cheese, Refresher, all of it. Wow. Huge.
Yep. I mean, that is the fight they've been waiting for this whole time. The constant delays just over and over again, killing the creep waves, not engaging fully versus Navi Jr. And they go for the fight when it's finally the right time. Into the Roche pit, guarantee it, take down the tier 2, and there's no buyback from this Ember. Like, they can definitely get a lane right now.
Jumps forward, tries to threaten, forces out a couple rotations. That is a full Aghanims now done for the Ringmaster. And in the meantime, Obe holding on to this refresher shard if they need it.
I will say it's kind of scary to stick around just because like Stone Gaze is up and there's an ET, but they're still hitting.
They're going for it. They want to finish this one off, killing off the illusions and moving to take down this Rax. It looks like that's going to be the extent of it, though.
All right, that was pretty bold. Like, no BKB there for a while on Smiling Knight. Just got it back up. Could have gone poorly for them, which is why you're not seeing a lot of teams push in that situation right now. But they take a little bit of a risk. They count on Ember not having buyback. They're correct, and they get a full lane for a nice economic advantage. They can just keep putting this pressure in the mid lane and make it even easier for them to keep Navi Jr. away from their base.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, we're still a little ways away from MKB for Desire, but has a Demon's Edge. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you know.
Actually, it's 500 gold away from completing it. We'll see if Desire decides to save for buyback or not. But that, I mean, that actually does kind of change things. Like, the thing you need to be worried about, obviously, still is Stone Gaze. But if you Hex Medusa now, you have MKB Wind Ranger with Diffusal Blade hitting into the Medusa.
Yeah, and he took the Focus Fire damage down, too, not the Shackle Shot. So,
yeah,
he knows what he wants.
Right. Yeah, that actually might do it. I mean, that's crazy. Saving for buyback. Mobe zips, finds one. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't like that. Don't like that.
Some crash. Swoops. Swoopsie.
Yeah, not great. Not
Happens
great.
to the best of us, you know, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Smiling Knight is really far away.
I mean, that definitely explains it. Because he would not be that far. Fly has his Ags as well, and is looking at a Gleipnir. So he's finally investing some of this gold.
Okay. I think you have two choices now for Avalis. You either are gating Smiling Knight to you, or you're like gating to try and like chase and get up like high ground where Got the Juice is. What are they doing? Neither. They're just chilling, assuming everything is fine. Snapfire buys back. They need to get back here and get the TA in time. Desire takes 2 hits, retreats. Well, there's 1 round of the Impalement Arts hitting. Zibe trying to back out of there. Force Staff keeps him fine. Now they jump. There's the Hex onto Mobe. Saved by Fly. Wheel of Wonder down. Jump forward. Got the juice. Got him caught. The Strongman's Potion keeps him alive long enough to get out of there. And now the Storm needs to use the rest of his mana to back away.
They can't find a way to get Smiling Knight in. Like, he's just always on the outside. They're not quite sure. He doesn't want to blink in. He's like trying to Hurricane Pike out Jibe, but then Jibe's turning to try and root them. They're getting all this damage, but they're not able to like force out the Ember's BKB. They're not able to actually secure a kill because they're just not quite sure if they want to send Smiling Knight in.
Right. Which, fair enough. Like, I mean, he is the most vulnerable hero that they have right now. And realistically, like, if Refraction is down, Medusa right clicks, bristleback damage, you know, these things do start to add up against this TA.
That PMA Blink Dagger. This guy is ready to get in there with the Halberd and the Nullifier and try and lock down a kill for his team. That is the plan on this bristleback. Might as well get an Abyssal next. Like,
honestly. Are they going to go Zibe? They find the Bristle. Got him caught.
With the silence.
He's fine for the moment. Now the Hex, the damage out, done. Can they do it again? Do they want to try for it again? Obi backs out. That's Aegis reclaimed. They had 40 seconds left on it.
he actually had no BKB there. That could have been pretty bad. If he managed to hit that Gorgon's Grasp, would have been some wild timing, but could have been some follow-up stuns.
There's a big wave pushing in bottom that needs to be dealt with. And they are going to send Mobe back to deal with it. So 50-minute mark.
Oh, they see this. They're coming in.
Set of racks down. And Zibe in no man's land. Caught, killed. All it takes is a moment. Fly. TP's out. Manages to get caught. The root is there. Okay, 2 down. No buyback on this Underlord.
Smiling Knight and Desire, though, they're still sticking around to the west here with the creep waves close.
This is a double catapult wave. This is a problem they need to deal with. I think they might be in trouble.
Well, do they trade, though? Because, like, Smiling Knight's killing couriers. He's still back here. They're glyphing.
I think they're going for this. I mean, this could turn very weird very quickly. Watch for TP breaks. Tower going down. They're hitting. I mean, this is the problem. They don't have their Underlord. They're calling for the tier 4 towers. Got the juice, makes the move forward. If you're going to make that play, you need to go right now, but they're TPing back instead, trying to defend their base. Mobe hits so hard so quickly, does have refreshers still that he can play around. Is going to need to zip back to base and go for a second time. Smiling Knight, BKB, turns, hits, needs to go for the Ogre Seal Totem walk away. Fly gets some separation, but look at the throne. The throne's exposed. They're not dying. The silence is there, taking down, got the juice, but they're dying too quickly. The throne is hit. They drop down the Wheel of Wonder. It's big. It's huge. Is it going to be enough? They need to kill this Medusa. It's not going to happen. The throne falls. Navi Jr., one chance, one opportunity, and they take the game. Easy game, no problem.
The plan is simple. We walk the Medusa down mid until either we win or we lose. And eventually it works. Eventually, the walk down strat is successful. They kept it simple. They really did.
Oh, and it makes me wonder, like, how different would that look if Smiling Knight, instead of going for the tier 3, decides to go tier 4 right away to force them back? Is that enough damage to make them concerned? And then, you know, they need to start TPing people back to deal with it. But then they don't have Underlord to break TPs. It's a weird one. That's one that they're going to be kicking themselves about. What a painful way to lose that game as Avalis.
It was a long, like, they did so many things right, you know? I think they did the correct plays when it came to how they identified that Navi Jr. needs to make this play with the Medusa. They know they're balling up, they're all together, that's when they're the strongest. They pulled them apart the entire time, throughout the whole game. But then it's just that one moment, that's all they needed. Wow. It kind of just comes down to that, you know? And really the inability, again, to get that damage into Smiling Knight. They just could not get him in a situation where he could just, like, feel confident and engage in the fight.
Yeah.
It just happened in the last 20 minutes.
That's so rough, man. And again, like, they had buybacks on heroes. They had all of these different answers, but they just weren't there in time. I think with those buybacks and everything else, the fact that they can't get back to, like, the outpost, if they throw bodies there, maybe you win even, because, you know, there's a chance that with mass buybacks, you win that fight. Granted, you'd lose a ton of net worth, but the single-mindedness of Navi Jr. just to go for the jugular right at that point, such a clutch decision. God, and again, that is such a painful way to lose a game of Dota. I don't know.
Especially, yeah, it's like just losing to the thing you know was going to happen, right?
Right.
It's like you itemized up against it. You drafted this Wind Ranger. You got the Diffusal. It felt like you had drafted all your items. You had an MKB almost done. I guess it didn't get finished was one of the issues, but still, I mean, your TA's got MKB, but it's just not enough answers, unfortunately. And that's why Medusa's a good hero, and that's why Navi Jr. is a good team. Great leadership. I mean, you could say that they kind of got pulled around a little bit with how Avalos were doing such a good job of just, like, killing creep waves all over the map and making it harder for them to play. But in the end, that whatever the leadership was, whoever was, like, making all those calls from Navi Jr., it looked like it was Zayat, judging by how he was drawing on the map, and obviously he is the captain, so that would make sense. He just kept it together, kept it single-minded, and got the win through that.
Guy's a good gamer, very good gamer indeed, and that's going to do it for our first game of this last series of the day. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see how Avalos respond and if Navi Jr. can take this momentum going into game number 2. Be back in a bit.
heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
Welcome back, everybody. Game 2, Navi Jr. versus Avalis. Trent, that last game was crazy. So here's my thought about it. When I look at that game, you talked about it like all they got to do is just walk down mid and get there. And I completely agree 1,000,000,000%. The thing that's tough is that it felt like Avalos did all of the hard things that were necessary for that not to happen and had like won the game. You know, they had done everything that they needed to, cutting creep waves, dodging away, never running into like and getting caught out of position. And then in the end, they just lost to it anyways. That has got to be so frustrating. I can't even imagine.
It was a long road. It was a long road to try and keep it even, to try and just not lose. And just, you know, they kind of, it was like a winding road up a mountain. That's what they were climbing. But unfortunately, there was one twist, one turn they didn't account for. They flew off the cliff. Every time I drive anywhere and there's a high hill, my son will just yell at the window. He'll be like, there should be a guardrail there. That's how Avalos was feeling. Because there was one turn without the guardrail and down they went. So I guess he was right.
Just happily skipping off the edge into oblivion. Well, let's do that again as we get ready to hop into this game number 2. The draft is already ready, so let's see what changes. And that's really the part to me that I feel like makes this like next draft so weird in a way, is because I feel like Avalos proved that they could win against the draft that Navi Jr. had, and then they just lost. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
So like, what do you do now?
that is a good question. It was Avalos' first pick last game, right? They first picked the TA, I think.
Yeah. I was just about to open back up the draft to double check it, but yeah, I think so. Yes.
So now will they let the Medusa go through? Will we get another Medusa game today? Or will Navi Jr. have some other plans in mind here?
Actually, sorry. It was TA first overall. My bad. I don't know if I said that or not.
That's what we said. Yeah, you were correct.
Okay.
You answered correctly. Do not apologize.
Perfect.
Oh, that's an early puck ban.
Yeah. And that is interesting too, because Avalos have second phase. So are they trying to bait Navi into first phasing Storm?
Hey man, it's a good hero.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing that stands out to me with the puck ban, right? Like, that was banned 19th in the last game.
Yeah.
And it's banned 4th here. Well,
it truly is the go-to. I guess they just really don't want to play against the Niku puck, is really what it is.
So Enigma was also not banned last time. Tinker was, but Beastmaster is still in the pool. Nature's Prophet was a first phase ban last time. Morphling was a first fan base last time. All these heroes are available. Terrorblade, Phoenix.
That's a lot of really good heroes.
And then, of course, the two that they ended up picking, too, of TA and Medusa. Oh, wait, no, not TA. Sorry.
Even Sanking was a hero who I still think is definitely up there and is still just lurking around and could easily just come up here and look pretty solid. So, yeah, there's a lot of decisions to be made here, which is... it's unusual to see this much reserve time, but we also just had a puck ban. So I think that's kind of what's dragging this out for Navi Jr. So they will remove the Beastmaster and they will just grab the Darkseer.
Interesting.
Straight up Darkseer. Okay. Now, this is something that I actually have been looking forward to asking you about, because the only hero I see being banned right now consistently for the Darkseer players is Ursa.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So, why do you think Oracle's just so bad that's not worth it? Do you think Ench is so bad it's not worth it? Like, is the support counter pick dead to Darkseer?
It's not necessarily dead. The thing that's weird about those two heroes in particular is that people have learned how to play around the Ion Shell being gone, right?
Right.
So, like, there's a couple different ways to use Ion Shell. One is to push out the wave and secure last hits for yourself. One is to try and get aggressive and to kill people. And if you can bait out the enchant, or if you can bait out the Fortune's End, and you learn how to play against that answer, it's like you can basically play around it, kind of. So the way that I would do this if I'm playing against Oracle is that I drop an Ion Shell on the wave, wait for them to purge it off, and then just cast it again or draw the creep wave back. I think the danger of Ursa is that, like, that hero will just not, like, you can't go all in on him because there's an enrage later on. You need to, like, kill him at level 2 basically if you can, or at level 3. So it's like there's a bunch of weird interactions basically, and Ursa at every stage of battling Darkseer, you kind of hate playing against him. is what it feels like. Versus in the late game, if you're playing against Oracle or Enchantress, you just add them into your vacuum wall, and they eventually die out. The lane is like a bit of a problem, but I think Enchantress is worse than Oracle now.
Yeah, it is crazy. I think probably on top of that as well is just every Darkseer lane, even without these support counters that we used to see, is still getting help from someone to pull the wave a lot too at level 1 or level 2.
Right.
They're stacking the jungle camp, so it feels like this hero is not. It's not like he got like massive buffs or anything, or that his like aura playstyle is that broken right now. But I feel like it's just drafting versus him. Just it doesn't feel like there's anything that counters him. There's just so many answers now, except Ursa.
Right,
answers for the Darkseer rather. Yeah.
The other thing too that the aggrandize, I've talked about this a couple times. It doesn't seem like it's that good because people just like, all right, well, maybe you level up, maybe you don't. It doesn't really matter. The big thing that aggrandize gets you is you don't have to spend regen on yourself, both mana and HP, to make your sort of build up of items happen. You used to have to buy clarities, buy salves to clear through the jungle. Now you just get levels up and you can stay out on the map much more effectively. You used to get mech at 15 minutes. Now there are people that are getting Greaves at 15 minutes.
To clarify for anyone who has not played Darkseer in a while, that is his innate now.
Yes.
And when he levels up, he restores a percentage of his max health and mana. Restore percentage is equal to 10% plus 1.5% per hero level. So
yeah,
it is very cool in the laning stage. You definitely notice it.
Yeah. And this is a great combo. The Jakiro is a little bit annoying, but the big thing, actually, Avilis used to do this with Eki. This was their combo that they would do, was they would stack up the jungle a bunch with the Nyx Assassin, and then Darkseer would give him an Ion Shell, and then Eki on the Nyx would just eventually kill that whole thing, and he would like power level, because he would get all the experience, Darkseer would get all the gold. And then you'd get level 6, run around and kill people. So Avilis is very familiar with this style of play.
I will say this is, however, perhaps one of the worst heroes right now. I feel like, I think that when you ask people what heroes they think are absolute trash right now, this hero comes up fairly often. He is not being picked a lot. If he is picked, it's only with Darkseer, and it seems to just barely make him viable. I feel like it's tempting, especially in a situation like this, because you see Tiny Jakiro and you go, aha, I have Carapace. It is broken this game. But I think it's a trap. I feel like Tusk is just better right now, but it's Zayats. He is a Nyx Assassin god. He is going to use Vendetta. He's going to scout. He's going to try and set up for his team, and probably a Storm Spirit. If it is not picked up here, I'm almost positive that's going to be the next pick for Navi Jr., because that's the only way you make this Nyx work.
Right. And now they have a Pango for the lane and a Wind Ranger coming out now too. The other thing that this lineup that Avilis does, is it contests stacks really effectively. So that's something that I'm also going to be on the lookout for, because that's how you play Darkseer Nyx, is you just basically build up those stacks and then take them. With Pango, with Wind Ranger even, these are heroes that can disrupt that.
Ooh. Not a Storm. We get a Timber instead.
Interesting. I mean, it's a nice way to also kind of combo together with Nyx Darkseer. Or even just Nyx on its own, right? You get an Ion Shell on him, you run out there, hit some people. It's kind of nifty.
This definitely brings up some questions.
Yeah.
In terms of how you want to do this this banning right now. They will get rid of the Ursa, so he doesn't get to exist. I think it is Got the Juice who plays Safe Lane Timber. I believe. So this might be Safe Lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I am unsure of what you want to pair together against this. I mean, there's a couple other, like, the other hero that's really annoying that we never see anymore except in support is Weaver, that I hate playing against as Darkseer in lane, but that doesn't really fit. I guess they could just do Tiny Safe Lane, and that could be fine.
Maybe it wasn't Got the Juice. I could have swore it was him who played it in that game and it was a total disaster, but I'm not seeing it, so maybe it wasn't him. So then I'm not sure who this is going to be.
Okay.
Or rather, I'm not sure what he's going to play. But yes, no, he has no recorded games on Timber. So it was definitely not got the juice. So this will probably just be setting mid for Niku then. The usual, as it were. But yeah, I think for Avalis, the Pango mid, the Tiny safe lane, the Tiny mid, the Pango off lane, they definitely have plenty of choices here.
And we'll also have last pick to make their decision of what they want to run with.
Mm-hmm.
Avalis, what are they thinking now that they want to take out? I guess it depends on what they want to run too. What do you have?
I feel like they... Yeah, I'd like something that can just help with these ganks a little bit. The Lifesteal is a good idea with an assassin, right? This idea of like infest bombs and stuff. Like, I don't see him quite having enough. Like, I wish they had like a Sunstrike or a Spectre haunt, but I don't want to see a Spectre, really.
I mean, they can also still go Storm if they want.
And then play the Timbersaw safe lane, you think?
Yeah. Or, I mean, fuck it, put Storm safe lane. Who cares? It's probably bad.
I mean, we are at that point right now. I think they'll probably just gyro if I had to guess. I hope they don't like Sven. Just don't Sven, please. I'm not liking the Sven picks lately. I'm out on that hero.
I'm trying to think who else could work. I like the idea of a melee carry.
I mean, Deuce is still just in. If we just want to be annoying. Oh, wait, Prophet. Nature's Prophet.
What about Jug? Oh, no. All right. That's the one. That makes
boring.
sense.
It's just boring gyro. Man, I was hoping for Wrath of Nature. Big ulti with the Nyx. That could have been kind of cool. But, I mean, they have Wind Ranger, Pango. It's kind of scary for a Prophet, I think.
All right. Well, still some potential annoying heroes to run against, and it's going to be Sven. This actually is also a really... as much as you're talking about not Sven for Navi Jr., it's actually kind of an annoying matchup for Darkseer. You don't like to create the wall. The Ion Shells don't really do much to him. It's going to be much more around Niku making things happen, I feel like, because the Darkseer doesn't do much to this Sven.
You only get the Dispel with the eggs now, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've been seeing the eggs a decent amount, but not... I mean, that's just mostly by nature of the games going long, to be honest. Right. Yeah, Sven, he's in like the second tier of carries. You know, we got our TBs and our Morphlings, and then there's just not a whole lot after that. Yeah, I do like to see it with the Darkseer, but not so much.
I think this is... When I'm looking at this, if they can kill him early, like level 3 on Darkseer, you know, maybe level 2 for Zayats also, I think that they're in a good spot. But if not, there actually is a window here where like you just want to Ion Shell creeps and then Sven instantly kills them. The wave shoves out, you get pulls off, and it like you kind of feel like you can't do much in the laning stage. But we'll see how the early lanes go, because that will determine what happens, I think.
And as much as I you know, kind of talk about Sven being a bit of a grief, he is still one of these heroes that can get huge. He is someone who is good at utilizing stacks, which is a very big part of Dota right now, which is why you're seeing a gyro into a Sven at the end of this, because teams are delaying things, teams are stacking up. You just watched last game where they're running around and farming waves and making the game go longer, and so having these carries that get huge is very helpful.
Well, game number 2, Navi Jr. versus Avalis. Avalis trying to get away from this one, not starting the entire DreamLeague 1-3. If they could get a win here, they'd feel a lot better about how the rest of the day went. I'm sure, again, that last game is just going to be eaten into them, because I really feel like they had it, but didn't end up happening. And everybody off to the races to their various lanes. God, that music. It's so good.
And in we go. Smiling Knight on the Rogue Knight. They're going to run into Zayats here.
Get out of there. Oh, they're sending a lot
away. Scuttle's still one of my favorite facets, I got to say, in the whole game.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It makes the hero so amazing. Just feels good.
We are not so different, my magnificent.
On over,
Takes
takes
the Watcher. Still comes in here. Kind of spooky.
Desire will force back the Nyx and takes a couple of hits on his way out of there for his trouble. And it looks like it's just going to be 2 bounty runes apiece for both of these squads. Are there any other lanes that you're really worried about for either team? Wait, Zibe, hello. It's Mobe here mid. Didn't even realize.
Yeah, with the Sven. I think this makes the most sense. Like the tiny off lane's a little dead at the moment. But I mean that will be the one is what I was gonna bring up. Will be this mid lane. You know, Nico just constantly using the whirling death. There's certainly a possibility, but the problem is, as the Timber saw, when you're in close, that's when the rotation suddenly happens. You're tossed under the tower. You know, so a lot of it comes down to what skills you're gonna go for. If you get the reactive early, how often are you keeping it up? You know, do you want to take the early point Timber chains? Because sometimes Timber Saws just ignore it completely since it's kind of useless mid, but then they die because they did. You know, there's a lot of things that come into play. The rotation damage from the supports is decent as well, so he'll have to keep that in mind as Niku.
Oh, they messed up this lane already, actually, on bottom. I mean, yeah, that's a little bit scary. We'll keep our eyes across all of these, but I'm noticing bottom, they double shelled the wave as throw an avalanche there. And now they have to do this weird connection thing, but Zayats is also taking a ton of damage right now. So I'm not sure what exactly they're going to do. This should connect back up again. Yeah, they can't do anything here. They're going to lose at least a couple creeps. Now they'll be able to pull it back to the other side, but yeah, things have gotten very strange bottom. Not a complete catastrophe, but definitely not what they wanted.
Yeah, next wave coming into the tower helps out. They draw it all back. They can sort it out here now, so they'll be all right. But yeah, that is the power of Jakiro, this level 1. It used to be the dual breath we talked about all the time, being like, so much damage, level 1. But now with all these shenanigans, everyone's doing shenanigans every offlane, right? The 4 is always pulling waves now, it feels like. So having this constant liquid fire and liquid frost is really helpful for just harassing and trading with them as they're just like trying to run away from the creep wave. Which could also be a good reason to bring back the Bane as well.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, it always feels a little weird having to like try and take Nightmare level 1, but there's definitely some lanes where it'd be worth it just because of how much people are relying upon those wave pulls.
Yeah, or even once you get to level 2 and you have, like, let's say you brain sap first, still great at trading, and then you get Nightmare level 2, and it's like even worse.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. All right, they're going to reconnect these waves again down bottom as a Ion Shell onto them. You can see the pull coming to contest it for now. Should be fine there. Fly backs away.
Nico just walks right through. He's got his point in reactive, and he's just going with the mid wave. He's gonna go jungle. So this is your Timber Saw mid.
Okay. And Fly takes down Zayats. I mean that should not be happening. That was a solo.
Down. Yeah. He just eventually burned him down over time. Gets him with the blood grenade, and down he goes.
I think Nyx was chasing Fly, though, is the weird thing. He was chasing him, and then he overstepped a little bit too far. That's crazy. Because he had boots. Fly didn't have anything. Okay. Not a great start down bottom.
Yeah.
No.
But it's okay. They'll get some stacks going, maybe.
Four minutes
here in the river. Gonna have a little bit of fun.
No. Battling it out. And something to watch for indeed. Are they going to be able to secure this? And it's one extra level right now that Riddy has over him, and there's a salve up that looks like from both. They didn't need to salve yet on the Ringmaster.
It's wandering his way towards the mid right now as Kime is just left on an island. Bites is under a ward though, the very same ward he died under previously. What is he up to? Is he planning? He's just planning a deep ward. That is definitely going to get spotted as he runs right back past this ward. So they're going to know there's a ward somewhere here. Yep, there's the circle from Fly.
Yep.
Yep. He just warded here, keeping his eyes on him, and now he's back for the stack. Still just level 1, close to 2 here, but it is 5 minutes right now. So he is going to be needing that Avalis strat taken over here of some Ion Shell assistance, I imagine, from his Darkseer.
I mean, this is the plus side, at least, is that, like, when PMA gets to level 5, that was going to, like, radically increase the amount of, you know, ability that he has to get those levels up quickly.
Yeah.
Level 3 Ion Shell's super valuable for that. And in the meantime, he's just going to try and soak whatever XP he can while Darkseer's jungling. But yeah, they can't come back to this lane now, and pulling also, I think, becomes too difficult because Fly has boots. He could run down the Nyx.
Yeah, this is not great. Perhaps a Twin Gate ward, so they can keep an eye on if Smiling Knight's going to make a rotation or if the Jakiro's going to come through, which I like.
Looking up top, Avalanche catches, toss for follow-up, and Avalis getting on the board. They are owning.
Yeah, who was chasing who in that one, huh? That was not
true
great.
enough.
A little power shot for a stack here from Desire. Nice play.
They're just coming to contest this. They don't want to give it to him for free. They think that he's playing around a ward. And Fly now going to back out. Oh, Zayat's.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate.
He can't play it properly because of being bullied around with his Jakiro, so he just lost half his health.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the meantime, an Avalanche toss back onto Niku, and barely able to get that last hit there. I think that Avalis have kind of answered this perfectly, and they are looking good across every single lane right now.
Yeah, and the most important thing is that their Tiny is on top, which is a hero who can definitely have some issues out of the mid lane if you're a bit poor, if there's rotations and you're not going to have a good like phase blink timing. But he's on a good track now, obviously at top of the board, as they're going to move a bit aggressively towards this Wisdom and then think better of it.
Yeah, force everybody to rotate, and then they come in and will manage to get that for themselves. Does mean that Got the Juice is alone up top, but don't think that between Desire and Zibe, it's an easy move.
I don't know, he's got level 6 though.
I guess that's true. Yeah, maybe they will. Thinking about it. Pop in the glyph. Immediately out. Connection. They have a way to bring him down as they come back around. It looks like the answer is maybe slow stun coming from Smiling Knight. Yes.
2 games in a row for Desire, starting out well on this Wind Ranger. Probably doesn't need a defusal this time. We'll see if he's going for more of a Force Staff sort of route in this one. As again, same thing, makes a play up top, shoots a power shot, gets a stack. What an efficient Wind Ranger player.
Absolutely.
Dire's top tower.
God, Nyx needs these levels so badly, and he's just not getting them on Zayat's. It's not happening.
The worst part is that he was supposed to get all these early stacks so that all the next stacks are for the Gyro.
Yeah.
Because Got the Juice is struggling. Like, there's no jungle left for Zayat's now. He's supposed to be out of there so that Got the Juice can start making his way through all this. He's supposed to be out on the map making space for Got the Juice.
Yeah. It's all just happening a little bit slowly.
Sitting next to a Centaur camp with an Ion Shell. This is not the dream.
No.
This does not spark joy as the Nyx assassin player.
I mean, it really... what's crazy is so much of this comes back to that first lane, the first wave that came in, and like the double shell meant that they could quickly come in and connect the waves, and then they weren't able to pull effectively anymore. And it just goes to show that like this type of lineup, the way that you do it, you have to like really be perfect, because if there's one or two things messed up, all of a sudden like your game just feels terrible.
Yeah, it's like the difference between when the pro team picks the jungle Venomancer and your pub friend picks the jungle Venomancer, you know?
There you go.
You've all seen that gap, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with here.
4-1. And PMA will have the Vanguard completed, going in for a Halberd next. Has the Arcane Boots done. And for Avalis, I mean, sort of the sky's the limit at this stage, right? You're working towards this Blink Dagger on Tiny, and that's when the game really starts to open up. In the meantime, Zayats is still level 4. He needs a while to get online to get this level 6 here.
Yeah, it's going to be a spooky time. Like, Mobe's just going to be Blink, Avatos with a timed power shot as well.
Right.
Be tough. But, you know, Niku, he's also quite farmed. You know, he's neck and neck there. He gets his Blink Dagger done.
Okay.
So wants to bring that up here. And Riddy's is level 6. He's got 3 points in the Tame the Beast. I think there's a crazy amount of damage. And in combination with a Timber Saw, they can burst a pretty high HP pool right now. I mean, Desire will just get annihilated if he's anywhere near them.
Yeah. Desire coming in and just stealing some farm here and there from Got the Juice.
Blows him a kiss.
So annoying.
Smiling Knight has the Mask of Madness running around that bottom as they jump mid.
Looking, finding, fly, dead. And that is something going the way of Navi Jr. now.
So
and
that
now,
was 1,000
thoughts?
damage.
Yeah.
It is fast.
Happens very quickly. Zibe is getting close to Diffusal Blade completed, about 400 gold from having that one done. So that timing of having that completed along with the Blink Dagger on Tiny should all be coming up around the same moment.
Yeah, and you imagine they're going to smoke and probably hunt for Gut the Juice. Like they've already got a little bit of vision up here. But the goal would just be blowing up this gyro.
Couple quick hits there. Sven back to farming. Mask of Madness. Fine.
All right. They're going to give Zayats level 6 by letting him farm next to Niku in the Ancients and with his higher camp stack. Then they're going to probably just run in. Where should they go, though? Should they try and go mid? That seems a bit risky. Should they try and go for the Sven? That's a long hunt. Where's the Vendetta going, Zayats?
It's tough. I mean, they see him, I think. Oh, no, he's waiting for this. Gets the amplified damage rune just in time before that Tiny comes in.
Hey, melee sentry.
Yeah. Zibe. He's off to the side. Huh. Maybe they catch this Pango here. I think this is your best bet. If they can make this work, things feel good.
I think they know.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Look, he's waiting for Desire because Desire has the dust. That's why I was waiting to see where he was. That's why they dust too.
Yeah, but they won't get him there.
Zayat's like, ooh, yummy. It's like, no dust. Oh, he doesn't see Desire coming up, though.
Sees him now. Don't forget the Nyx sense.
Oh, God.
All right, Niku got it. Oh, man.
Dude, his health pool.
Yeah. Amp damage.
That was 449 damage.
Oh, my God. And if they steal these stacks, this is actually huge. This is everything. Oh, my God. They're so back. Zibe comes in.
Oh, he
takes
got
away a
so
good
many
chunk
of
them.
those.
Yeah.
I think he got almost all of those.
It's brutal, man.
Nobody tells Sven, though. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, that feels bad. Oh, power shot. They see him there. The rest of Navi Jr. heading up north. Now, Zayats. Oh, spots him. Jump forward. Big connection. The damage out in time. Yes. Done. Saved. But now they move in with Zibe, hoping to find the finish. Takes down 2 on the double kill. PMA chases down Desire. And it's a 2-for-2 exchange as the 14-minute mark's coming up.
Zibe just... His GPM over the last minute must be like 1,000 or something.
Yeah, that was
Between
crazy.
getting all those Ancients and then getting a double kill like that too, he is quickly moving in towards the Aghanim Scepter.
That's a great timing to just get all of this stuff. It's not often that diffusal timing for an offlane Pango can hit this hard, but it really did.
And I mean, meanwhile, it's allowing Smiling Knight to still just be 0-0-0, and at the top of the board right now, you contrast that to the Gyro, who's 0-2-1, and has just been like wandering through these camps. 1,500 gold behind the Sven. Needs to get this Ags Accelerator pretty soon here. Still 800 gold away.
Yeah. Very strong moment. Nico's got the Kaya. Let's see what his next choice ends up being. Fly at the Invis rune is shown for a moment. Unsure if Navi Jr. really want to make a big move or not. They could sort of wait for a timing. They're kind of close to Greaves, but it looks like they're going to make a move with 4. Leave got the juice to go farm up himself. This is a great kill if they can get him.
The Sven.
Does he realize Smiling Knight maybe anticipating the danger? Caught for the moment. Wants to get away. Not gonna happen. Oh, that's a good one.
Desperately needed right now as Avlis are smoking, trying to find this aggressive play too. As long as they don't get the juice as well. Oh, he's so dead.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Oh my god.
Oh, wait,
the tendrils of the deep.
The croaker?
The tendrils of the deep. It doesn't matter. Got the juice now. Power shot desperately. I cannot believe he lived.
Croakers are the craziest neutral. They're worse than the Prowlers at this point. They have saved so many people.
That's so nuts. Fly dead. Oh no. Gets away.
Wasted wall.
Jeez. That was close.
Oh, I cannot believe that Croaker messed him up.
Yeah. That would have been enough.
That's divine intervention right there. To somehow get Navi Jr. those good plays. Yeah, that's right. This guy.
Croaker.
Croaker turns you into a choker, my dude.
Oh. All right. 6-7. And now with a couple of like clutch timings for all these heroes, we're also going to see Smiling Knight work towards the BKB. I mean, that is the other big thing, right? Like, you end up still getting, like, your Sven killed. You don't get the gyrocopter kill. You lose a couple more. But the flip side to that is you're still only down 1,000 gold. Like, things could be worse. But, man, this Greaves, that's a scary one. Yeah, he's dead. Smiling Knight dead in the exact same place. that is a lot of tips, man.
They're going for mental warfare.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Is it theirs though? Do they get the Tormentor? Is this free with these heroes? They seem to think it is.
Without
they're not coming.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think that's pretty, like, to die 2 times in a row back to back, and then also carrying over the weight of like last game, you know, and basically what felt like maybe could have been a win. You gotta hope that the tilt is not affecting these guys.
You remember like the old pinball machines that were in arcades, and if you bumped them, there was like a little thing. They'd be like tilt, 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 and the little red light would pop up. Could we get that on like the DreamLeague HUD? So like, you know, in that situation, we get like the little tilt warning comes up.
It's painful. I mean, that's the thing that's hard to know, you know, like how much is it that and how much is it just, you know, solid play. Navi Jr. definitely feel like they are playing this game very freely right now. After a bit of a rough laning stage, you know, things have started to look a lot better. Desire. Ooh, haste. Pops the dust and gets away.
All right, well. Oh, okay. I mean, they have a... Jimmy's thinking about it. They have a Blink Force F Tiny. They have the Shard just picked up on Jibbe, delaying his Aghanims, but giving him a good opportunity for actually getting chain stuns and getting these kills before the BKBs come out. Because obviously by then the chain stuns don't work as well in this hero anymore. They need forward vision and they need smoke out play. Their best vision right now is over by the Secret Shop. It might spot the gyro if he happens to walk down there. But as of now, they're playing a little bit blind as they look for these pickoffs.
Oh, so he's queuing up a Ghost Scepter next on Darkseer. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's insanely good this game.
Yeah.
Sven, Wind Ranger, Pango, like you just are safe, right? In the midst of the fights. And yeah, it's already delivered. Okay, well, once that courier gets there, it's close. So close.
This could actually be an okay window for Avalis to fight. There's a lot of like the gold advantage going in, but some of that's unrealized. Timbersaw doesn't have Axe yet. Zayats doesn't have Blink Dagger yet. But if you just lose the Wind Ranger like that, then it doesn't really matter.
All right, now, can Avalis do it again? Can they just delay and get this Sven nice and huge? That'll be the question. It's going to be harder because they do have this pick-off potential, the Nyx Assassin. You know, talk about how this hero hasn't felt very, well loved by the pro scene lately, but Zayat's an aficionado of the bug for sure, and getting good use of it after a pretty bad start. Like, but you're already seeing it. He's vedettaing around, he's getting these pickoffs, he's setting things up already. Both kills on Smiling Knight. Now the hunt down onto Desire as well. He's showing the potential of this hero.
Yeah. I think I mean, I don't know. I kind of have always liked Nyx a little bit, and I feel like it's the type of hero that, I mean, you're seeing even without like that injection of gold and like the hot start that we've seen before, you're still getting a lot done on him. So,
I mean, they even picked a Sven as well. Like, there's actually so much potential for Spike Carapace this game. It's crazy. Like, it is the best skill shot in the game because, like, when you hit it well, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, saw Mobe there. It's the other thing. The Nyx sense always really valuable when you're going through those trees.
Yeah, that's true. Being able to see anyone in any state around you.
But Navi Jr. content just continuing to farm. I mean, you get Gyrocopter's BKB, sure. Honestly.
I mean, getting him to that Aghanims was so massive. Like, he's actually catching up now, closing in on Smiling Knight. He's going to get to be that big hero. He's thinking about SNY next. I don't know how I feel about that. Does he need an SNY?
I think against Vanquisher, it's pretty valuable, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's true. You don't want that bonus damage being stunned. It's a good all-around item. Doesn't have the best saves, I guess. Yeah.
Almost caught Zayats there, but he gets away. And again, these windows right here. Sure, you got a Sven, he's farming, but you've also got like Blink Dagger, Force Staff, Tiny. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I really feel like you want to be fighting right now if you're Avalis, and getting that taken away from you. It's just kind of been the story of this series so far, in a way.
Yeah, it's why they're smoking up right now. Like, he just got a Yules. This is Blink, Force, Yules, Tiny. Like, if you are not in an engagement constantly, you're just gonna be frustrated because that's what your itemization is completely built around. And now it's just ramming into each other here. Can they get the detection on Zayats?
BKB reveal. Zayats is there. Immediately Spike Carapace damage out. Isn't enough stun onto 2, but the save immediately there. Now Timbersaw, he manages to get the ulti off Smiling Knight, hitting creeps, trying to find a target, does get onto Niku. Now hits Scott's the juice, but that is a reveal of a BKB. That is not what you want to see. And with 3 dead for the Nyx, there's some more mental damage being inflicted as the tips come out. Holy.
That just did not look like a juiced up Sven. I guess because it's not really, you know, he's just not quite there yet. He's invested in the harpoon. He doesn't have that big oomph factor, and you saw it, right? Like, the Timber comes back down out of the Yules, and it's just like, okay, it's tickling.
Yeah. Take a look at this one again here, and I mean, this is the problem, really, right? Like, if you can't kill the Timbersaw, it's not really worthwhile. And another engagement going on as the battle moves out. They're on to Fly. Vacuum pulls both the supports up to high ground. Desire in trouble. Desire dead. Fly now also dead. All of the kills going the way of Navi Jr. They are playing this game immaculately.
Yeah, the hemorrhaging kills right now as Zayats is still hunting for one more. He goes over the ward on Mobe into the twin gate. I don't think Zayats has the distance, though. Oh, he does!
No! Right at the end, they got him. Mobe caught the Blink daggers. A dagger if I ever saw one.
Oh man, their burst damage is so absurd. It's instant. You're just gone.
Yikes. Yeah, that's a tough one. 11,000 gold lead, and now also into the pit. I mean, this is really rough. Navi Jr. come in and put on a performance in both of these games. I mean, again, we can talk about game number 1 all we want and how maybe things could have gone differently, but this is just feeling all Navi. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is a window. I mean, there is a hope. It's going to be the Daedalus on the spend. That'll be your plan. Trying to play for that big crit. Trying to roll the dice and hit some good ones. Got the Juice already pretty well prepped for it, though, because he does have that Gossamer Cape, which is annoying, because it's a massive item versus Sven. Makes his life very difficult. But if they get the crit stick, that's where you're hoping that you can use that BKB and just annihilate someone like Zayats. Oh, Mobe.
That's Mobe. Got him. Vacuum pulls him back. The punch is there. Mobe dead. And now Zibe trying to do what he can going in this Rolling Thunder, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. And with Niku showing up, now they get the wall down. Punch on to Fly, still chasing. PMA on a killing spree. Zibe hoping to escape, but will he be able to? Yule's lift up onto Niku, but there is the stun. Impale connecting onto Zibe. He tries to roll away, tries to escape from this one. Not going to happen. 3 dead, just not having anything to stand up to this pressure. Thank God.
It's just full gas right now on this timing. They're voice lining. They're feeling good about it. Got the Juice, got the S and Y, is going right for the Hurricane Pike, is not concerned about a late game idea, not concerned about big damage, is just saying, hey, my team has damage. I just want to be in the middle of stuff. I want to be surviving, and I want to be taking buildings. That's the plan right now.
They just got a Chrysalis on Smiling Knight, and the escape act, the stun. Oh my God, make it stop! This poor Sven! Oh no!
Oh, he couldn't find it.
God! Oh, jeez. That really, really hurts.
Yeah. I mean, he was close to finding something, but just couldn't quite get it there. Now Mobe again looking. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. He's just killing the camp.
I mean, they don't have God strength. Like, I don't know.
I thought maybe they were going for hoping to find a support or something, the two of them, but they're resigned to their fate of sitting in the base right now. As again, Got the Juice will approach. Still has 2 minutes left on a BKB. Sorry, on an Aegis alongside an 8-second BKB.
Creep Wave is done. They will pop a glyph here. And cutting waves is the Avalis way. It's what they feel like they need to make happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jeez. Well, they're pinging the throne, or the tier 3. Maybe they're like, guys, don't worry. We'll just go for that one eventually. Zibe TP's out. Can't quite catch him in time, but Zayats, hello, sir. You getting a little greedy? He is living a long time for a position 4. The Spike Carapace is so annoying.
Got him. 1 down.
Getting on the board's important, you know?
Yeah, it's been a while. Got the Juice, though. We'll clean up the tier 1 after the successful scouting mission of Zayats.
I mean, they did get both wisdom shrines there.
True. Yeah, making it moves across the map. That kill as well. So that's something. They're going to need a lot of toss-back plays near that base.
Yeah. They need a vacuum.
Yeah, just grab that.
Avalis.
Yeah. I mean, he's almost got Daedalus. I mean, I think you for sure buy out. Obviously, you are not keeping buyback.
No.
His courier is making the dangerous mission. I can't believe he's saying that in there right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Mobe goes down. As Niku made the rotation in with Zayats. Pushes out the wave. And Smiley Knight just needing to retreat back and get these creeps. There are a lot of pings over there, anticipating that Smiley Knight's in the area, but they guessed the wrong direction. He heads back towards his safety, and it looks like they're going to instead ping out the area where Fly is, thinking that he's going to be over there, which indeed he will. Nice path. No chance he gets out of there.
No chance there, but hey, making some space. Jibe was also out and about, and he's still wandering on the dire side, but they have their Daedalus, so that is their YOLO chance. He also has the Gunpowder Gauntlet, so he's got a hefty strike if he gets in there. Jibe grabs 2 couriers before TPing back home.
Oh, no. Oh, my God, dude. Smiling Knight and this lane, honestly, it's just been over and over happening. Wait,
Ooh.
Turns hits.
Nice.
Big plays. Take that, Zayats.
Jibe's still running here. Not thinking about any stuff return, even when the Nick's dead. Maybe, though.
Yeah, Moby realizes
Yeah, he
that's
wanted
not
that
gonna
back
work.
into the high ground.
Jeez, so close. Well, it's an amp damage up top that is still going to be there for him. They ping it now, and Roche may respawn in a minute 44. Navi Jr., curious if they're going to make any moves to try and, pressure high ground at all. Before then, it feels like it's pretty much just clean up that last tier 2 tower and then call it good.
Did Desire ever get the shard last game? I don't think he did.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. No.
Yeah, it's great.
Had to get the MKB first.
Yeah. Like with the way they're playing and the way you need to group them together for the Sven, it could actually have a pretty big impact. Oh no, the Sven. No BKB for 20 seconds.
Mega dead. Yeah. Are the tips
Any more
coming?
tips?
I think they're all out. Oh, Zibe? Catch the wave? Nice. That's what they needed to have happen. And there is the roll up, roll out.
Does he even
the tower, though. Oh, PMA jumps in, punches Mobe. They have already lost the tower, and they might lose the melee racks. Backdoor protection is back up again, though. They have another couple creeps that are coming down. They didn't quite manage to kill them all.
Wait, is the power shot, though? Power shot? Does he? Oh, he doesn't know, though.
Yeah. No. So that is unfortunate. And that might turn into more. Honestly, depending on how they decide to go with this. Vacuum.
Oh my God.
Done. Woo! Oh, geez. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that was sick.
That's unfortunate.
He's another one.
Yeah. They punch. They back away. PMA ready. And got the juice. Not feeling like he needs to leave anytime soon. They do have Sven back up again, and that looks like it's going to be the call to not make anything else happen here.
All right, our Roche timer. It's about a minute. It'll be like a. Yeah, it'll be with 1 minute left ish. I believe.
Well, we'll see if they can make anything happen in that window. Like, we've seen that when Smiley Knight manages to hit heroes, they die. It just doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, it's slightly problematic. That's not occurring, but at least they got the right idea.
I think every Smiley Knight death has happened on the bottom side of the map.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just a fun fact for you there, Trent.
Yes, no, thank you. That's
no problem.
We can put a marker down or something.
Yeah. That means he's safe up here. Can't die if he's on the top side. I think that's the way that works. my god, another amp damage. Blech. Ward down. And they are getting prepared to defend the Roche when it eventually comes around. Avalis, maybe one last final stand here in this game. If they can't make that happen, it's feeling like it's just going to be run it down lanes time.
I mean, if they come without Aegis.
Sire. Ooh. Well.
All right. It's all right. He's got by.
True.
Okay. Chilling. He's transferring his net worth to Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight's out there farming. He is just going to buy straight up. Okay, are we fighting for Roche? Roche is on the run?
I think
is that
they
what they're saying?
I think they have to fight for Roche. Smiling Knight is getting MKB delivered right now.
Oh.
Roche is starting to fall. It is going to roar.
I mean, they have the war. They're war. They know. They know everything.
The disarm.
See them out here?
It happens. MKB. Oh, they find PMA. That is a great one to find right at the start. No, he's on the low ground.
Oh, what a stun.
They didn't get the toss back all the way. Wait, but there he is. They pull him back up. Dead. Happens so quickly. Buyback coming from Darkseer. They take down Zayats. This is about as good as it gets, but is it good enough? Smiling Knight, no, it is not. It is not good enough at all. And Zibe is going to have to blink out of there. But with 3 dead and, of course, no buyback because they bought out on that, this is, at the very least, an Aegis going to Navi Jr.
They were quickly slamming the door on that one, huh? Just the immediate buyback from PMA. Hits a big vacuum into the wall after. Says, no. And what a stun. The jumping after again from Zayats. Playing fantastic on this hero. Gets right in for the Carapace to make sure they couldn't get a faster blow up on PMA. Could have been worse.
Zibe almost dies there, pulls back, vacuum, give him the punch or give him the chainsaw. Either way you look at it, Navi Jr. is going to eliminate Avalis here. Most likely is there's no buybacks on any of these heroes. So racks are starting to fall. They can go for the last ones if they feel so inclined. I don't think they know it, but you could also, if you wanted to, just go tier 4s, but they're going to take the safer route. Zayats wraps around the whole way around. Oh, the ice path. Oh, Zayats was close. Now, back, pull back in, punch, dead. Toss back into Fountain. Zayats in some trouble, but the Ghost Scepter keeping him alive and then putting him in the little bubble. Little bubble boy staying safe. Navi Jr., last set of racks. They will have God's Strength back up again. And oh my god. Mobe just dies. Smiling Knight does eviscerate him. Squishing that little bug. Now they push him back out. BKB pop turn. How much do they have in the tank? Can they got the juice? Do they have enough to bring this guy down? Even if they do, it only be once. That is a dead Sven. GG is called. Navi Jr. absolutely obliterate Avalis. Game 1 was close. This one, not even a little bit.
No, things turning out okay. Like, Mobe was very farmed in the mid lane. Jibe had this great diffusal timing that turned into quite a bit of kills and farming in terms of the ancient stacks, and it kind of looked like Sven was getting off the ground. Gyro was well behind. But when the fights actually began, it was Navi Jr. who just started coming out on top here. And a lot of that coming from map control once they decided, hey, we can start hunting for this Sven, and they just shut him down multiple times in a row.
Yeah, and these early rotations, Niku on the Timber Saw looking really, really good, setting up in every way that they kind of needed to. And then, of course, at this point, it's like, it's just all over. They were way too strong. This was maybe a moment where it could have been okay, but Zibe, unfortunately, pushed him to the low ground, and then they weren't able to find any follow-up kills after the fact, so a tough situation for sure. But Navi Jr. looking really good. Impressive start to their Dream League.
Yeah, this is a great way to get started. I mean, it's day number 1, so obviously all wins matter, but these ones on day 1, when you're coming in, you're maybe not sure what your power level is compared to some of these other teams, and they're willing to pick up some heroes that are being a bit neglected right now, like the Nyx Assassin and somewhat the Timbersaw as well. But Niku showing why it can certainly be a very valuable hero that you could definitely go right back for. And man, their ability to use that burst damage between the Nyx Assassin and the Timbersaw was crazy. They were just exploding people in that mid game and showing why this pure damage right now between the TAs and the Timbersaw feels like a very powerful force.
Right, and in a lot of ways, you think about like what we had sort of theory crafted as a potential option of the Storm Spirit. What Timber does better if you can get to that Blink Dagger is that you just can't mitigate it, right? Like Desire might have been a bit of a tougher, annoying kill because you've got like the Wind Run and all the rest of it, but he was just dying as soon as you got that initial hit off. Like everybody was just exploding to that combo. So something to watch for out of this lineup. This Nyx Assassin Darkseer first two. Honestly, I'll be real. They need to work on those first lanes. They really screwed it up. But everything else looked great.
Perfect. Every other part, A-okay.
Navi Jr. take
our winners.
They take the victory, and we are going to be back in just a few to get an interview with one of the players here from this lineup, indeed. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to hopefully have that interview, break down a little bit of action, get ready to end the day. The first day, DreamLeague 26. We'll see you all in a few.
My bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine load, it runs so
And welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the end of the day here. We're still waiting to see if we're going to manage to get an interview with Zayats. I just know that, like, once you play with Puppy once, afterwards, monitors, they might get punched through. There's just, you can never tell what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But Trent, we got a wonderful day of Dota today across 4 different streams happening simultaneously. It's a lot to keep track of, but let's take a look at it, and you can start to tell me some of the things that you're feeling like you're loving after the end of today. Nigma 2-0 Shopify 1-1. How you feeling about these ones?
Well, early on before we were here, when we had the lovely Mike and John, big fan base pleased here as Nigma Galaxy get themselves a 2-0. Your Colt showing they still got it with their 1-1 and helping to warm up Navi Jr. for our 2 series of 2-0s. And despite being 2-0s, they were pretty close. I wouldn't say, Aurora definitely had the edge over Boom, but they didn't, stomp the whole time. They just kind of, outplayed them. And Boom had these moments where maybe they could do it, but they just got outplayed a little bit. But it wasn't 40-0. So that was pretty good. And then Navi Jr. versus Avalos, although it was a 2-0, very competitive, especially game 1. And even game 2, there were certainly moments where they could get it back here. So overall, just a nice day of good games. No big upsets or surprises, but it's a solid way to start day 1 because we still have a lot of Dota to play.
Absolutely. A heck of a lot of Dota to play. And it wasn't just results from our stream today. We also got to take a look at across the various different groups. We can take a look at Group A and how things have at least so far shaked out. You can see BetBoom still sitting pretty 3-1 across the board with Aurora Gaming. And then it's a 2-2 little quadfecta, which is a word now, Trent. Team Liquid right the ship a little bit there as they come back in with this.
Yeah, that's right. After checking in at the start of the day, we saw them at an 0-2. So it looks like they got themselves some good wins. But Aurora and BetBoom repping their regions well, staying at the top of that board in Group A, as we were saying. And Nigma Galaxy still just treading water there in the middle. And XG, there was a question of, they recently won the ACL qualifier, so they get to head to Riyadh. But depending on what happens in terms of points, they can upset some things and who gets qualified via what. So not looking like they're in contention for those points right now, though. Starting off at 1 and 3. So we'll see if them and Boom can maybe shape things up going to get to day number 2.
And particularly because the 1-1 that they had was against Boom. So that's spooky. Group B, obviously, still a lot going on. We've got 2 more games that are still continuing. I think that the C stream also was already through. But you can see Navi Jr. sitting at the top along with Paravision, Yakult Brothers, then Gaming Gladiators at the 2-1 mark. You had mentioned earlier, and I had forgotten, that Gaming Gladiators do get that direct invite in for EWC anyways, so they're still playing obviously for a lot here of wanting to build up momentum, but their place is a little bit safe, at least for now.
So Group A, Group B, Eastern Europe dominating.
Yeah.
All 4 top slots. That's kind of crazy. First, second. Western Europe, step aside. Not looking like the absolute dominant force, are they?
No, absolutely not. And I mean, we can take a look also, because this is also the other thing we're playing for, the EPT leaderboard across the board. There's some interesting things to watch for here, right? BetBoom, they're already through. So are Team Spirit and Paravision. But a lot of these other squads would make a nice little injection of, the points and all that. And the big one I'm watching out for is Avalos, right? They are right on the brink. Nigma is behind them. Shopify is behind them. You need to, at the very least, outlast some of these other squads here. Hope to get something, accumulate a little bit of points, because otherwise you might be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and this, again, is your last shot here, and otherwise it's going to be going through the qualifiers. And so for many of these teams, Tundra, Virtus.pro, or Avalos, we're looking at this competition. I don't want to be in any qualifiers for this event.
No.
I just want to qualify through points, please. That would be my mindset.
All right, well, let's listen in. I believe we have an interview. Don't look now. Zayats, you managed to come on over and talk with us. How you doing, sir? You came away with a 2-0 victory. Game number 1, I thought you guys lost. I was sure that you had lost. And then you just walk down mid and then you take the throne. How was that game for you guys?
I mean, that game was kind of fine for us. Most game we felt super good in this. But in one moment they had storm. We had like zero pure. Like good control, and that's why they start like skipping us, and we cannot like take more advantage. And in one moment they took our like comeback, in my opinion, because we were leading that game. And but we get like still confident in our draft because we had like super good team fight, and in one moment they just made some mistakes, and our carry starts saying like we can throw them, and it works. So yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, no, it was a pleasure to watch that one. And I did notice in that game, you were doing a lot of map drawing. I mean, I know you're the captain of this team. I saw some arrows being drawn out, In a game like that, or I guess in many of your matches, are you like the leading voice right now? Are you often making a lot of the calls for the team?
Yeah, I'm trying to lead the guys, and like mostly me and Gadzejuice like controlling the game, and other guys like just calling in their like situations, and yeah. Mostly we with Gadzejuice like controlling the game, what we're gonna do, which objectives we control, yeah.
Is this the first team that you've been doing that a lot, where you've been doing a lot more of the communication? Because I feel like on your past teams, you often, like a lot of your drafts would be centered around you as the position 4 player, but it felt like there were maybe some like bigger personalities or bigger names that were doing a lot of the captaining back then. Is this the first time you're doing like a lot of this communication in the game?
I mean, I guess in every team I like to call, like to set up some pickoffs, and at least to like control the first 15-minute games. Okay. Because as support you need to be active and this timing. But in this team, of course, I'm taking a lot more responsibility about captain drafts and team movements. Yeah.
One last question for me, at least. You guys are coming into this. If I'm looking at this correctly, you guys have 60 EPT points. So it's a long way to go, but not technically impossible. What is your guys' feeling going into this game? Is it just like we're getting ready for the qualifiers, we want to get as much experience as we can? Is it we think we can go far in this and maybe make something insane happen? How is the team talking about this event? What's the main takeaway that you guys are having?
Of course, we had like chance to qualify at Riyadh if we get like top 4, something like that. It's gonna be like dream moment, but our position for this tournament it's like to get further as we can, because it's the second like tier 1 tournament for our team. It's a lot of experience. I'm sure we can make the dream to get top 4, but our position is just get further as we can, and anyway we need to qualify at Riyadh and TI quals. We need to be ready, so just getting experience, trying our strategies, and trying to show our best.
All right, I love it, man. Best of luck. You guys put on a hell of a performance. Trying anything else?
No, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Go enjoy, get some more practice in, keep going, get some more points, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see ya. Thank you.
Bye. What a guy. Comes in at the end for the clutch interview to round out the broadcast. And Trent, I think we only got one more thing we really need to do, which is maybe taking a look at tomorrow's schedule and see what we can have looking forward to that. We got Shopify versus BetBoom in the morning, Paravision, Yakult Brothers, and then you and I will be tagging in for the Enigma Galaxy OG lineup. Man, there's going to be a lot of comments in that one. And Yakult Brothers versus Team Falcons afterwards. You ready? You excited?
I am very ready. There's some excellent matchups here tomorrow. Just make sure you guys leave Ember on, but we won't worry about the other streams, Kind of the best spirit anyway is Ember, so don't ignore the Storm players. This looks really solid tomorrow. This is certainly the place to be.
Well, I cannot wait. We had a wonderful day number 1 here for Dream League 26. We got more action tomorrow. We will see all of you fine folks there. And until next time, have yourselves a lovely day. Go get yourself some food, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.
Eh bien, qui est pris de...
Inget DPS för en.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. Life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Thousand voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue.